Isis Unveiled, a master key to the mysteries of ancient and modern science and theology, by H.P. Blavatsky. Volume 1, Science. Narrated by Graham Dunlop. Chapter 1, Ego Sum Qui Sum, an axiom of Hermetic philosophy. We commenced research where a modern conjecture closes its faithless wings. And with us, those were the common elements of science, which the sages of today disdain as wild chimeras, or despair of as unfathomable mysteries. Bulwer's Zanoni. There exists somewhere in this world an old book, so very old that our modern antiquarians might ponder over its pages an indefinite time, and still not quite agree as to the nature of the fabric upon which it is written. It is the only original copy now in existence. The most ancient Hebrew document on occult learning, the Sifra Zinuta, was compiled from it, and that at a time when the former was already considered in the light of a literary relic. One of its illustrations represents the divine essence emanating from Adam, like a luminous arc proceeding to form a circle, and then, having attained the highest point of its circumference, the ineffable glory bends back again and returns to earth, bringing a higher type of humanity in its vortex. As it approaches nearer and nearer to our planet, the emanation becomes more and more shadowy, until upon touching the ground it is as black as night. A conviction founded upon 70,000 years of experience, as they allege, has been entertained by Hermetic philosophers of all periods that matter has in time become, through sin, more gross and dense than it was at man's first formation. That, at the beginning, the human body was of a half-ethereal nature, and that before the fall, mankind communed freely with the now unseen universes. But since that time, matter has become the formidable barrier between us and the world of spirits. The oldest esoteric traditions also teach that, before the mystic Adam, many races of human beings lived and died out, each giving place in its turn to another. Were these precedent types more perfect? Did any of them belong to the winged race of men mentioned by Plato and Phaedrus? It is the special province of science to solve the problem. The caves of France and the relics of the Stone Age afford a point at which to begin. As the cycle proceeded, man's eyes were more and more opened, until he came to know good and evil, as well as the Elohim themselves. Having reached its summit, the cycle began to go downward. When the arc attained a certain point which brought it parallel with the fixed line of our terrestrial plane, the man was furnished by nature with coats of skin, and the Lord God clothed them. This same belief in the pre-existence of a far more spiritual race than the one to which we now belong can be traced back to the earliest traditions of nearly every people. In the ancient Quiche manuscript, published by Brasseur de Bourbourg, the Popol Vuh, the first men are mentioned as a race that could reason and speak, whose sight was unlimited, and who knew all things at once. According to Philo Judaeus, the air is filled with an invisible host of spirits, some of whom are free from evil and immortal, and others are pernicious and mortal. From the sons of El we are descended, and the sons of El must we become again. And the unequivocal statement of the anonymous Gnostic, who wrote the Gospel according to John, that as many as received him, i.e., who followed practically the esoteric doctrine of Jesus, would become the sons of God, points to the same belief. 1:12. Know ye not, ye are gods, exclaimed the Master. Plato describes admirably in Phaedrus the state in which man once was, and what he will become again, before and after the loss of his wings, when he lived among the gods, a god himself in the airy world. From the remotest periods, religious philosophies taught that the whole universe was filled with divine and spiritual beings of diverse races. From one of these evolved in the course of time Adam, the primitive man. The Kalmucks and some tribes of Siberia also describe in their legends earlier creations than our present race. These beings, they say, were possessed of an almost boundless knowledge, and in their audacity even threatened rebellion against the great chief spirit. To punish their presumption and humble them, he imprisoned them in bodies, and so shut in their senses. From these they can escape but through long repentance, self-purification, and development. Their shamans, they think, occasionally enjoy the divine powers originally possessed by all human beings. The Astor Library of New York has recently been enriched by a facsimile of an Egyptian medical treatise, written in the 16th century BC, or more precisely 1552 BC, which accordingly to the commonly received chronology, it is the time when Moses was just 21 years of age. The original is written upon the inner bark of Cyperus papyrus, and has been pronounced by Professor Schenck of Leipzig not only genuine but also the most perfect ever seen. It consists of a single sheet of yellow-brown papyrus of finest quality, 3/10 of a meter wide, more than 20 meters long, and formed one roll divided into 110 pages, all carefully numbered. It was purchased in Egypt in 1872-73 by the archaeologist Ebers, a well-to-do Arab from Luxor. The New York Tribune, commenting upon the circumstance, says, "The papyrus bears internal evidence of being one of the 6 hermetic books on medicine, named by Clement of Alexandria." The editor further says, "At the time of Iamblichus, AD 363, the priests of Egypt showed 42 books which they attributed to Hermes, Thuti. Of these, according to that author, 36 contain the history of all human knowledge. The last 6 treated of anatomy, of pathology, of affections of the eye, instruments of surgery, and of medicines. The Papyrus Ebers is indisputably one of these ancient Hermetic works. If so clear a ray of light has been thrown upon ancient Egyptian science, by the accidental encounter of the German archaeologist with one well-to-do Arab from Luxor, how can we know what sunshine may be let in upon the dark crypts of history by an equally accidental meeting between some other prosperous Egyptian and another enterprising student of antiquity? The discoveries of modern science do not disagree with the oldest traditions which claim an incredible antiquity for our race. Within the last few years, geology, which previously had only conceded that man could be traced as far back as the Tertiary period, has found unanswerable proofs that human existence antedates the last glaciation of Europe over 250,000 years. A hard nut, this, for patristic theology to crack, but an accepted fact with the ancient philosophers. Moreover, fossil implements have been exhumed together with human remains, which show that man hunted in those remote times and knew how to build a fire. But the forward step has not yet been taken. In the search for the origin of the race, science comes to a dead stop and waits for future proofs. Unfortunately, anthropology and psychology possess no Cuvier. Neither geologists nor archaeologists are able to construct, from the fragmentary bits hitherto discovered, the perfect skeleton of the triple man, physical, intellectual, and spiritual. Because the fossil implements of a man are found to become more rough and uncouth as geology penetrates deeper into the bowels of the earth. It seems a proof to science that the closer we come to the origin of man, the more savage and brute-like he must be. Strange logic. Does the findings of the remains in the cave of Devon prove that there was no contemporary races, then, who were highly civilized? When the present population of the earth have disappeared, and some archaeologist belonging to the coming race of the distant future shall excavate the domestic implements of one of our Indian or Andaman island tribes, will he be justified in concluding that mankind in the 19th century was just emerging from the Stone Age? It has lately been the fashion to speak of the untenable conceptions of an uncultivated past, as though it were possible to hide behind an epigram the intellectual quarries out of which the reputations of so many modern philosophers have been carved. Just as Tyndall is ever ready to disparage ancient philosophers, for dressing up of whose ideas more than one distinguished scientist has derived honor and credit, so the geologists seem more and more inclined to take for granted that all the archaic races were contemporaneously in a state of dense barbarism. but not all our best authorities agree in this opinion. Some of the most eminent maintain exactly the reverse. Max Muller, for instance, says, "Many things are still unintelligible to us, and the hieroglyphic language of antiquity records but half of the mind's unconscious intentions. Yet more and more, the image of man, in whatever clime we meet him, rises before us, noble and pure from the very beginning. Even his errors we learn to understand. Even his dreams we begin to interpret. As far as we can trace back the footsteps of man, even on the lowest strata of history, we see the divine gift of a sound and sober intellect belonging to him from the very first. And the idea of humanity emerging slowly from the depths of an animal brutality can never be maintained again. As it is claimed to the unphilosophical to inquire into first causes, scientists now occupy themselves with considering their physical effects. The field of scientific investigation is therefore bounded by physical nature. When once its limits are reached, inquiry must stop, and their work be recommenced. With all due respect to our learned men, they are like the squirrel upon its revolving wheel, for they are doomed to turn their matter over and over again. Science is a mighty potency, and it is not for us pygmies to question her. But the scientists are not themselves science embodied any more than the men of our planet are the planet itself. We have neither the right to demand nor power to compel our modern-day philosopher to accept without challenge a geographical description of the dark side of the moon. But if in some lunar cataclysm one of her inhabitants should be hurled thence into the attraction of our atmosphere, and land safe and sound at Dr. Carpenter's door, he would be indictable as recreant to professional duty if he should fail to set the physical problem at rest. For a man of science to refuse an opportunity to investigate any new phenomena, whether it comes to him in the shape of a man from the moon or a ghost from the Eddy homestead, is alike reprehensible. Whether arrived at by the method of Aristotle or that of Plato, we need not to stop to inquire. But it is a fact that both the inner and outer natures of man are claimed to have been thoroughly understood by the ancient andrologists. Notwithstanding the superficial hypotheses of geologists, we are beginning to have almost daily proofs in corroboration of the assertions of these philosophers. They divided the interminable periods of human existence on this planet into cycles, during each of which mankind gradually reached the culminating point of highest civilization and gradually relapsed into abject barbarism. To what eminence the race in its progress had several times arrived may be feebly surmised by the wonderful monuments of old, still visible, and the descriptions given by Herodotus of other marvels of which no traces now remain. Even in his day, the gigantic structures of many pyramids and world-famous temples were but masses of ruins, scattered by the unrelenting hand of time. They are described by the father of history as these venerable witnesses of the long bygone glory of departed ancestors. He shrinks from speaking of divine things, and gives to posterity but an imperfect description from hearsay of some marvelous subterranean chambers of the labyrinth, where lay and now lie concealed the sacred remains of the king initiates. We can judge, moreover, of the lofty civilization reached in some periods of antiquity by the historical descriptions of the ages of the Ptolemies. Yet in that epoch the arts and sciences were considered to be degenerating, and the secret of a number of the former had been already lost. In the recent excavations of Mariat B, at the foot of the pyramids, statues of wood and other relics have been exhumed, which showed that long before the period of the first dynasties, the Egyptians had attained to a refinement and perfection which is calculated to excite the wonder of even the most ardent admirers of Grecian art. Bayard Taylor describes those statues in one of his lectures and tells us that the beauty of the heads, ornamented with eyes of precious stones and copper eyelids, is unsurpassed. Far below the stratum of sand in which lay the remains gathered into the collection of Lepsius, Abbot, and the British Museum, were found buried the tangible proofs of the Hermetic doctrine of cycles, which has been already explained. Dr. Schliemann, the enthusiastic Hellenist, has recently found in his excavations on the Troad abundant evidences of the same gradual change from barbarism to civilization, and from civilization to barbarism again. Why then should we feel so reluctant to admit the possibility that if the antediluvians were so much better versed than ourselves in certain sciences as to have been perfectly acquainted with important arts, which we now term lost, they might have equally excelled in psychological knowledge? Such a hypothesis must be considered as reasonable as any other until some countervailing evidence shall be discovered to destroy it. Every true savant admits that in many respects human knowledge is yet in its infancy. Can it be that our cycle began in ages comparatively recent? These cycles, according to the Chaldean philosophy, do not embrace all mankind at one and the same time. Professor Draper partially corroborates this view by saying that the periods into which geology has found it convenient to divide the progress of man and civilization are not abrupt epochs which hold good simultaneously for the whole human race, giving as an instance the wandering Indians of America, who are only at the present moment emerging from the Stone Age. Thus, more than once scientific men have unwittingly confirmed the testimony of the ancients. Any Kabbalist well acquainted with the Pythagorean system of numerals and geometry can demonstrate that the metaphysical views of Plato were based upon the strictest mathematical principles. True mathematics, says the Magicon, is something with which all higher sciences are connected. Common mathematics is but a deceitful phantasmagoria, whose much praised infallibility only arises from this, that materials, conditions, and references are made its foundation. Scientists who believe they have adopted the Aristotelian method only because they creep when they do not run from demonstrated particulars to universals, glorify this method of inductive philosophy, and reject that of Plato, which they treat as unsubstantial. Professor Draper laments that such speculative mystics as Ammonius Saccas and Plotinus should have taken the place of the severe geometers of the Old Museum. He forgets that geometry, of all sciences the only one which proceeds from universals to particulars, was precisely the method employed by Plato in his philosophy. As long as exact science confines its observations to physical conditions and proceeds Aristotle-like, it certainly cannot fail. But notwithstanding that the world of matter is boundless for us, it still is finite, and thus materialism will turn forever in its vitiated circle, unable to soar higher than the circumference will permit. The cosmological theory of numerals, which Pythagoras learned from the Egyptian hierophants, is alone able to reconcile the two units, matter and spirit, and cause each to demonstrate the other mathematically. The sacred numbers of the universe in their esoteric combinations solve the great problem and explain the theory of radiation and the cycle of the emanations. The lower orders, before they develop into higher ones, must emanate from the higher spiritual ones, and when arrived at the turning point, be reabsorbed again into the infinite. Physiology, like everything else in the world of constant evolution, is subject to the cyclic revolution, and it now seems to be hardly emerging from the shadows of the lower arc, so it may be one day proved to have been at the highest point of the circumference of the circle far earlier than the days of Pythagoras. Mokas, the Sidonian, the physiologist and teacher of the science of anatomy, flourished long before the sage of Samos, and the latter received the sacred instructions from his disciples and descendants. Pythagoras, the pure philosopher, the deeply versed in the profounder phenomena of nature, the noble inheritor of the ancient lore, whose great aim was to free the soul from the letters of sense and force it to realize its powers, must live eternally in human memory. The impenetrable veil of arcane secrecy was thrown over the sciences taught in the sanctuary. This is the cause of the modern depreciating of the ancient philosophies. Even Plato and Philo Judaeus have been accused by many a commentator of absurd inconsistencies, whereas the design which underlies the maze of metaphysical contradictions, so perplexing to the reader of the Timaeus, but is too evident. But has Plato ever been read understandingly by one of the expounders of the classics? This is a question warranted by the criticisms to be found in such authors as Stallbaum, Schleiermacher, Ficinus. Latin translation: Heindorf, Sydenham, Buttman, Taylor, and Burgess, to say nothing of the lesser authorities. The covert allusions of the Greek philosophers to esoteric things have manifestly baffled these commentators to the last degree. They not only, with unblushing coolness, suggest as to ascertain difficult passages that another phraseology was evidently intended, but they audaciously make the changes. The Orphic line, of the song the order of the sixth race close, which can only be interpreted as a reference to the sixth race evolved in the consecutive evolution of the spheres, Burgess says, was evidently taken from a cosmogony where man was fain to be created the last. Ought not one who undertakes to edit another's work at least understand what his author means? Indeed, the ancient philosophers seem to be generally held, even by the least prejudiced of our modern critics, to have lacked that profundity and thorough knowledge in the exact sciences of which our century is so boastful. It is even questioned whether they understood that basic scientific principle, ex nihilo nihil fit. If they suspected the indestructibility of matter at all, say these commentators, it was not in consequence of a firmly established formula, but only through an intuitional reasoning and by analogy. We hold to the contrary opinion. Speculations of these philosophers upon matter were open to public criticism, but their teachings in regard to spiritual things were profoundly esoteric. Being thus sworn to secrecy and religious silence upon abstruse subjects involving the relations of spirit and matter, they rivaled each other in their ingenious methods for concealing their real opinions. The doctrine of metempsychosis has been abundantly ridiculed by men of science and rejected by theologians. Yet if it had been properly understood in its application to the indestructibility of matter and the immortality of spirit, it would have been perceived that it is a sublime conception. Should we not first regard the subject from the standpoint of the ancients before venturing to disparage its teachers? The solution of the great problem of eternity belongs neither to religious superstition nor to gross materialism. The harmony and the mathematical equiformity of the double evolution, spiritual and physical, are elucidated only in the universal numerals of Pythagoras, who built his system entirely upon the so-called metrical speech of the Hindu Vedas. It is but lately that one of the most zealous Sanskrit scholars, Martin Haug, undertook the translation of the Atraya Brahmana of the Rig Veda. It has been till that time entirely unknown. These explanations indicate beyond dispute the identity of the Pythagorean and Brahmanical systems. In both, the esoteric significance is derived from the number, in the former from the mystic relation of every number to everything intelligible to the human mind, in the latter from the number of syllables of which each verse in the mantras consists. Plato, the ardent disciple of Pythagoras, realized it so fully as to maintain that the dodecahedron was the geometrical figure employed by the demiurgus in constructing the universe. Some of these figures had a peculiarly solemn significance. For instance, 4, of which the dodecahedron is the trine, was held sacred by Pythagoreans. It is the perfect square, and neither of the bounding lines exceed the other in length by a single point. It is the emblem of moral justice and divine equity, geometrically expressed. All the powers and great symphonies of physical and spiritual nature lie inscribed within the perfect square, and the ineffable name of Him, which name otherwise would remain unutterable, was replaced by the sacred number 4, the most binding and solemn oath with the ancient mystics, the Tetractys. If the Pythagorean metempsychosis should be thoroughly explained and compared with the modern theory of evolution, it would be found to supply every missing link in the chain of the latter. But who of our scientists would consent to lose his precious time over the vagaries of the ancients? Notwithstanding proofs to the contrary, they not only deny that the nations of the archaic periods, but even the ancient philosophers had any positive knowledge of the heliocentric system. The venerable Bedes, the Augustines, and Lecanti appear to have smothered, with their dogmatic ignorance, all faith in the more ancient theologists of the pre-Christian centuries. But now philology and a closer acquaintance with Sanskrit literature have partially enabled us to vindicate them from these unmerited imputations. In the Vedas, for instance, we find positive proof that so long ago as 2000 BC, the Hindu sages and scholars must have been acquainted with the rotundity of our globe and the heliocentric system. Hence, Pythagoras and Plato knew well this astronomical truth. For Pythagoras obtained his knowledge in India, and from men who had been there, and Plato faithfully echoed his teachings. We will quote two passages from the Aitareya Brahmana. In the serpent mantra, the Brahmana declares as follows, that this mantra is that one which was seen by the queen of the serpents, Sarparajni, because the earth, I am, is the queen of the serpents, and she is the mother and queen of all that moves, Sarpat. In the beginning, she, the earth, was but one head, round, without hair, bald, i.e. without vegetation. She then perceived this mantra, which confers upon him who knows it the power of assuming any form which he might desire. She pronounced the mantra, i.e. sacrificed to the gods, and in consequence immediately obtained a motley appearance. She became variegated, and able to produce any form she might like, changing one form into another. This mantra begins with the words, I am Ga Prishnir Akramit, X 189. The description of the earth in the shape of a round and bald head, which was soft at first and became hard only from being breathed upon by the god Vayu, the lord of the air, forcibly suggests the idea that the authors of the sacred Vedic books knew the earth to be round or spherical. Moreover, that it had been a gelatinous mass at first, which gradually cooled off under the influence of the air and time. So much for their knowledge about our globe's sphericity. And now we will present the testimony upon which we base our assertion, that the Hindus were perfectly acquainted with the heliocentric system at least 2,000 years BC. In the same treatise, Hotar, priest, is taught how the Shastras should be repeated, and how the phenomena of sunrise and sunset are to be explained. It says, the Agnishtoma is that God who burns. The sun never sets nor rises. When people think the sun is setting, it is not so. They are mistaken. For after having arrived at the end of the day, it produces two opposite effects, making night to what is below and day to what is on the other side. When they, the people, believe it rises in the morning, the sun only does thus. Having reached the end of the night, it makes itself produce two opposite effects, making day to what is below and night to what is on the other side. In fact, the sun never sets, nor does it set for him who has such a knowledge. This sentence is so conclusive that even the translator of the Rig Veda, Dr. Haug, was forced to remark it. He says this passage contains the denial of the existence of sunrise and sunset, and that the author supposes the sun to remain always in its high position. In one of the earliest Niveds, Rishi Kutsa, a Hindu sage of the remotest antiquity, explains the allegory of the first laws given to the celestial bodies. For doing what she ought not to do, Anihat, and Netis or Nana, the Persian Venus, representing the earth in the legend, is sentenced to turn around the sun. The satras, or sacrificial sessions, prove undoubtedly that so early as in the 18th or 20th century BC, the Hindus had made considerable progress in astronomical science. The satras lasted 1 year and were nothing but an imitation of the sun's yearly course. They were divided, says Haug, into two distinct parts, each consisting of 6 months of 30 days each. In the midst of both was the Vishuvan, equator or central day, cutting the whole satras into two halves, etc. The scholar, although he ascribes the composition of the bulk of the Brahmanas to the period 1400 to 1200 BC, is of the opinion that the oldest of the hymns may be placed at the very commencement of Vedic literature, between the years 2400 to 2000 BC. He finds no reason for considering the Vedas less ancient than the sacred books of the Chinese. As the Shu King, or Book of History, and the sacrificial songs of the Shi King, or Book of Odes, have been proved to have an antiquity as early as 2200 BC. Our philologists may be yet compelled, before long, to acknowledge that In astronomical knowledge, the antediluvian Hindus were their masters. At all events, there are facts which prove that certain astronomical calculations were as correct with the Chaldeans in the days of Julius Caesar as they are now. The calendar was reformed by the conqueror. The civil year was found to correspond so little with the seasons that summer had merged into the autumn months, and the autumn months into full winter. It was Sosigenes, the Chaldean astronomer, who restored order into the confusion by putting back the 25th of March 90 days, thus making it correspond with the vernal equinox. And it was Sosigenes, again, who fixed the lengths of the month as they are now remain. In America, it was found by the Montezuman army. The calendar of the Aztecs gave an equal number of days and weeks to each month. The extreme accuracy of the astronomical calculations was so great that no error had ever been discovered in the reckoning by subsequent verifications. While the Europeans who landed in Mexico in 1519 were, by the Julian calendar, nearly 11 days in advance of the exact time. It is to the priceless and accurate translations of the Vedic books, and to the personal researches of Dr. Haug, that we are indebted for the corroboration of the claims of the Hermetic philosophers. That the period of Zarathustra, Spitama, Zoroaster, was of untold antiquity can be easily proved. The Brahmanas, to which Haug ascribes 4,000 years, describe the religious contest between the ancient Hindus, who lived in the pre-Vedic period, and the Iranians. The battles between the Devas and the Asuras, the former representing the Hindus and the latter the Iranians, are described at length in the sacred books. As the Iranian prophet was first to raise himself against what he called the idolatry of the Brahmins, and to designate them as the Devas, devils, how far back must then have been this religious crisis? This contest, answers Dr. Haug, must have appeared to the authors of the Brahmanas as old as the feats of King Arthur appeared to English writers of the 19th century. There was not a philosopher of any notoriety who did not hold to this doctrine of metempsychosis, as taught by the Brahmins, Buddhists, and later by the Pythagoreans, in its esoteric sense, whether he expressed it more or less intelligibly. Origen and Clemens Alexandrinus, Synesius and Chalcidius all believed in it, and the Gnostics, who are unhesitatingly proclaimed by history as a body of the most refined, learned, and enlightened men, were all believers in metempsychosis. Socrates entertained opinions identical with those of Pythagoras, and both, as the penalty of their divine philosophy, were put to a violent death. The rabble has been the same in all ages. Materialism has been and will ever be blind to spiritual truths. These philosophers held with the Hindus that God had infused into matter a portion of his own divine spirit, which animates and moves every particle. They taught that men have two souls, separate and quite different natures. The one perishable, the astral soul, or the inner, fluidic body, the other incorruptible and immortal, the ogoides, or portion of the divine spirit, that the mortal or astral soul perishes at each gradual change at the threshold of every new sphere, becoming with every transmigration more purified. The astral man, intangible and invisible as he might be to our mortal earthly senses, is still constituted of matter, though sublimated. Aristotle, notwithstanding that for political reasons of his own he maintained a prudent silence as to certain esoteric matters, expressed very clearly his opinion on the subject. It was his belief that human souls are emanations of God, that are finally reabsorbed into divinity. Zeno, the founder of the Stoics, taught that there are two eternal qualities throughout nature, the one active or male, the other passive or female, that the former is pure, subtle ether or divine spirit, the other entirely inert in itself till united with the active principle, that the divine spirit acting upon matter produced fire, water, earth, and air, and that it is the sole efficient principle by which all nature is moved. The Stoics, like the Hindu sages, believed in the final absorption. Saint Justin believed in the emanation of these souls from divinity, and Tatian, the Assyrian, his disciple, declared that man was as immortal as God himself. That profoundly significant verse of the Genesis, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, I gave a living soul, should arrest the attention of every Hebrew scholar capable of reading the scripture in its original, instead of following the erroneous translation in which the phrase reads, "wherein there is life." From the first to the last chapters, the translators of the Jewish sacred books misconstrued this meaning. They have even changed the spelling of the name God, as Sir W. Drummond proves. Thus, El, if written correctly, would read Al, for it stands in the original. Al, and according to Higgins, this word means the god Mithra, the sun, the preserver and savior. Sir W. Drummond shows that Beth El means the house of the sun in its literal translation, and not of God. El, in the composition of these Canaanite names, does not signify Deus, but soul. Thus theology has disfigured ancient theosophy, and science ancient philosophy. For lack of comprehension of this great philosophical principle, the methods of modern science, however exact, must end in nullity. In no one branch can it demonstrate the origin of ultimate of things. Instead of tracing the effect from its primal source, its progress is the reverse. Its higher types, as it teaches, are evolved from antecedent lower ones. It starts from the bottom of the cycle, led on step by step in the great labyrinth of nature by a thread of matter. As soon as this breaks and the clue is lost, it recoils in affright from the incomprehensible and confesses itself powerless. Not so did Plato and his disciples. With him, the lower types were but the concrete images of the higher abstract ones. The soul, which is immortal, has an arithmetical, as the body has a geometrical, beginning. This beginning, as the reflection of the great universe archaeus, is self-moving, and from the center diffuses itself over the whole body of the microcosm. It was the sad perception of this truth that made Tyndall confess how powerless is science, even over the world of matter. The first marshalling of the atoms, on which all subsequent action depends, baffles a keener power than that of the microscope. Through pure excess of complexity, and long before observation can have any voice in the matter, the most highly trained intellect, the most refined and disciplined imagination, retires in bewilderment from the contemplation of the problem. We are struck dumb by an astonishment which no microscope can relieve, doubting not only the power of our instrument, but even whether we ourselves possess the intellectual elements which will ever enable us to grapple with the ultimate structural energies of nature. The fundamental geometrical figure of the Kabbalah, that figure which tradition and the esoteric doctrines tells us was given by the deity itself to Moses on Mount Sinai, contains in its grandiose, because simple combination, the key to the universal problem. This figure contains itself in all the others. For those who are able to master it, there is no need to exercise imagination. No earthly microscope can be compared with the keenness of the spiritual perception. And even for those who are unacquainted with the great science, the description given by a well-trained child psychometer of the genesis of a grain, a fragment of crystal, or any other object is worth all the telescopes and microscopes of exact science. There may be more truth in the adventurous pangenesis of Darwin, whom Tyndall calls a soaring speculator, than in the cautious, line-bound hypothesis of the latter, who, in common with other thinkers of his class, surrounds his imagination by the firm frontiers of reason. The theory of a microscopic germ which contains in itself a world of minor germs soars in one sense at least into the infinite. It oversteps the world of matter and begins unconsciously busying itself in the world of spirit. If we accept Darwin's theory of the development of species, we find that his starting point is placed in front of an open door. We are at liberty with him to either remain within or cross the threshold, beyond which lies the limitless and the incomprehensible, or rather the unutterable. If our mortal language is inadequate to express what our spirit dimly foresees in the great beyond, while on this earth, it must realize it at some point in the timeless eternity. Not so with Professor Huxley's theory of the physical basis of life. Regardless of the formidable majority of nays from his German brother scientists, He creates a universal protoplasm and appoints its cells to become henceforth the sacred founts of the principle of all life. By making the latter identical in living man, dead mutton, a nettle sting, and a lobster, by shutting in the molecular cell of the protoplasm, the life principle, and by shutting out from it the divine influx which comes with subsequent evolution, he closes every door against any possible escape. Like an able tactician, he converts his laws and facts into sentries whom he causes to mount guard over every issue. The standard under which he rallies them is inscribed with the word necessity, but hardly is it unfurled when he mocks the legend and calls it an empty shadow of my own imagination. The fundamental doctrines of spiritualism, he says, lie outside the limits of the philosophical inquiry. We will be bold enough to contradict this assertion, and say that they lie a great deal more within such inquiry than Mr. Huxley's protoplasm, insomuch that they present evident and palpable facts of the existence of spirit, and the protoplasmic cells, once dead, present none whatever of being the originators of the basis of life, as this one of the few foremost thinkers of the day wants us to believe. The ancient Kabbalist rested upon no hypothesis till he could lay its basis upon the firm rock of recorded experiment. The too great dependence upon physical facts led to a growth of materialism and a decadence of spirituality and faith. At the time of Aristotle, this was the prevailing tendency of thought. And though the Delphic commandment was not as yet completely eliminated from Grecian thought, and some philosophers still held that in order to know what man is, we ought to know what man was, still materialism has already begun to gnaw at the root of faith. The mysteries themselves had degenerated in a very great degree into mere priestly speculations and religious fraud. Few were the true adepts and initiates, the heirs and descendants of those who had been dispersed by the conquering swords of various invaders of old Egypt. The time predicted by the great Hermes in his dialogue with Asclepius had indeed come, the time when impious foreigners would accuse Egypt of adoring monsters, and naught but the letters engraved in stone upon her monuments would survive, enigmas incredible to posterity. Their sacred scribes and hierophants were wanderers upon the face of the earth, obliged from fear of a profanation of the sacred mysteries to seek refuge among the hermetic fraternities. Known later as the Essenes, their esoteric knowledge was buried deeper than ever. The triumphant brand of Aristotle's pupils swept away from his path of conquest every vestige of once a pure religion, and Aristotle himself, the type and child of his epoch, though instructed in the secret science of the Egyptians, knew but little of this crowning result of millenniums of esoteric studies. As well as those who had lived in the days of the Semitics, our present-day philosophers lift the veil of Isis, for Isis is but the symbol of nature, but they see only her physical forms. The soul within escapes their view, and the Divine Mother has no answer for them. There are anatomists who, uncovering to sight no indwelling spirit under the layer of muscles, the network of nerves, or the cinereous matter, which they lift with the point of the scalpel, assert that man has no soul. Such are as purblind in sophistry as the student, who, confining his research to the cold letter of the Kabbalah, dares to say it has no vivifying spirit. To see the true man who once inhabited the subject which lies before him on the dissecting table, the surgeon must use other eyes than those of his body. So the glorious truth covered up in the hieractic writings of the ancient papyri can be revealed only to him who possesses the faculty of intuition, which, if we call reason the eye of the mind, may be defined as the eye of the soul. Our modern science acknowledges a supreme power, an invisible principle, but denies a supreme being, or personal God. Logically, the difference between the two might be questioned, for in this case the power and the being are identical. Human reason can hardly imagine to itself an intelligent supreme power without associating it with the idea of an intelligent being. The masses can never be expected to have clear conception of the omnipotence and omnipresence of a supreme God, without investing with those attributes a gigantic projection of their own personality. But the Kabbalists have never looked upon the invisible Ein Sof otherwise than as a power. So far, our modern positivists have been anticipated by thousands of ages in their cautious philosophy. What the Hermetic adept claims to demonstrate is that simple common sense precludes the possibility that the universe is the result of mere chance. Such an idea appears to him more absurd than to think that the problems of Euclid were unconsciously formed by a monkey playing with geometrical figures. Very few Christians understand, if indeed they know anything at all, of the Jewish theology. The Talmud is the darkest of enigmas even for most Jews, while those Hebrew scholars who do not comprehend it do not boast of their knowledge. Their Kabbalistic books are still less understood by them. For in our days, more Christian than Jewish students are engrossed in the elimination of their great truths. How much less is definitely known of the Oriental or the Universal Kabbalah? Its adepts are few, but these heirs elect of the sages who first discovered the starry truths which shone on the great Shemaiah of the Chaldean lore, have solved the absolute and are now resting from their grand labor. They cannot go beyond that which is given to mortals of this earth to know. And no one, not even these elect, can trespass beyond the line drawn by the finger of divinity itself. Travelers have met these adepts on the shores of the sacred Ganges, brushed against them in the silent ruins of Thebes, and in the mysterious deserted chambers of Luxor. Within the halls upon whose blue and golden vaults the weird signs attract attention, but whose secret meaning is never penetrated by the idle gazers. They have been seen but seldom recognized. Historical memoirs have recorded their presence in the brilliantly illuminated salons of European aristocracy. They have been encountered again on the arid and desolate plains of the Great Sahara, as in the caves of Elephanta. They may be found everywhere, but make themselves known only to those who have devoted their lives to unselfish study, and are not likely to turn back. Maimonides, the great Jewish theologian and historian, who at one time was almost deified by his countrymen, and afterward treated as a heretic, remarks that the more absurd and void of sense the Talmud seems, the more sublime is the secret meaning. This learned man has successfully demonstrated that the Chaldean magic, the science of Moses and other learned thaumaturgists, was wholly based on an extensive knowledge of the various and now forgotten branches of natural science. Thoroughly acquainted with all the resources of the vegetable, animal, and mineral kingdoms, experts in occult chemistry and physics, psychologists as well as physiologists. Why wonder that the graduates or adepts instructed in the mysterious sanctuaries of the temples could perform wonders, which even in our days of enlightenment would appear supernatural? It is an insult to human nature to brand magic and the occult science with the name of impostor. To believe that for so many thousands of years one half of mankind practiced deception and fraud on the other half is equivalent of saying that the human race was composed only of knaves and incurable idiots. Where is the country in which magic was not practiced? At what age was it wholly forgotten? In the oldest documents now in our possession, the Vedas and the older laws of Manu, we find many magical rites practiced and permitted by the Brahmins. Tibet, Japan, and China teach in the present age that which was taught by the oldest Chaldeans. The clergy of these respective countries prove moreover what they teach, namely, that the practice of moral and physical purity, and of certain austerities, develops the vital soul power of self-illumination, affording to man the control over his own immortal spirit. It gives him truly magical powers over the elementary spirits inferior to himself. In the West, we find magic of as high an antiquity as in the East. The Druids of Great Britain practiced it in the silent crypts of their deep caves, and Pliny devotes many a chapter to the wisdom of the leaders of the Celts. The Samothis, the Druids of the Gauls, expounded the physical as well as the spiritual sciences. They taught the secrets of the universe, the harmonious progress of the heavenly bodies, the formation of the earth, and above all, the immortality of the soul. Into their sacred groves, natural academies built by the hand of the invisible architect, the initiates assembled at the still hour of midnight to learn about what man once was and what he will be. They needed no artificial illumination, nor life-drawing gas to light up their temples. For the chaste goddess of night beamed her most silvery rays on their oak-crowned heads, and their white-robed sacred bards knew how to converse with the solitary queen of the starry vault. On the dead soil of the long bygone past stand their sacred oaks, now dried up and stripped of their spiritual meaning by the venomous breath of materialism. But for the student of occult learning, their vegetation is still as verdant and luxuriant, and as full of deep and sacred truths, as at that hour when the arch-druid performed his magical cures, and waving the branch of mistletoe, severed with his golden sickle the green bough from its mother oak tree. Magic is as old as man. It is as impossible to name the time when it sprang into existence as to indicate on what day the first man himself was born. Whenever a writer has started with the idea of connecting its first foundation in a country with some historical character, further research has proved his views groundless. Odin, the Scandinavian priest and monarch, was thought by many to have originated the practice of magic some 70 years BC. But it was easily demonstrated that the mysterious rites of the priestesses, called voileurs, valas, were greatly anterior to his age. Some modern authors were bent on proving that Zoroaster was the founder of magic, because he was the founder of the Magian religion. Ammianus, Marcellinus, Arnobius, Pliny, and other ancient historians demonstrated conclusively that he was but a reformer of magic, as practiced by the Chaldeans and Egyptians. The greatest teachers of divinity agree that nearly all ancient books were written symbolically, and in a language intelligible only to the initiated. The biographical sketch of Apollonius of Tyana affords an example. As every Kabbalist knows, it embraces the whole of the Hermetic philosophy, being a counterpart in many respects of the traditions left us by King Solomon. It reads like a fairy tale, but as in the case of the latter, sometimes facts and historical events are presented to the world under the colors of a fiction. The journey to India represents allegorically the trials of a neophyte, his long discourse with the Brahmins, their sage advice, and the dialogues with the Corinthian Menipus would, if interpreted, give the esoteric catechism. His visit to the empire of the wise men and interview with their king Hyrcanus, the oracle of Amphiaraus, explain symbolically many of the secret dogmas of Hermes. They would disclose, if understood, some of the most important secrets of nature. Eliphas Levi points out the great resemblance which exists between King Hyrcanus and the fabulous Hiram, of whom Solomon procured the cedars of Lebanon and the gold of Ophir. We would like to know whether modern masons, even grand lecturers, and the most intelligent craftsmen belonging to important lodges, understood who the Hiram is whose death they combined together to avenge. Putting aside the purely metaphysical teachings of the Kabbalah, if one would devote himself but to physical occultism, to the so-called branch of therapeutics, the result might benefit some of our modern sciences, such as chemistry and medicine. Says Professor Draper, sometimes not without surprise, we meet with ideas which we flatter ourselves originated in our own times. This remark, uttered in relation to the scientific writings of the Saracens, would apply still better to the more secret treatises of the ancients. Modern medicine, while it has gained largely in anatomy, physiology, and pathology, and even in therapeutics, has lost immensely by its narrowness of spirit, its rigid materialism, its sectarian dogmatism. One school, in its pure blindness, sternly ignores whatever is developed by other schools, and all unite in ignoring every grand conception of man or nature. One school, in its pure blindness, sternly ignores whatever is developed by other schools, and all unite in ignoring every grand conception of man or nature, developed by mesmerism or by American experiments on the brain, every principle which does not conform to a stolid materialism. It would require a convocation of the hostile physicians of the several different schools to bring together what is now known of medical science, It too often happens that after the best practitioners have vainly exhausted their art upon a patient, a mesmerist or a healing medium will effect a cure. The explorers of old medical literature, from the time of Hippocrates to that of Paracelsus and Van Helmont, will find a vast number of well-attested physiological and psychological facts, and of measures or medicines for healing the sick which modern physicians superciliously refuse to employ. Even with respect to surgery, modern practitioners have humbly and publicly confessed the total impossibility of their approximating to anything like the marvelous skill displayed in the art of bandaging by ancient Egyptians. Many hundred yards of literature enveloping a mummy, from its ears down to every separate toe, were studied by the chief surgical operators in Paris, and notwithstanding that the models were before their eyes, they were unable to accomplish anything like it. In the Abbott Egyptological Collection in New York City may be seen numerous evidences of the skill of the ancients in various handicrafts, among others the art of lace making, and as it could hardly be expected but that the signs of women's vanity should go side by side with those of man's strength. There are also specimens of artificial hair and gold ornaments of different kinds. The New York Tribune, reviewing the contents of the Ebers Papyrus, says, "Verily, there is no thing new under the sun." Chapters 65, 66, 79, and 89 show that hair invigorators, hair dyes, painkillers, and flea powders were desiderata 3,400 years ago. How few of our recent alleged discoveries are in reality new, and how many belong to the ancients, is again most fairly and eloquently, though but in part, stated by our eminent philosophical writer, Professor John W. Draper, his Conflict Between Religion and Science, a great book with a very bad title, swarms with such facts. Page 13, he cites a few of the achievements of ancient philosophers, which excited the admiration of Greece. In Babylon was a series of Chaldean astronomical observations, ranging back through 1903 years, which Callisthenes sent to Aristotle. Ptolemy, the Egyptian king astronomer, possessed a Babylonian record of eclipses going back 747 years before our era. As Professor Draper truly remarks, long continued and close observations were necessary before some of these astronomical results that have reached our times could have been ascertained. Thus, the Babylonians had fixed the length of tropical year with 25 seconds of their truth. Their estimate of the sidereal year was barely 2 minutes in excess. They had detected the precession of the equinoxes. They knew the causes of eclipses, and by the aid of their cycle, called Saros, could predict them. Their estimate of the value of that cycle, which is more than 6,585 days, was within 19.5 minutes of the truth. Such facts furnish incontrovertible proof of the patience and skill with which astronomy has been cultivated in Mesopotamia, and that, with very inadequate instrumental means, it had reached no inconsiderable perfection. These old observers had made a catalogue of the stars, had divided the zodiac into 12 signs. They had parted the day into 12 hours, the night into 12. They had, as Aristotle says, for a long time devoted themselves to observations of star occultations by the moon. They had correct views of the structure of the solar system, and knew the order of emplacement of the planets. They constructed sundials, clepsydras, astrolabes, and gnomons. Speaking of the world of eternal truths that lies within the world transient delusions and unrealities, Professor Draper says, "That world is not to be discovered through the vain traditions that have brought down to us the opinion of men who lived in the morning of civilization, nor in the dreams of mystics who thought that they were inspired. It is to be discovered by the investigations of geometry and by the practical interrogations of nature." Precisely. The issue cannot be better stated. The eloquent writer tells us a profound truth. He does not, however, tell us the whole truth, because he does not know it. He has not described the nature or extent of the knowledge imparted in the mysteries. No subsequent people has been so proficient in geometry as the builders of the pyramids and other titanic monuments, antediluvian and post-diluvian. On the other hand, none has ever equaled them in the practical interrogation of nature. An undeniable proof of this is the significance of their countless symbols. Every one of these symbols is an embodied idea, combining the conception of the divine invisible with the earthly and visible. The former is derived from the latter strictly through analogy according to the Hermetic formula. As below, so it is above. Their symbols show great knowledge of natural sciences and a practical study of cosmical power. As to practical results to be obtained by the investigations of geometry, very fortunately for students who are coming upon the stage of action, we are no longer forced to content ourselves with mere conjectures. In our own times, an American, Mr. George H. Felt of New York, who, if he continues as he has begun, may one day be recognized as the greatest geometer of the age, has been enabled by the sole help of the premises established by the ancient Egyptians to arrive at results which we will give in his own language. Firstly, says Mr. Felt, the fundamental diagram to which all science of elementary geometry, both plane and solid, is referable, to produce arithmetical systems of proportion in a geometrical matter. To identify this figure with all the remains of architecture and sculpture, in all which it had been followed in a marvelously exact manner, to determine that the Egyptians had used it as the basis of all their astronomical calculations, on which their religious symbolism was almost entirely founded, to find its trace among all the remnants of art and architecture of the Greeks, to discover its traces so strongly among the Jewish sacred records, as to prove conclusively that it was founded thereon, to find that the whole system had been discovered by the Egyptians after researches of tens of thousands of years into the laws of nature, and that it might truly be called the science of the universe. Further, it enabled him to determine with precision problems in physiology, heretofore only surmised, to first develop such a Masonic philosophy as showed it to be conclusively the first science in religion, as it will be the last. And we may add, lastly, to prove by ocular demonstrations that the Egyptian sculptors and architects obtained the models for the quaint figures which adorn the facades and vestibules of their temples, not in the disordered fantasies of their own brains, but from the viewless races of the air and other kingdoms of nature, whom he, like them, claims to make visible by resort to their own chemical and cabalistical processes. Schweiger proves that the symbols of all the mythologies have a scientific foundation and substance. It is only through recent discoveries of the physical electromagnetic powers of nature that such experts in mesmerism and Ennemoser, Schweiger and Barth in Germany, Baron Dupotet, and Regazzoni in France and Italy, were able to trace with almost flawless accuracy the true relation which each theomythos bore to some one of these powers. The Idaic finger, which had such importance in the magic art of healing, means an iron finger which is attracted and repulsed in turn by magnetic natural forces. It produced in Samothrace wonders of healing by restoring affected organs to their normal condition. Barth goes deeper than Schweiger into the significations of the old myths and studies the subject from both its spiritual and physical aspects. He treats at length of the Phrygian dactyls, those magicians and exorcists of sickness, and of the Cabirian theurgists. He says, while we treat of the close union of the dactyls and magnetic forces, we are not necessarily confined to the magnetic stone, and our views of nature but take a glance at magnetism and its whole meaning. Then it is clear how the initiated, who call themselves dactyls, created astonishment in the people through their magic arts, working as they did miracles of a healing nature. To this united themselves many other things which the priesthood of antiquity was wont to practice: the cultivation of the land and of morals, the advancement of art and science, mysteries and secret consecrations. All this was done by the priestly Cabirians, and wherefore not guided and supported by the mysterious spirits of nature. Schweiger is of the same opinion, and demonstrates that the phenomena of ancient theurgy was produced by magnetic powers, under the guidance of spirits. Despite their apparent polytheism, the ancients, those of the educated class at all events, were entirely monotheistical, and this too ages upon ages before the days of Moses. In the Ebers Papyrus, this fact is shown conclusively in the following words, translated from the first 4 lines of Plate 1. I came from Heliopolis with the great ones from Hetat, the lords of protection, the masters of eternity and salvation. I came from Sais with the mother goddesses who extended to me protection. The Lord of the universe told me how to free the gods from all murderous diseases. Eminent men were called gods by the ancients. The deification of mortal men and supposition as gods is no more a proof against their monotheism than the monument building of modern Christians, who erect statues to their heroes, is proof of their polytheism. Americans of the present century would consider it absurd in their posterity 3,000 years hence to classify them as idolaters for having built statues to their god Washington. So shrouded in the mystery was their Hermetic philosophy that Volney asserted that the ancient peoples worshipped their gross material symbols as divine in themselves, whereas these were only considered as representing esoteric principles. Dupuy also, after devoting many years of study to the problem, mistook the symbolic circle and attributed their religion solely to astronomy. Eberhard, Berliner, Monastrift, and many other German writers of the last and present centuries dispose of magic most unceremoniously, and think it due to the Platonic mythos of the Timaeus. But how, without possessing a knowledge of the mysteries, was it possible for these men or any others, not endowed with the finer intuition of the Champollion, to discover the esoteric half of that which was concealed, beyond the veil of Isis, from all except the adepts? The merit of Champollion as an Egyptologist none will question. He declares that everything demonstrates the ancient Egyptians to have been profoundly monotheistical. The accuracy of the writings of the mysterious Hermes Trismegistus, whose antiquity runs back into the night of time, is corroborated by him in the minutest details. Ennemoser also says, into Egypt and the East went Herodotus, Thales, Parmenides, Empedocles, Orpheus, and Pythagoras, to instruct themselves in natural philosophy and theology. There too Moses acquired his wisdom, and Jesus passed the earlier years of his life. Thither gathered the students of all countries before Alexandria was founded. How comes it, Ennemoser goes on to say, that so little has become known of these mysteries? Through so many ages and amongst so many different times and people? The answer is that it is owing to the universally strict silence of the initiated. Another cause may be found in the destruction and total loss of all the written memorials of the secret knowledge of the remotest antiquity. Numa's books, described by Livy, consisted of treatises upon natural philosophy, were found in his tomb, but they were not allowed to be made known, lest they should reveal the most secret mysteries of the state religion. The Senate and the Tribune of the people determined that the books themselves should be burned, which was done in public. Magic was considered a divine science which led to a participation in the attributes of divinity itself. It unveils the operations of nature, says Philo Judaeus, and leads to the contemplation of celestial powers. In later periods, its abuse and degeneration into sorcery made it an object of general abhorrence. We must therefore deal with it only as it was in the remote past, during those ages when every true religion was based on a knowledge of the occult powers of nature. It was not the sacerdotal class in ancient Persia that established magic, as is commonly thought, but the Magi, who derived their name from it. The Bobeds, priests of the Parsees, the ancient Gebers, are named even at the present day Magoi in the dialect of the Pelvi. Magic appeared in the world with the earlier races of men. Cassian mentions the treatise, well known in the 4th and 5th centuries, which was accredited to Ham, the son of Noah, who in his turn was reputed to have received it from Jared, the 4th generation from Seth, the son of Adam. Moses was indebted for his knowledge to the mother of the Egyptian princess, Thermuthis, who saved him from the waters of the Nile, the wife of Pharaoh, Atria, was an initiate herself, and the Jews owe her the possession of their prophet, learned in all wisdom of the Egyptians and mighty in words and deeds. Justin Martyr, giving his authority, Trogus Pompeius, shows Joseph as having acquired a great knowledge in magical arts with the high priests of Egypt. The ancients knew more concerning certain sciences than our modern savants have yet discovered. Reluctant as many are to confess as much, it has been acknowledged by more than one scientist. The degree of scientific knowledge existing in an early period of society was much greater than the moderns are willing to admit, says Dr. A. Todd Thompson, the editor of Occult Sciences by Salvaire, but he adds it was confined to the temples, carefully veiled from the eyes of the people and opposed only to the priesthood. Speaking of the Kabbalah, the learned Franz von Bader remarks that not only our salvation and wisdom, but our science itself came to us from the Jews. But why not complete the sentence and tell the reader from whom the Jews got their wisdom? Origen, who had belonged to the Alexandrian school of Platonists, declares that Moses, besides the teaching of the covenant, communicated some very important secrets from the hidden depths of the law to the 70 elders. These he enjoined them to impart only to persons whom they found worthy. St. Jerome names the Jews of Tiberias and Lydda as the only teachers of the mystical manner of interpretation. Finally, Ennemoser expresses a strong opinion that the writings of Dionysius Areopagita have palpably been grounded on the Jewish Kabbalah. When we take in the consideration that the Gnostics, or early Christians, were but the followers of the old Essenes under a new name, this fact is nothing to be wondered at. Professor Molitor gives the Kabbalah its just due. He says, "The age of inconsequence and shallowness in theology, as well as in the sciences, is past, and since that, revolutionary rationalism has left nothing behind but its own emptiness. After having destroyed everything positive, it seems now to be the time to direct our attention anew to that mysterious revelation which is the living spring whence our salvation must come, the mysteries of ancient Israel, which contain all the secrets of modern Israel, would be particularly calculated to found the fabric of theology upon its deepest theosophical principles, and to gain a firm basis to all ideal sciences. It would open a new path to the obscure labyrinth of the myths, mysteries, and constitutions of primitive nations. In these traditions alone are contained the system of the schools of the prophets, which the prophet Samuel did not found but only restored, whose end was no other than to lead the scholars to wisdom and the highest knowledge, and when they have been found worthy to induct them into deeper mysteries. Classed with these mysteries was magic, which was of a double nature, divine magic and evil magic, or the black art. Each of these is again divisible into two kinds, the active and the seeing. In the first, man endeavors to place himself en rapport with the world to learn hidden things. In the latter, he endeavors to gain powers over spirits. In the former, to perform good and beneficial acts. In the latter, to do all kinds of diabolical and unnatural deeds. The clergy of the three most prominent Christian bodies, the Greek, Roman Catholic, and Protestant, discountenance every spiritual phenomena manifesting itself through the so-called mediums. A very brief period indeed has elapsed since both the two latter ecclesiastical corporations burned, hanged, and otherwise murdered every helpless victim through whose organism spirits, and sometimes blind and as yet unexplained forces of nature, manifested themselves. At the head of these three churches, preeminent stands the Church of Rome. Her hands are scarlet with the innocent blood of countless victims shed in the name of the Moloch-like divinity at the head of her creed. She is ready and eager to begin again, but she is bound hand and foot by that 19th century spirit of progress and religious freedom which she reviles and blasphemes daily. The Greco-Russian Church is the most amiable and Christ-like in her primitive, simple, though blind faith. Despite the fact that there has been no practical union between the Greek and Latin churches, and that the two parted company long centuries ago, the Roman pontiffs seem to invariably ignore the fact. They have, in the most impudent manner possible, arrogated to themselves jurisdiction not only over the countries within the Greek communion, but also over all Protestants as well. The Church insists, says Professor Draper, that the state has no rights over anything which it declares to be within its domain, and that the Protestantism, being a mere rebellion, has no rights at all. That even in the Protestant communities, the Catholic bishop is the only lawful spiritual pastor. Decrees unheeded, encyclical letters unread, invitations to ecumenical councils unnoticed, excommunications laughed at, all these have seemed to make no difference. Their persistence has only been matched by their effrontery. In 1864, the culmination of absurdity was attained when Pius IX excommunicated and fulminated publicly his anathemas against the Russian emperor, as a schematic cast out from the bosom of the Holy Mother Church. Neither he nor his ancestors, nor Russia since it was Christianized 1,000 years ago, have ever consented to join the Roman Catholics. Why not claim ecclesiastical jurisdiction over the Buddhists of Tibet or the shadows of the ancient Hyksos? The mediumistic phenomena have manifested themselves at all times in Russia as well as in other countries. This force ignores religious differences, it laughs at nationalities, and invades unasked any individuality, whether of a crowned head or a poor beggar. Not even the present vice-god Pius IX himself could avoid the unwelcome guest. For the last 50 years, His Holiness has been known to be subject to very extraordinary fits. Inside the Vatican, they are termed divine visions. Outside, physicians call them epileptic fits, and popular rumor attributes them to an obsession by the ghosts of Perugia, Castelfidardo, and Mentana. The lights burn blue, it is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. Methought the souls of all that I caused to be murdered came. The Prince of Hohenlohe, so famous during the first quarter of our century for his healing powers, was himself a great medium. Indeed, these phenomena and powers belong to no particular age or country. They form a portion of the psychological attributes of man, the microcosmos. For centuries have the Kilkauchi, the Urodovoi, and other miserable creatures been afflicted with strange disorders, which the Russian clergy and the populace attribute to possession by the devil. They throng the entrances of the cathedrals, without daring to trust themselves inside, lest their self-willed, controlling demons might fling them on the ground. Voronezh, Kiev, Kazan, and all cities which possess the thaumaturgical relics of canonized saints abound with such unconscious mediums. One can always find numbers of them, congregating in hideous groups and hanging about the gates and porches. At certain stages of the celebration of the Mass by the officiating clergy, such as the appearances of the sacraments or the beginning of the prayer and chorus, E.J. Cherovim, these half-maniacs, half-mediums begin crowing like cocks, and barking and bellowing and braying, and finally fall down in fearful convulsions. The unclean one cannot bear the holy prayer. It is the pious explanation. Moved by pity, some charitable souls administer restoratives to the afflicted ones and distribute alms among them. Occasionally, a priest is invited to exercise, in which event he either performs the ceremony for the sake of love and charity, or the alluring prospect of a 20-cockpit silver bit, according to the Christian impulses. But these miserable creatures, who are mediums, for they prophesy and see visions sometimes when the fit is genuine, are never molested because of their misfortune. Why should the clergy persecute them? For people hate and denounce them as damnable witches or wizards. Common sense and justice surely suggest that if any are to be punished, it is certainly not the victims who cannot help themselves, but the demon who is alleged to control their actions. The worst that happens to the patient is that the priest inundates him or her with holy water and causes the poor creature to catch cold. This failing in efficacy, the klikucha, is left to the will of God and taken care of in love and pity. Superstitious and blind as it is, a faith conducted on such principles certainly deserves some respect, and can never be offensive either to man or to the true God. Not so with that of the Roman Catholics, and hence it is they, and secondarily the Protestant clergy, with the exception of some foremost thinkers among them, that we propose questioning in this work. We want to know upon what grounds they base their right to treat Hindus and Chinese spiritualists and Kabbalists in the way they do, denouncing them, in company with the infidels, creatures of their own making, as so many convicts sentenced to the inextinguishable fires of hell. Far from us to be the thought of the slightest irreverence, let alone blasphemy, toward the divine power which called into being all things visible and invisible. Of the majesty and boundless perfection we dare not even think. It is not enough for us to know what it exists and what it is all-wise. Enough that in common with our fellow creatures we possess a spark of its essence. The supreme power whom we revere is the boundless and endless one, the grand central spiritual sun, by whose attributes and the visible effects of whose inaudible will we are surrounded, the God of the ancient and the God of modern seers. His nature can be studied only in the worlds called forth by his mighty fiat. His revelation is traced with his own finger in imperishable figures of universal harmony upon the face of the cosmos. It is the only infallible gospel we recognize. Speaking of ancient geographers, Plutarch remarks in Theosophy that the crowd into the edges of their maps parts of the world which they do not know about, adding notes in the margin to the effect that beyond this lies nothing but sandy deserts full of wild beasts and unapproachable dogs. Do not our theologians and scientists do the same, while the former people the invisible world with either angels or devils? Our philosophers try to persuade their disciples that where there is no matter, there is nothing. How many of our inveterate skeptics belong, notwithstanding their materialism, to Masonic lodges? The Brothers of the Rosy Cross, mysterious practitioners of the medieval ages, still live, but in name only. They may shed tears at the grave of their respectable master, Hiram Abiff, but vainly will they search for the true locality. Where the sprig of myrtle was placed, the dead letter remains alone. The spirit has fled. They are like the English or German chorus of the Italian opera, who descend in the fourth act of Ernani into the crypt of Charlemagne, singing their conspiracy in a tongue utterly unknown to them. So our modern knights of the Sacred Arch may descend every night if they choose, through the 9 arches into the bowels of the earth. They will never discover the sacred delta of Enoch, the Sir Knights in the South Valley, and those in the North Valley may try to assure themselves that enlightenment dawns upon their minds, and that as they progress in masonry, the veil of superstition, despotism, tyranny, and so on, no longer obscures the visions of their minds. But these are all empty words so long as they neglect their mother magic, and turn their backs upon its twin sister, spiritualism. Verily, Sir Knights of the Orient, you may leave your stations and sit upon the floor in attitudes of grief, your heads resting upon your hands, for you have cause to bewail and mourn your fate. Since Philippe le Bel destroyed the Knights Templars, no one has appeared to clear up your doubts, notwithstanding all claims to the contrary. Truly, you are wanderers from Jerusalem, seeking the lost treasure of the holy place. Have you found it? Alas, no, for the holy place is profaned. The pillars of wisdom, strength, and beauty are destroyed. Henceforth, you must wander in darkness and travel in humility, among the woods and mountains in search of the lost word. Pass on, you will never find it, so long as you limit your journeys to 7 or even 7 times 7, because you are traveling in darkness, and this darkness can only be dispelled by the light of the blazing torch of truth, which alone the right descendants of Ormuz carry. They alone can teach you the true pronunciation of the name revealed to Enoch, Jacob, and Moses. Pass on till your RSW shall learn to multiply 333 and strike instead 666, the number of the apocalyptic beast. You may just as well observe prudence and act sub rosa. In order to demonstrate that the notions which the ancients entertained about dividing human history into cycles were not utterly devoid of a philosophical basis, We will close this chapter by introducing to the reader one of the oldest traditions of antiquity as to the evolution of our planet. At the close of each great year called by Aristotle, according to Censorinus, the greatest, and which consists of 6 stars, our planet is subjected to a thorough physical revolution, the polar and equatorial climates gradually exchanging places, the former moving slowly toward the line and the tropical zone, with its exuberant vegetation and swarming animal life, replacing the forbidden wastes of the icy poles. This change of climate is necessarily attended by cataclysms, earthquakes, and other cosmical throes. As the beds of the ocean are displaced, at the end of every decimillennium, and about 1 Nero's, a semi-universal deluge like the legendary Noachian flood is brought about. This year was called the Helioical by the Greeks. But no one outside the sanctuary knew anything certain either to its duration or particulars. The winter of this year was called the cataclysm or the deluge. The summer, the espirosis. The popular traditions taught that these alternate seasons the world was in turn burned and deluged. This is what we learn at least from the astronomical fragments of Censorinus and Seneca. So uncertain were the commentators about the length of this year that none except Herodotus and Linus, who assigned to it the former 10,800 and the latter 13,984, came near the truth. According to the claims of the Babylonian priests, corroborated by Eupolemus, the city of Babylon owes its foundation to those who were saved from the catastrophe of the deluge. They were the giants and built the tower which is noticed in history. These giants, who were great astrologers and had received moreover from their fathers, the sons of God, every instruction pertaining to secret matters, instructed the priests in their turn, and left in the temples all the records of the periodical cataclysm that they had witnessed themselves. This is how the high priest came by the knowledge of the great years. When we remember, moreover, that Plato in the Timaeus cites the old Egyptian priest rebuking Solon for his ignorance of the fact that there were several such deluges as the great ones of the Ogyges, we can easily ascertain that this belief in the Heliacos was a doctrine held by the initiated priests the world over. The Neurosis, the Vrasapati, or the periods called Yugas and Kalpas, are life problems to solve. The Satya Yuga and the Buddhistic cycles of chronology would make a mathematician stand aghast at the array of ciphers. The Mahakalpa embraces an untold number of periods far back in the antediluvian ages. Their system comprises a kalpa or grand period of 4,320,000,000 years, which they divide into 4 lesser yugas running as follows. The first, Satya Yuga, 1,728,000 years. Second, Treta Yuga, 1,296,000 years. Third, Vapa Yuga, 864,000 years. Fourth, Kali Yuga, 432,000 years. Total, 4,320,000 years, which make one divine age, or Mahayug. 71 Mahayugs make 306,720,000,000 years, to which is added a Sandhi, or the time when day and night border on each other, morning and evening twilight, equal to a Satya Yuga. 1,728,000 make a Manvantara of 308,448,000 years. 14 Manvantaras make 4,318,272,000 years, to which must be added a Sandhi to begin the Kalpa, 1,728,000 years, making the Kalpa, or grand period, of 4,320,000,000 years. As we are now only in the Kali Yuga of the 28th age of the 7th Manvantara of 308,448,000 years, we have yet sufficient time before us to wait before we reach even half of the time allotted to the world. These ciphers are not fanciful, but founded upon actual astronomical calculations, as has been demonstrated by S. Davis. Many a scientist, Higgins among others, notwithstanding their researches, has been utterly perplexed as to which of these was the secret cycle. Bunsen has demonstrated that the Egyptian priests who made the cyclic notations kept them always in the profoundest mystery. Perhaps their difficulty arose from the fact that the calculations of the ancients applied equally to the spiritual progress of humanity as to the physical. It will not be difficult to understand the close correspondence drawn by the ancients between the cycles of nature and of mankind, if we keep in mind their belief in the constant and all-potent influences of the planets upon the fortunes of humanity. Higgins justly believed that the cycle of the Indian system of 432,000 is the true key of the secret cycle, but his failure in trying to decipher it was made apparent. For, as it pertained to the mystery of the creation, this cycle was the most inviolable of all. It was repeated in symbolic figures only in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the original of which, if now extant, is certainly not to be found in libraries, as it formed one of the most ancient books of Hermes, the number of which is at present undetermined. Calculating by the secret period of the great Neros and the Hindu Kalpas, some Kabbalists, mathematicians, and archaeologists who knew not of the secret computations made the above number of 21,000 years to be 24,000 years, for the length of the great year, as it was to the renewal only of our globe that they thought the last period of 6,000 years applied. Higgins gives as reason for it that it was anciently thought that the equinoxes proceeded only after the rate of 2,000, not 2160 years in a sign, for thus it would allow for the length of the great year 4 times 6,000 or 24,000 years. Hence, he says, might arise their immensely lengthened cycles, because it would be the same with this great year as with the common year, till it travelled round an immensely lengthened circle, when it would come to the old point again. He therefore accounts for the 24,000 in the following manner. If the angle which the plane of the ecliptic makes with the plane of the equator has decreased gradually and regularly, as it was till very lately supposed to do, the two planes would have coincided in about 10 ages, 6,000 years. In 10 ages, 6,000 years or more, the sun would have been situated relatively to the northern hemisphere, as he is now to the northern. In 10 ages, 6,000 years more, the two planes would coincide again, and in 10 ages, 6,000 years more, he would be situated as he is now, after a lapse of about 24 or 25,000 years in all. When the sun arrived at the equator, the 10 ages, or 6,000 years, would end, and the world would be destroyed by fire. When he arrived at the southern point, it would be destroyed by water, and thus it would be destroyed at the end of every 6,000 years, or 10 neuroses. This method of calculating by the neuroses, without allowing any consideration for the secrecy in which the ancient philosophers, who were exclusively of the sacerdotal order, held their knowledge, gave rise to the greatest errors. It led the Jews, as well as some of the old Christian Platonists, to maintain that the world would be destroyed at the end of 6,000 years. Gale shows how firmly this belief was rooted in the Jews. It has also led modern scientists to discredit entirely the hypothesis of the ancients. It has given rise to the formation of different religious sects, which, like the Adventists of our century, are always living in the expectation of the approaching destruction of the world. As our planet revolves once every year around the sun and at the same time turns once in every 24 hours upon its own axis, thus traversing minor cycles within a larger one, so was the work of the smaller cyclic periods accomplished and recommenced within the great Saros. The revolution of the physical world, according to the ancient doctrine, is attended by a like revolution in the world of intellect, the spiritual evolution of the world preceding in cycles like the physical one. Thus we see in history a regular alternation of ebb and flow in the tide of human progress. The great kingdoms and empires of the world, after reaching the culmination of their greatness, descend again, in accordance with the same law by which they ascended, till having reached the lowest point, humanity reasserts itself and mounts up once more, the height of its attainment being by this law of ascending progression by cycles, somewhat higher than the point from which it had before descended. The division of the history of mankind into golden, silver, copper, and iron ages is not a fiction. We see the same thing in the literature of peoples, An age of great inspiration and unconscious productiveness is invariably followed by an age of criticism and consciousness. The one affords material for the analyzing and critical intellect of the other. Thus, all those great characters who tower like giants in the history of mankind, like Buddha, Siddhartha, and Jesus, in the realm of spiritual, and Alexander the Macedonian and Napoleon the Great in the realm of physical conquests, were but reflexed images of human types which had lasted 10,000 years before, in the preceding decimillennium, reproduced by the mysterious powers controlling the destinies of our world. There is no prominent character in all the annals of sacred or profane history whose prototype we cannot find in the half-fictitious and half-real traditions of bygone religions and mythologies. As the star, glimmering at an immeasurable distance above our heads in the boundless immensity of the sky, reflects itself in the smooth waters of a lake, so does the imagery of men of the antediluvian ages reflect itself in the periods we can embrace in a historical retrospect. As above, so it is below. That which has been will return again. As in heaven, so on earth. The world is always ungrateful to its great men. Florence has built a statue to Galileo, but hardly even mentions Pythagoras. The former had a ready guide in the treatise of Copernicus, who had been obliged to contend against the universally established Ptolemaic system. But neither Galileo nor modern astronomy discovered the emplacement of the planetary bodies. Thousands of years before it was taught by the sages of Middle Asia, and brought thence by Pythagoras, not as a speculation but as a demonstrated science. The numerals of Pythagoras, says Porphyry, were hieroglyphical symbols by means whereof he explained all ideas concerning the nature of all things. Verily, then, to antiquity alone we have to look for the origin of all things. How well Hargrave Jennings expresses himself when speaking of pyramids, and how true are his words when he asks, "Is it all reasonable to conclude, at a period when knowledge was at its highest, and when the human powers were, in comparison with ours at the present time, prodigious, that all these indomitable, scarcely believable physical effects, that such achievements as those of the Egyptians were devoted to a mistake? That the myriads of the Nile were fools laboring in the dark, and that all the magic of their great men was forgery, and that we, in despising that which we call their superstition and wasted power, are alone the wise? No, there is much more in these old religions than probably in the audacity of modern denial, in the confidence of these superficial science times, and in the derision of these days without faith, is in the least degree supposed. We do not understand the old time. Thus we see how classic practice and heathen teaching may be made to reconcile. How even the Gentile and the Hebrew, the mythological and the Christian doctrine harmonize in the general faith found on magic. That magic is indeed possible in the moral of this book. It is possible, 30 years ago, when the first rappings of Rochester awakened slumbering attention to the reality of an invisible world, when the gentle shower of raps gradually became a torrent which overflowed the whole globe, spiritualists had to contend but against two potencies, theology and science. But the theosophists have, in addition to these, to meet the world at large and the spiritualists first of all. There is a personal God and there is a personal devil, thunders the Christian preacher. Let him be the anathema who dares say nay. There is no personal God except the gray matter in our brain, contemptuously replies the materialist. And there is no devil. Let him be considered thrice an idiot who says aye. Meanwhile, the occultists and true philosophers heed neither of the two combatants, but keep perseveringly at their work. None of them believe in the absurd, passionate, and fickle God of superstition, but all of them believe in good and evil. Our human reason, the emanation of our finite mind, is certainly incapable of comprehending a divine intelligence, an endless and infinite entity, and according to strict logic, that which transcends our understanding and would remain thoroughly incomprehensible to our senses cannot exist for us. Hence, it does not exist. So far, finite reason agrees with science and says there is no God. But on the other hand, our ego, that which lives and thinks and feels independently of us in our moral casket, does more than believe. It knows that there exists a God in nature, for the sole and invincible artificer of all lives in us as we live in him. No dogmatic faith or exact science is able to uproot that intuitional feeling inherent in man, when he has once fully realized it in himself. Human nature is like universal nature in its abhorrence of a vacuum. It feels an intuitional yearning for a supreme power. Without a God, the cosmos would seem to it but like a soulless corpse. Being forbidden to search for him where alone his traces would be found, man filled the aching void with a personal God, whom his spiritual teachers built up for him from the crumbling ruins of heathen myths and hoary philosophies of old. How otherwise explain the mushroom growth of new sects, some of them absurd beyond degree? Mankind have one innate, irrepressible craving that must be satisfied in any religion that would supplant the dogmatic, undemonstrated, and undemonstrable theology of our Christian ages. This is the yearning after the proofs of immortality. As Sir Thomas Browne has expressed it, it is the heaviest stone that melancholy can throw at a man, to tell him that he is at the end of his nature, or that there is no future state to come, unto which this seems progressive, and otherwise made in vain. Let any religion offer itself that can supply these proofs in the shape of scientific facts, and the established system will be driven to the alternative of fortifying its dogmas with such facts, or of passing out the reverence and affection of Christendom. Many a Christian divine has been forced to acknowledge that there is no authentic source whence the assurance of a future state could have been derived by man. How could then such a belief have stood for countless ages? Were it not among all nations, whether civilized or savage, man has been allowed the demonstrative proof? Is not the very existence of such a belief an evidence that thinking philosopher and unreasoning savage have both been compelled to acknowledge the testimony of their senses? That if that, in isolated instances, spectral illusion may have resulted from physical causes, on the other hand, in thousands of instances, apparitions of persons have held converse with several individuals at once, who saw and heard them collectively, and could not have all been diseased in mind. The greatest thinkers of Greece and Rome regarded such matters as demonstrated facts. They distinguished the apparitions by the names of Manes and Anima and Umbra. The Manes descending after the decease of the individual into the underworld, the Anima or pure spirit ascending to heaven, and the restless Umbra, earthbound spirit hovering above its tomb, because the attraction of matter and love of its earthly body prevailed in it and prevented its ascension to higher regions. Terra legit carnem, tumulum, circumvolet Umbra, orcus habet Manes, spiritus astra petit, says Ovid, speaking of the threefold constituents of the souls. But all such definitions must be subjected to the careful analysis of philosophy. Too many of our thinkers do not consider that numerous changes in language, the allegorical phraseology and evident secretiveness of old mystic writers, who were generally under an obligation never to divulge the solemn secrets of the sanctuary, might have sadly mizzled translators and commentators. The phrases of the medieval alchemists they read literally, and even the veiled symbology of Plato is commonly misunderstood by the modern scholar. One day they may learn to know better, and so become aware that the method of extreme necessarianism was practiced in ancient as well as in modern philosophy. That from the first ages of man the fundamental truths of all that were permitted to know on earth was in safe keeping of the adepts of the sanctuary. That the difference in the creeds and religious practice was only external, and that those guardians of the primitive divine revelation, who had solved every problem that is within the grasp of human intellect, were bound together by a universal freemasonry of science and philosophy, which formed one unbroken chain around the globe. It is for philology and psychology to find the end of the thread. That done, it will then be ascertained that, by relaxing one single loop of the old religious systems, the chain of mystery may be disentangled. The neglect and withholding of these proofs have driven such eminent minds as Hare and Wallace and other men of power into the fold of modern spiritualism. the same time, it has forced others, congenitally devoid of spiritual intuitions, into a gross materialism that figures under various names. But we see no utility in prosecuting the subject further, for though, in the opinion of most of our contemporaries, there has been but one day of learning, in whose twilight stood the older philosophers, and whose moontide brightness is all our own. And though the testimony of scores of ancient and medieval thinkers has proved valueless to modern experimenters, as though the world dated from AD 1 and all knowledge were of recent growth, we will not lose hope or courage. The moment is more opportune than ever for review of old philosophies. Archaeologists, philologists, astronomers, chemists, and physicists are getting nearer and nearer to the point where they will be forced to consider them. Physical science has already reached its limits of exploration. Dogmatic theology sees the springs of its inspiration dry. Unless we mistake the signs, the day is approaching when the world will receive the proofs that not only ancient religions were in harmony with nature, and ancient science embraced all that can be known. Secrets long kept may be revealed, books long forgotten, and arts long time past may be brought out into light again. Papyri and parchments of inestimable importance will turn up in the hands of men who pretend to have unrolled them from mummies, or stumbled upon them in buried crypts. Tablets and pillars, whose sculptured revelations will stagger theologians and confound scientists, may yet be excavated and interpreted. Who knows the possibilities of the future? An era of disenchantment and rebuilding will soon begin, nay, has already begun. The cycle has almost run its course. A new one is about to begin. And the future pages of history may contain full evidence and convey full proof that, if ancestry can be in aught believed, descending spirits have conversed with man and told him the secrets of the world unknown. Chapter 2. Pride, where wit fails, steps into our defense and fills up the almighty void of sense. Hope. But why should the operations of nature be changed? There may be a deeper philosophy than we dream of, a philosophy that discovers the secrets of nature, but does not alter by penetrating them, its course. Bulwer. Is it enough for man to know that he exists? Is it enough to be formed a human being to enable him to deserve the appellation of man? It is our decided impression and conviction that to become a genuine spiritual entity, which that designation implies, man must first create himself anew, so to speak, i.e., thoroughly eliminate from his mind and spirit not only the dominating influence of selfishness and other impurity, but also the infection of superstition and prejudice. The latter is far different from what we commonly term antipathy or sympathy. We are at first irresistibly or unwittingly drawn with its dark circle by that peculiar influence, that powerful current of magnetism which emanates from ideas as well as from physical bodies. By this we are surrounded, and finally prevented through moral cowardice, fear of public opinion, from stepping out of it. It is rare that men regard a thing in either its true or false light, accepting the conclusion by the free action of their own judgment. Quite the reverse. The conclusion is more commonly reached by blindly adopting the opinion current at the hour among those whom they associate. A church member will not pay an absurdly high price for his pew, any more than a materialist will go twice to listen to Mr. Huxley's talk on evolution, because they think it is the right thing to do, but merely because Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so have done it, and these personages are the S and the S's. The same holds good with everything else. If psychology had its Darwin, the descent of man as regards moral qualities might have been found inseparably linked with that of his physical form. Society in its servile condition suggests to the intelligent observer of its mimicry a kinship between the simia and human beings, even more striking than it is exhibited in the external marks pointed out by the great anthropologist. The many varieties of the ape, mocking presentiments of ourselves, appear to have been evolved on purpose to supply a certain class of expensively dressed persons with the material for genealogical trees. Science is daily and rapidly moving toward the great discoveries in chemistry and physics, organology, and anthropology. Learned men ought to be free from preconceptions and prejudices of every kind. Yet although thought and opinion are now free, scientists are still the same men as of old. An utopian dreamer is he who thinks that man ever changes with the evolution and development of new ideas. The soil may be well fertilized and made to yield with every year a greater and better variety of fruit. But dig a little deeper than the stratum required for the crop, and the same earth will be found in the subsoil as was there before the first furrow was turned. Not many years ago, the person who questioned the infallibility of some theological dogma was branded at once an iconoclast and an infidel. Vae victis. Science has conquered. But in its turn, the victor claims the same infallibility, though it equally fails to prove it's right. Tempora mutantur, et nu mutamur in illis. The saying of the good old Lotharius applies to the case. Nevertheless, we feel as if we had some right to question the high priests of science. For many years, we have watched the development and growth of that apple of discord, modern spiritualism, familiar with its literature both in Europe and America. We have closely and eagerly witnessed its interminable controversies and compared its contradictory hypotheses. Many educated men and women, heterodox spiritualists, of course, have tried to fathom the protean phenomena. The only result was that they came to the following conclusion. Whatever may be the reason for these constant failures, whether such are to be laid at the door of the investigators themselves, or to the secret force at work, it is at least proved that, in proportion as the psychological manifestations increase in frequency and variety, the darkness surrounding their origin becomes more impenetrable. That phenomena are actually witnessed, mysterious in their nature, generally and perhaps wrongly termed spiritual, it is now idle to deny. Allowing a large discount for clever fraud, what remains is quite serious enough to demand the careful scrutiny of science. Hyper se muave, the sentence spoken ages since, has passed into the category of household words. The courage of Galileo is now requiring to fling it into the face of the Academy. Psychological phenomena are already on the offensive. The position assumed by modern scientists is that even though the occurrence of a certain mysterious phenomena in the presence of some mediums be a fact, there is no proof that they are not due to some abnormal nervous condition of those individuals. The possibility they may produce by returning human spirits need not be considered until the other question is decided. Little exception can be taken to this position. Unquestionably, the burden of proof rests upon those who assert the agency of spirits. If the scientists would grapple with the subject in good faith, showing an earnest desire to solve the perplexing mystery, instead of treating it with the undignified and unprofessional contempt, they would be open to no censure. True, the great majority of spiritual communications are calculated to disgust investigators and even modern intelligence. Even when genuine, they are trivial, commonplace, and often vulgar. During the past 20 years, we have received, through various mediums, messages purporting to be from Shakespeare, Byron, Franklin, Peter the Great, Napoleon, and Josephine, and even from Voltaire. The general impression made upon us is that the French conqueror and his consorts seem to have forgotten how to spell words correctly. Shakespeare and Byron had become chronic inebriates, and Voltaire had turned an imbecile. Who can blame men trained to habits of exactitude, or even simply well-educated persons, for hastily concluding that when so much palpable fraud lies upon the surface, there can hardly be truth if they should go to the bottom? The huckstering about of pompous names attached to idiotic communications has given the scientific stomach such an indigestion that it cannot assimilate even the great truth which lies on the telegraphic plateau of this ocean of psychological phenomena. They judge by its surface, covered with froth and scum. But they might with equal propriety deny that there is any clear water in the depths of the sea, when an oily scum was floating upon the surface. Therefore, if on one hand we cannot very well blame them for stepping back at the first sight of what seems really repulsive, we do and have the right to censure them for their unwillingness to explore deeper. Neither pearls nor cut diamonds are to be found lying loosely on the ground. And these persons act as unwisely as would a professional diver, who should reject an oyster on account of its filthy and slimy appearance, when by opening it he might find a precious pearl inside the shell. Even the just and severe rebukes of some of their leading men are of no avail, and the fear on the part of men of science to investigate such an unpopular subject seems to have now become a general panic. The phenomena chase the scientists, and the scientists run away from the phenomena, very pointedly remarks M.A.N. Aksakoff in an able article on mediumism in the St. Petersburg Scientific Committee. The attitude of this body of professors toward the subject which they had pledged themselves to investigate was throughout simply disgraceful. Their premature and prearranged report was so evidently partial and inconclusive as to call out a scornful protest even from unbelievers. The inconsistency of the logic of our learned gentlemen against the philosophy of spiritualism proper is admirably pointed out by Professor John Fiske, one of their own body, in a recent philosophical work, The Unseen World, while showing that, from the very definition of the terms matter and spirit, the existence of spirit cannot be demonstrated to the senses, and that thus no theory is amenable to scientific tests. He deals a severe blow at his colleagues in the following lines. The testimony in such a case, he says, must, under the conditions of the present life, be forever inaccessible. It lies wholly outside the range of experience. However abundant it may be, we cannot expect to meet it, and accordingly, our failure to produce it does not raise even the slightest presumption against our theory. When conceived in this way, the belief in the future life is without scientific support, but at the same time it is placed beyond the need of scientific support in the range of scientific criticism. It is a belief which no imaginable future advance of physical discovery can in any way impugn. It is a belief which is in no sense irrational, and which may be logically entertained without in the least affecting our scientific habit of mind, or influencing our scientific conclusions. If now, he adds, men of science will accept the position that spirit is not matter, nor governed by the laws of matter, and refrain from speculations concerning its restricted by their knowledge of material things, they will withdraw what it is to men of religion, at present their principal cause of irritation. But they will do no such thing. They feel incensed at the brave, loyal, and highly commendable surrender of such superior men as Wallace, and refuse to accept even the prudent and restrictive policy of Mr. Crookes. No other claim is advanced for a hearing of the opinions contained in the present work than that they are based upon many years of study of both ancient magic and its modern form, spiritualism. The former, even now, when phenomena of the same nature have become so familiar to all, is commonly set down as clever jugglery. The latter, when overwhelming evidence precludes the possibility of truthfully declaring it charlatanry, is denominated an universal hallucination. Many years of wandering among heathen and Christian magicians, occultists, mesmerizers, and the tutti quanti of white and black art ought to be sufficient, we think, to give us a certain right to feel competent to take a practical view on this doubted and very complicated question. We have associated with the fakirs, the holy men of India, and seen them when in intercourse with the Petries. We have watched the proceedings and modus operandi of the howling and dancing dervishes, held friendly communications with the marabouts of European and Asiatic Turkey, and the serpent charmers of Damascus and Benares have but few secrets that we have not had the fortune to study. Therefore, when scientists who have never had an opportunity of living among those oriental jugglers and can judge at the best but superficially, tell us that there is not in their performances but mere tricks of prestidigitation, we cannot help feeling a profound regret for such hasty conclusions. That such pretentious claims should be made to a thorough analysis of the powers of nature, and at the same time such unpardonable neglect displayed of questions of purely psychological and physiological character, and astounding phenomena rejected without either examination or appeal, is an exhibition of inconsistency, strongly savoring of timidity, if not of moral obliquity. If, therefore, we should ever receive from some contemporaneous Faraday the same fling that the gentleman made years since. With more sincerity than good breeding, he said that many dogs may have the power of coming to much more logical conclusions than some spiritualists. We fear we must persist. Abuse is not argument, least of all proof. Because such men as Huxley and Tyndall denominate spiritualism a degrading belief, and Oriental magic jugglery, they cannot thereby take from truth its verity. Skepticism, whether it proceeds from a scientific or an ignorant brain, is unable to overturn the immortality of our souls, if such immortality is a fact, and plunge them into post-mortem annihilation. Reason is subject to error, says Aristotle. So is opinion, and the personal views of the most learned philosopher are often more liable to be proved erroneous than the plain common sense of his own illiterate cook. In the tales of the impious caliph, Barakius Hassan Oglu, the Arabian sage, holds wise discourse. Beware, O my son, of self-incense, he says. It is the most dangerous on account of its agreeable intoxication. Profit by thy own wisdom, but learn to respect the wisdom of thy fathers likewise. And remember, O my beloved, that the light of Allah's truth will often penetrate much easier an empty head than one is so crammed with learning that many a silver ray is crowded out for want of space. Such is the case with our overwise Cadi. These representatives of modern science in both hemispheres seem never to have exhibited more scorn, or to have felt more bitterly toward the unsolvable mystery, than since Mr. Crookes began the investigation of the phenomena in London. This courageous gentleman was the first to introduce to the public one of those alleged materialized sentries that guard the forbidden gates. Following after him, several other learned members of the scientific body had the rare integrity, combined with the degree of courage, which, in view of the unpopularity of the subject, may be deemed heroic, to take the phenomena in hand. But alas, although the spirit indeed was willing, the mortal flesh proved weak. Ridicule was more than the majority of them could bear, and so the heaviest burden was thrown upon the shoulders of Mr. Crookes. An account of the benefit this gentleman reaped from his disinterested investigations, and the thanks he received from his own brother scientists, can be found in his 3 pamphlets, entitled Researches in the Phenomena of Spiritualism. After a while, the members appointed on the committee of his dialectical society, and Mr. Crookes, who had applied to his mediums the most crucial tests, were forced by an impatient public to report in so many words what they had seen. But what could they say except the truth? Thus, they were compelled to acknowledge first that the phenomena which they, at least, had witnessed were genuine and impossible to simulate, thus showing that manifestations produced by some unknown force could and did happen. Second, that whether the phenomena were produced by disembodied spirits or other analogous entities, they could not tell, but that manifestations thoroughly upsetting many preconceived theories as to natural laws did happen and were undeniable. Several of these occurred in their own families. Third, that notwithstanding all their combined efforts to the contrary, beyond the indisputable fact of the reality of the phenomena, glimpses of natural action not yet reduced to law, they, to borrow the expression of the Count de Gabalis, could make neither head nor tail on it. Now this was precisely what a skeptical public had not bargained for. The discomfiture of the believers in materialism had been impatiently anticipated before the conclusions of Messrs. Crookes, Varley, and the Dialectical Society were announced. Such a confession on the part of their brother scientists was too humiliating for the pride of even those who had timorously abstained from investigation. It was regarded as really too much, that such vulgar and repulsive manifestations of phenomena, which had always, by common consent of educated people, been regarded as nursery tales, fit only to amuse historical servant girls and afford revenue to professional somnambulists, that manifestations which had been consigned by the Academy and Institute of Paris to oblivion should so impertinently elude detection at the hands of experts in physical sciences. A tornado of indignation followed the confession. Mr. Crookes depicts in his pamphlet on psychic force He heads it very pointedly with a quotation from Galvani. I'm attacked by two very opposite sects, the scientists and the know-nothings. Yet I know that I have discovered one of the greatest forces in nature. He then proceeds. It was taken for granted that the results of my experiments would be in accordance with their preconceptions. What they really desired was not the truth, but an additional witness in favor of their own foregone conclusions. When they found the facts which that investigation established could not be made to fit those opinions, why, so much the worse for the facts. They tried to creep out of their own confident recommendations of the inquiry by declaring that Mr. Home is a clever conjurer who has duped us all. Mr. Crooks might, with equal propriety, examine the performances of an Indian juggler. Mr. Crooks must get better witnesses before he can be believed. The thing is too absurd to be treated seriously. It is impossible and therefore can't be. I never said it was impossible, I only said it was true. The observers have all been biologized and fancy they saw things occur which really never took place, etc., etc., etc. After expending their energy on such puerile theories as unconscious cerebration, involuntary muscular contraction, and the sublimely ridiculous one of the cracking knee joints, les muscle craqueurs, after meeting ignominious failures by the obstinate survival of the new force, and finally, after every desperate effort to compass its obliteration, these filii diffidentiae, as St. Paul calls their class, thought best to give up the whole thing in disgust, sacrificing their courageously preserving brethren as a holocaust on the altar of public opinion. They withdrew in dignified silence, leaving the arena of investigation no more fearless champions. These unlucky experimenters are not likely to ever enter it again. It is easier by far to deny the reality of such manifestations from a secure distance than find for them a proper place among the classes of natural phenomena accepted by exact science. And how can they, since all such phenomena pertain to psychology, and the latter, with its occult and mysterious powers, is terra incognita for modern science? Thus, powerless to explain that which proceeds directly from the nature of the human soul itself, the existence of which most of them deny, unwilling at the same time to confess their ignorance, scientists retaliate very unjustly on those who believe in the evidence of their senses without any pretense to science. A kick from thee, O Jupiter, is sweet, says the poet Tretchikowsky, in old Russian tragedy. Rude as those Jupiters of science may be occasionally toward us credulous mortals, their vast learning in less abstruse questions, we mean, if not their manners, entitles them to public respects. But unfortunately it is not the gods who shout the loudest. The eloquent Tertullian, speaking of Satan and his imps, whom he accuses of ever mimicking the Creator's works, denominates them the monkeys of God. It is fortunate for the philosophicules that we have no modern Tertullian to consign them to an immortality of contempt as the monkeys of science. But to return to genuine scientists, phenomena of a merely objective character, says A. N. Aksakov, force themselves upon the representatives of exact sciences for investigation and explanation. But the high priests of science, in the face of apparently such a simple question, are totally disconcerted. This subject seems to have the privilege of forcing them to betray not only the highest code of morality, truth, but also the supreme law of science, experiment. They feel that there is something too serious underlying it. Cases of Hare, Crooks, and De Morgan, Varley, and Wallace, and Butleroff create a panic. They fear that as soon as they concede one step, they will have to yield the whole ground. Time-honored principles, the contemplative speculations of a whole life, of a long line of generations, are still staked on a single card. In the face of such experience as that of Crooks and the Dialectical Society, of Wallace and the late Professor Hare, what can we expect from our luminaries of erudition? Their attitude toward the undeniable phenomena is in itself another phenomena. It is simply incomprehensible, unless we admit the possibility of another psychological disease, as mysterious and contagious as hydrophobia. Although we claim no honor for this new discovery, we nevertheless propose to recognize it under the name of scientific psychophobia. They ought to have learned by this time, in the school of bitter experience, that they cannot rely on the self-sufficiency of the positive sciences only to a certain point, and that so long as there remains one single unexplained mystery of nature, the word impossible is a dangerous word for them to pronounce. In the Researches on the Phenomena of Spiritualism, Mr. Crookes submits to the option of the reader 8 theories to account for the phenomena observed. These theories run as follows. First theory: the phenomena are all the result of tricks, clever mechanical arrangements, or legerdemain. The mediums are impostors, and the rest of the company fools. Second theory: the persons at a seance are the victims of a sort of mania or delusion, and imagine phenomena to occur which have no real objective existence. Third theory: the whole is the result of conscious or unconscious cerebral action. Fourth theory: the result of the spirit of the medium, perhaps in association with the spirits of some or all of the people present. Fifth theory: the actions of evil spirits or devils, personifying whom or what they please, in order to undermine Christianity and ruin men's souls. Theory of our theologians. Sixth theory: the actions of a separate order of beings living on this earth, but invisible and immaterial to us, able, however, occasionally to manifest their presence, known in almost all countries and ages as demons, not necessarily bad, gnomes, fairies, kobolds, elves, goblins, puck, etc., one of the claims of the Kabbalists. Seventh theory: the actions of departed human beings, the spiritual theory par excellence. Eighth theory: the psychic force, an adjunct to the fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh theories. The first of these theories, having been proved valid only in exceptional, though unfortunately still too frequent cases, must be ruled out as having no material bearing upon the phenomena themselves. Theories the second and the third are the last crumbling entrenchments of the guerrilla of skeptics and materialists, and remain, as lawyers say, ad hoc sub judice leges. Thus we can deal in this work but with the 4 remaining ones, the last, 8th theory being, according to Mr. Crookes' opinion, but a necessary adjunct of the others. How subject even a scientific opinion is to error we may see, if we only compare the several articles on spiritual phenomena from the able pen of that gentleman, which appeared from 1870 to 1875. In one of the first we read, "The increased employment of scientific methods will promote exact observations and greater love of truths among inquirers, and will produce a race of observers who will drive the worthless residuum of spiritualism hence into the unknown limbo of magic and necromancy." And in 1875 we read over his own signature, "Minute and most interesting descriptions of the materialized spirit, Katie King." It is hardly possible to suppose that Mr. Crookes could be under electrobiological influence or hallucination for 2 or 3 consecutive years. The spirit appeared in his own house, in his library, under the most crucial tests, and was seen, felt, and heard by hundreds of persons. But Mr. Crookes denies that he ever took Katie King for a disembodied spirit. What was it then? If it was not Miss Florence Cook, and his word is our sufficient guarantee for it, then it was either the spirit of one who had lived on earth, or one of those that come directly under the 6th theory of the 8 the eminent scientist offers to the public choice. It must have been one of those classes named fairies, kobolds, gnomes, elves, goblins, or a puck. Yes, Katie King must have been a fairy, a Titania. For to a fairy only could be applied, with propriety, the following poetic effusion, which Mr. Crookes quotes in describing this wonderful spirit. "Round her she made an atmosphere of life. The very air seemed lighter from her eyes. They were so soft and beautiful and rife, with all we can imagine of the skies. Her overpowering presence makes you feel it would not be idolatry to kneel." And thus, after having written in 1870 his severe sentence against spiritualism and magic, after saying that even at the moment he believed the whole affair a superstition, or at least an unexplained trick, a delusion of the senses, Mr. Crookes, in 1875, closes his letter with the following memorable words. To imagine, I say, the Katie King of the last 3 years to be the result of imposture does more violence to one's reason and common sense than to believe her to be what she herself affirms. This last remark, moreover, conclusively proves that 1. Notwithstanding Mr. Crookes' full convictions that the somebody calling herself Katie King was neither the medium nor some confederate, but on the contrary an unknown force in nature, which, like love, laughs at locksmiths. 2. That hitherto unrecognized form of force, albeit it had become with him not a matter of opinion but of absolute knowledge, the eminent investigator still did not abandon to the last his skeptical attitude toward the question. In short, he firmly believes in the phenomena, but cannot accept the idea of its being the human spirit of a departed somebody. It seems to us that as far as the public prejudice goes, Mr. Crookes solves one mystery by creating a still deeper one. The obscurum per obscurius, in other words, rejecting the worthless residuum of spiritualism. The courageous scientist fearlessly plunges into his own unknown limbo of magic and necromancy. The recognized laws of physical science account for but a few of the more objective of the so-called spiritual phenomena. While proving the reality of certain visible effects of an unknown force, they have not thus far enabled scientists to control at will even this portion of the phenomena. The truth is that the professors have not yet discovered the necessary conditions of their occurrence. They must go as deeply into the study of the triple nature of man, physiological, psychological, and divine, as did their predecessors, the magicians and theurgists and thaumaturgists of old. Until the present moment, even those who have investigated the phenomena as thoroughly and impartially as Mr. Crookes set aside the cause as something not to be discovered now, if ever. They have troubled themselves no more about that than about the first cause of the cosmic phenomena of the correlation of forces, whose endless effects they are at such pains to observe and classify. Their course has been as unwise as that of a man who should attempt to discover the sources of a river by exploring toward its mouth. It has so narrowed their views of the possibilities of natural law that very simple forms of occult phenomena have necessitated their denial that they can occur unless miracles were possible. And this being a scientific absurdity, the rest has been that physical science has latterly been losing prestige. If scientists had studied the so-called miracles instead of denying them, many secret laws of nature comprehended by the ancients would have been again discovered. Conviction, says Bacon, comes not through arguments but through experiments. The ancients were always distinguished, especially the Chaldean astrologers and Magians, for their ardent love and pursuit of knowledge in every branch of science. They tried to penetrate the secrets of nature in the same way as our modern naturalists, and by the only method by which this object can be obtained, namely by experimental researches and reason. If our modern philosophers cannot apprehend the fact that they penetrated deeper than themselves into the mysteries of the universe, this does not constitute any valid reason why the credit of possessing this knowledge should be denied them or the imputation of superstition laid at their door. Nothing warrants the charge, and every new archaeological discovery mitigates against this assumption. As chemists, they were unequaled, and in his famous lecture on the lost arts, Wendell Phillips says, "The chemistry of the most ancient period had reached a point which we have never even approached. The secret of the malleable glass, which if supported by one in its own weight, in 24 hours dwindles down to a fine line that you can curve around your wrist, would be as difficult to rediscover in our civilized countries as to fly to the moon. The fabrication of a cup of glass which was brought by an exile to Rome in the reign of Tiberius, a cup which he dashed upon the marble pavement, and was not crushed nor broken by the fall, and which, as it got dented some, was easily brought into shape again with a hammer, is a historical fact. If it is doubted now, it is merely because the moderns cannot do the same. And yet in Samarkand and some monasteries of Tibet, such cups and glassware may be found to this day. Nay, there are persons who claim that they can make the same by virtue of their knowledge of the much ridiculed and ever doubted alkahest, the universal solvent. This agent that Paracelsus and Van Helmont maintained to be a certain fluid in nature, capable of reducing all sublunary bodies, as well as homogeneous as mixed, into their ens primum, or the original matter of which they are composed, or into an uniform, equable, and potable liquor that will unite with water and the juices of all bodies, and yet retain its own radical virtues, and if again mixed with itself, will thereby be converted into pure elementary water. What impossibilities prevent our crediting this statement? Why should it not exist, and why the idea be considered utopian? It is again because our modern chemists are unable to produce it. But surely it may be conceived without any great effort of imagination that all bodies must have originally come from some first matter, and that this matter, according to the lessons of astronomy, geology, and physics, must have been a fluid. Why should not gold, of whose genesis our scientists know so little, have been originally a primitive or basic matter of gold, a ponderous fluid which, as says Van Helmont, from its own nature, or a strong cohesion between its particles, acquired afterward a solid form? There seems to be very little absurdity to believe in a universal ens that resolves all bodies into their ens genitale. Van Helmont calls it the highest and most successful of all salts, which have obtained the supreme degree of simplicity, purity, subtlety, enjoys alone the faculty of remaining unchanged and unimpaired by the subjects it works upon, and of dissolving the most stubborn and untractable bodies, as stones, gems, glass, earth, sulfur, metals, etc., into red salt, equal in weight to the matter dissolved, and this with as much ease as hot water melts down snow. It is into this fluid that the makers of malleable glass claimed, and now claim, that they immersed common glass for several hours to acquire the property of malleability. We have a ready and palpable proof of such possibilities. A foreign correspondent of the Theosophical Society, a well-known medical practitioner, and one who has studied the occult sciences for upward of 30 years, has succeeded in obtaining what he terms the true oil of gold, i.e., the primal element. Chemists and physicists have seen and examined it, and were driven to confess that they neither knew how it was obtained, nor could they do the same. That he desires his name to remain unknown is not to be wondered at. Ridicule and public prejudice are more dangerous sometimes than the Inquisition of old. This Adamic earth is next door neighbor to the alkahest, and one of the most important secrets of the alchemists. No Kabbalist will reveal it to the world, for, as he expresses it in the well-known jargon, it would explain the eagles of the alchemists, and how the eagle's wings are clipped, a secret that it took Thomas Vaughan, Eugenius Philalethes, 20 years to learn. As the dawn of physical science broke into a glaring daylight, the spiritual sciences merged deeper and deeper into night, and in their turn they were denied. So now these greatest masters in psychology are looked upon as ignorant and superstitious ancestors, as mountebanks and jugglers, because, forsooth, the sun of modern learning shines today so bright. It has become an axiom that the philosophers and men of science of the olden time knew nothing, and lived in a night of superstition. But their traducers forget that the sun of today will seem dark by comparison with the luminary of tomorrow, whether justly or not. And as the men of our century think their ancestors ignorant, so will perhaps their descendants count them for know-nothings. The world moves in cycles. The coming races will be but the reproductions of races long bygone, as we perhaps are the images of those who lived 100 centuries ago. The time will come when those who now in public slander the Hermetists, but ponder in secret their dust-covered volumes, who plagiarize their ideas, assimilate and give them out as their own, will receive their dues. Who, honestly, exclaims Pfaff, what man has ever taken more comprehensive views of nature than Paracelsus? He was the bold creator of chemical medicines, the founder of courageous parties, victorious in controversy, belonging to those spirits who have created amongst us a new mode of thinking on the natural existence of things. what he scattered through his writings on the philosopher's stone, on pygmies and spirits of the mines, on signs of homunculi and the elixir of life, and which are employed by many to lower his estimation, cannot extinguish our grateful remembrance of his general works, nor our admiration of his free, bold exertions and his noble intellectual life. More than one pathologist, chemist, homeopathist, and magnetist has quenched his thirst for knowledge in the books of Paracelsus. Frederick Hufeland got his theoretical doctrines on infection from this medieval quack, as Sprengel delights in calling one who is immeasurably higher than himself. Hemmen, who endeavors to vindicate this great philosopher, and nobly tries to redress his slandered memory, speaks of him as the greatest chemist of his time. So do Professor Molitor and Dr. Annemoser, the eminent German psychologist. According to their criticisms on the labors of the Hermetist, Paracelsus is the most wondrous intellect of his age, a noble genius. But our modern lights assume to know better, and the ideas of the Rosicrucians about the elementary spirits, the goblins, and the elves have sunk into the limbo of magic and fairy tales for early childhoods. We are quite ready to concede to skeptics that one half, and even more, of seeming phenomena are but more or less clever fraud. Recent exposures, especially of materializing mediums, but too well prove the fact. Unquestionably numerous others are still in store, and this will continue until tests have become so perfect and spiritualists so reasonable as no longer to furnish opportunity to mediums or weapons to adversaries. What should sensible spiritualists think of the character of angel guides, who, after monopolizing perhaps for years a poor medium's time, health, and means, suddenly abandon him when he most needs their help? None but creatures without soul or conscience would be guilty of such injustice. Conditions? Mere sophistry? What sorts of spirits must they be who would not summon, if necessary, an army of spirit friends, if such there be, to snatch the innocent medium from the pit dug for his feet? Such things happened in the olden times, such may happen now. There were apparitions before modern spiritualism and phenomena like ours in every previous age. If modern manifestations are a reality and palpable facts, so must have been the so-called miracles and thaumaturgic exploits of old. Or if the latter are but fictions of superstition, so must be the former, for they rest on no better testimony. But in this daily increasing torrent of occult phenomena that rushes from one end of the globe to the other, though 2/3 of the manifestations are proved spurious, what of those which are proved genuine beyond doubt or cavil? Among these may be found the communications coming through non-professional as well as professional mediums, which are sublime and divinely grand. Often, through young children and simple-minded ignorant persons, we receive philosophical teachings and precepts, poetry and inspirational orations, music and paintings that are fully worthy of the reputations of their alleged authors. Their prophecies are often verified, and their moral disquisitions beneficent, though the latter is of rarer occurrence. Who are those spirits? What those powers or intelligences which are evidently outside of the medium proper and entities per se? These intelligences deserve the appellation, and they differ as widely from the generality of spooks and goblins that hover around the cabinets for physical manifestations as day from night. We must confess that the situation appears to be very grave. The control of mediums by such unprincipled and lying spirits is constantly becoming more and more general, and the pernicious effects of seeming diabolism constantly multiply. Some of the best mediums are abandoning the public rostrum and retiring from this influence, and the movement is drifting churchward. We venture the prediction that unless spiritualists set about the study of ancient philosophy, so as to learn to discriminate between spirits and to guard themselves against the baser sort, 25 years more will not elapse before they will have to fly to the Romish communion to escape these guides and controls that they have fondled so long. The signs of this catastrophe already exhibit themselves. At a recent convention at Philadelphia, it was seriously proposed to organize a sect of Christian spiritualists. This is because, having withdrawn from the church and learned nothing of the philosophy of the phenomena, or the nature of their spirits. They are drifting about on a sea of uncertainty like a ship without compass or rudder. They cannot escape the dilemma. They must choose between Porphyry and Pionono. While men of genuine science, such as Wallace, Crookes, Wagner, Butleroff, Varley, Buchanan, Hare, Reichenbach, Thury, Perty, De Morgan, Hoffman, Goldschmidt, W. Gregory, Flammarion, Sergeant Cox, and many others, firmly believe in the current phenomena, many of the above named reject the theory of departed spirits. Therefore, it seems but logical to think that if London Katie King, the only materialized something which the public is obliged more or less to credit out of respect to science, is not the spirit of an ex-mortal, then it must be the astral solidified shadow of either one of the Rosicrucian spooks, fantasies of superstition, or of some as yet unexplained force in nature. Be it, however, a spirit of health or goblin damned, it is of little consequence. For if it be once proved that its organism is not solid matter, then it must be and is a spirit, an apparition, a breath. It is an intelligence which acts outside our organisms and therefore must belong to some existing, even though unseen race of beings. But what is it? What is this something which thinks and even speaks, but yet is not human? That is impalpable and yet not a disembodied spirit? That simulates affection, passion, remorse, fear, joy, but yet feels neither? What is this canting creature which rejoices in cheating the truthful inquirer and mocking its sacred human feeling? For if not Mr. Crookes, Katie King, other similar creatures have done all these. Who can fathom the mystery? The true psychologist alone. And where should he go for his textbooks? But to the neglected alcoves of libraries where the works of despised hermetists and theurgists have been gathering dust these many years. Says Henry Moore, the revered English Platonist, in his answer to an attack on the believers of spiritual and magic phenomena by a skeptic of that age named Webster. As for that other opinion, that the greater part of the Reformed divines hold that it was the devil that appeared in Samuel's shape, it is beneath contempt. For though I do not doubt that in many of these necromantic apparitions they are ludicrous spirits, not the souls of the deceased that appear, yet I am clear for the appearing of the soul of Samuel, and as clear that in other necromancies it may be such kinds of spirits as Porphyrius above describes, that change themselves into omnifarious forms and shapes, and one while act the parts of daemons, another while of angels, or gods, and another while of the souls of the departed. And I confess such a spirit as this might personate Samuel here, for anything Webster alleged to the contrary, for his arguments indeed are wonderfully weak and wooden. When such a metaphysician and philosopher as Henry Moore gives such testimony as this, we may well assume our point to have been well taken. Learned investigators, all very skeptical as to spirits in general and departed human spirits in particular, during the last 20 years, have taxed their brains to invent new names for an old thing. Thus, when Mr. Crookes and Sergeant Cox, it is the psychic force. Professor Thury of Geneva calls it the psychode, or actinic force. Professor Balfour Stewart, the electrobiological power. Faraday, the great master of experimental philosophy and physics, but apparently novice in psychology, superciliously termed it an unconscious muscular action, an unconscious cerebration, and what not. Sir William Hamilton, a latent thought. Dr. Carpenter, the ideomotor principle, etc., etc. So many scientists, so many names. Years ago, the old German philosopher Schopenhauer disposed of this force and matter at the same time, and since the conversion of Mr. Wallace, the great anthropologist has evidently adopted his ideas. Schopenhauer's doctrine is that the universe is but the manifestation of the will. Every force in nature is also an effect of will, representing a higher or lower degree of its objectiveness. It is the teaching of Plato, who stated distinctly that everything visible was created or evolved out of the invisible and eternal will, and after its fashion. Our heaven, he says, was produced according to the eternal pattern of the ideal world, contained, as everything else, in the dodecahedron, the geometrical model used by the deity. With Plato, the primal being is an emanation of the demiurgic mind, nous, which contains from the eternity the idea of the to-be-created world within itself, and which idea he produces out of himself. The laws of nature are the established relations of this idea to the forms of its manifestations. These forms, says Schopenhauer, are time, space, and causality. Through time and space, the idea varies in its numberless manifestations. These ideas are far from being new, and even with Plato they were not original. This is what we read in the Chaldean oracles. The works of nature coexist with the intellectual, spiritual light of the Father, for it is the soul which adorned the great heaven, and which adorns it after the Father. The incorporeal world then was already completed, having its seat in the divine reason, says Philo, who is erroneously accused of deriving his philosophy from Plato's. In the Theogony of Mochus, we find ether first, and then the air, the two principles from which Ulam, the intelligible God, the visible universe of matter, is born. In the Orphic hymns, the Eros Phanes evolves from the spiritual egg, which is the ethereal winds impregnate. Wind, being the spirit of God who is said to move in ether, brooding over the chaos, the divine idea. In the Hindu Katakapanishad, Purusha, the divine spirit, already stands before the original matter, from whose union springs the great soul of the world. Maha equals Atma, Brahm, the spirit of life. These later appellations are identical with the universal soul, or anima mundi, and the astral light of the theurgists and Kabbalists. Pythagoras brought his doctrines from the Eastern sanctuaries, and Plato compiled them into a form more intelligible than the mysterious numerals of the sage, whose doctrines he had fully embraced to the uninitiated mind. Thus the cosmos is the sun, with Plato having for his father and mother the divine thought and matter. The Egyptians, says Dunlap, distinguished between an older and younger Horus, the former the brother of Osiris, the latter the son of Osiris and Isis. The first is the idea of the world remaining in the demiurgic mind, born in darkness before the creation of the world. The second, Horus, is this idea going forth from the Logos, becoming clothed with matter and assuming an actual existence. The mundane God, eternal, boundless, young and old, of winding form, say the Chaldean oracles. This winding form is a figure to express the vibratory motion of the astral light, with which the ancient priests were perfectly well acquainted, though they may have differed in views of ether with modern scientists, for in the ether they placed the eternal idea pervading the universe, or the will which becomes force and creates or organizes matter. The will, says Van Helmont, is the first of all powers, for through the will of the Creator all things were made and put into motion. The will is the property of all spiritual beings, and displays itself in them the more actively the more they are freed from matter. And Paracelsus, the divine, as he was called, adds in the same strain, faith must confirm the imagination, or faith establishes the will. Determined will is the beginning of all magical operations. Because men do not perfectly imagine and believe the result, is that the arts are uncertain, while they might be perfectly certain. The opposing power alone of unbelief and skepticism, if projected in a current of equal force, can check the other and sometimes completely neutralize it. Why should spiritualists wonder that the presence of some strong skeptics, or of those who, feeling bitterly opposed to the phenomena, unconsciously exercise their willpower in opposition, hinders and often stops altogether the manifestations? If there is no conscious power on earth, but sometimes finds another to interfere with or even counterbalance it, why wonder when the unconscious, passive power of a medium is suddenly paralyzed in its effects by another opposing one, though it also be as unconsciously exercised? Professors Faraday and Tyndall boasted that their presence at a circle would stop at once every manifestation. This fact alone ought to have proved to the eminent scientists that there was some force in these phenomena worthy to arrest their attention. As a scientist, Professor Tyndall was perhaps preeminent in the circle of those who were present at the seance. As a shrewd observer, one not easily deceived by a tricking medium, he was perhaps no better, if as clever, as others in the room. And if the manifestations were but a fraud so ingenious as to deceive the others, they would not have stopped, even on his account. What medium can ever boast of such phenomena as were produced by Jesus and the Apostle Paul after him? Yet even Jesus met with cases where the unconscious force of resistance overpowered even his so well-directed current of will. And he did not many mighty works there because of their unbelief. There is a reflection of every one of these views in Schopenhauer's philosophy. Our investigating scientists might consult his works with profit. They will find therein many a strange hypothesis founded on old ideas, speculations on the new phenomena, which may prove as reasonable as any, and be saved the useless trouble of inventing new theories. The psychic and actinic forces, the ideomotor and electrobiological powers, latent thought, and even unconscious cerebration theories can be condensed in two words: the Kabbalistic astral light. The bold theories and opinions expressed in Schopenhauer's works differ widely with those of the majority of our orthodox scientists. In reality, remarks this daring speculator, there is neither matter nor spirit. The tendency to gravitation in a stone is as unexplainable as thought in human brain. If matter can, no one knows why, fall to the ground, then it can also, no one knows why, think. As soon, even in mechanics, as we trespass beyond the purely mathematical, as soon as we reach the inscrutable, adhesion, gravitation, and so on, we are faced by phenomena which are, to our senses, as mysterious as the will and thought in man. We find ourselves facing the incomprehensible, for such is every force in nature. Where is then that matter, which you all pretend to know so well, and from which, being so familiar with it, you draw all your conclusions and explanations, and attribute to it all things? That which can be fully realized by our reason and senses is but the superficial. It can never reach our true inner substance of things. Such was the opinion of Kant. If you consider that there is a human head, some sort of spirit, then you are obliged to concede the same to a stone. If your dead and utterly passive matter can manifest a tendency toward gravitation, or, like electricity, attract and repel, and send out sparks, then as well as the brain, it can also think. In short, every particle of the so-called spirit we can replace with an equivalent of matter, and every particle of matter replace with spirit. Thus, it is not the Cartesian division of all things into matter and spirit that can ever be found philosophically exact, but only if we divide them into will and manifestation, which form of division has naught to do with the former, for it spiritualizes everything. All that which is in the first instance real and objective, body and matter, it transforms into a representation, and every manifestation into will. These views corroborate what we've expressed about the various names given to the same thing. The disputants are battling about mere words. Call the phenomena force, energy, electricity, or magnetism, will or spirit power. It will ever be the partial manifestation of the soul, whether disembodied or imprisoned for a while in its body, of a portion of that intelligent, omnipotent, and individual will, pervading all nature, and known, through the insufficiency of human language to express correctly psychological images, as God. The ideas of some of our schoolmen about matter are, from the Kabbalistic standing point, in many a way erroneous. Hartmann calls their views an instinctual prejudice. Furthermore, he demonstrates that no experimenter can have anything to do with matter properly termed, but only with the forces into which he divides it. The visible effects of matter are but the effects of force. He concludes thereby that that which is now called matter is nothing but the aggregation of atomic forces, to express which word matter is used. Outside of that, for science, matter is but a word void of sense. Notwithstanding many an honest confession on the part of our specialists, physicists, physiologists, and chemists, that they know nothing whatever of matter, they deify it. Every new phenomena which they find themselves unable to explain is triturated, compounded into incense, and burned on the altar of the goddess who patronizes modern scientists. No one can better treat this subject than does Schopenhauer in his Peregrine. In this work, he discusses at length animal magnetism, clairvoyance, sympathetic cures, seership, magic, omens, ghost seeing, and other spiritual matters. All these manifestations, he says, are branches of one and the same tree, and furnish us with irrefutable proofs of the existence of a chain of beings which is based on quite a different order of things than that nature which has at its foundation laws of space, time, and adaptability. This other order of things is far deeper, for it is the original and the direct one. In its presence, the common laws of nature, which are simply formal, are unavailing. Therefore, under its immediate action, neither time nor space can separate any longer the individuals, and the separation impendent on these forms presents no more insurmountable barriers for the intercourse of thoughts in the immediate action of the will. In this manner, changes may be wrought by quite a different course than the course of physical causality, i.e., through an action of the manifestation of the will exhibited in a peculiar way and outside the individual himself. Therefore, the peculiar character of all the aforesaid manifestations is the visio indistant et actio indistant, vision and action at a distance, in its relation to time as well as in its relation to space. Such an action at a distance is just what constitutes the fundamental character of what is called magical, for such is the immediate action of our will, an action liberated from the causal conditions of physical action, viz. Contact. Besides that, continues Schopenhauer, these manifestations present to us a substantial and perfectly logical contradiction to materialism, and even to naturalism, because in the light of such manifestations, that order of things in nature which both of these philosophies seek to present as absolute and the only genuine appears before us on the contrary purely phenomenal and superficial, and containing at the bottom of it a substance of things apart and perfectly independent of its own laws. That is why these manifestations, at least from a purely philosophical point of view, among all the facts which are presented to us in the domain of experiment, are beyond any comparison the most important. Therefore, it is the duty of every scientist to acquaint himself with them. To pass from the philosophical speculations of a man like Schopenhauer to the superficial generalizations of some of the French academicians would be profitless but for the fact that it enables us to estimate the intellectual grasp of the two schools of learning. What the German makes of profound psychological questions we have seen. Compare with it the best that the astronomer Babinet and the chemist Boussingault can offer by way of explaining an important spiritualistic phenomena. In 1854-55, these distinguished specialists presented to the Academy a memoir or monograph, whose evident object was to corroborate and at the same time make clearer Dr. Chevreul's too complicated theory and explanation of the turning tables, of the commission for the investigation of which he was a member. Here it is verbatim. As to the movements and oscillations alleged to happen with certain tables, they can have no cause other than the invisible and involuntary vibrations of the experimenter's muscular system. The extended contraction of the muscles manifesting itself at such a time by a series of vibrations and becoming thus a visible tremor, which communicates to the object a circumrotatory motion. This rotation is thus enabled to manifest itself with a considerable energy by a gradually quickening motion or by a strong resistance whenever it is required to stop. Hence, the physical explanation of the phenomena becomes clear and does not offer the slightest difficulty. None whatever. This scientific hypothesis, or demonstration, shall we say, is as clear as one of M. Babinet's nebulae examined on a foggy night. And still, clear as it may be, it lacks an important feature, i.e., common sense. We are at a loss to decide whether or not Babinet's accepts en désespoir de cause Hartmann's proposition that the visible effects of matter are nothing but the effects of a force, and that in order to form a clear conception of matter, one must first form one of force. The philosophy to the school of which belongs Hartmann, and which is partly accepted by several of the greatest German scientists, teaches that the problem of matter can only be solved by that invisible force, acquaintance with which Schopenhauer terms the magical knowledge and magical effect or action of will. Thus we must first ascertain whether the involuntary vibrations of the experimenter's muscular system, which are but actions of matter, are influenced by a will within the experimenter or without. In the former case, Babinet makes of him an unconscious epileptic. The latter, as we will further see, he rejects altogether, and attributes all intelligent answers of the tipping or rapping tables to unconscious ventriloquism. We know that every exertion of will results in force, and that according to the above-named German school, the manifestations of atomic forces are individual actions of will, resulting in the unconscious rushing of atoms into the concrete image already subjectively created by the will. Democritus taught, after his instructor Leucippus, that the first principles of all things contained in the universe were atoms and a vacuum. In its Kabbalistic sense, the vacuum means in this instance the latent deity or latent force, which at its first manifestation became will and thus communicated the first impulse to these atoms, whose agglomeration is matter. This vacuum was but another name for chaos, and an unsatisfactory one, for according to the Peripatetics, nature abhors a vacuum. That before Democritus the ancients were familiar with the idea of the indestructibility of matter is proved by their allegories and numerous other facts. Movers gives a definition of the Phoenician idea of the ideal sunlight as a spiritual influence issuing from the highest god, Io, the light conceivable only by intellect, the physical and spiritual principle of all things, out of which the soul emanates. It was the male essence or wisdom, while the primitive matter or chaos was the female. Thus the two first principles, co-eternal and infinite, were already with the primitive Phoenicians spirit and matter. Therefore the theory is as old as the world, for Democritus was not the first philosopher who taught it. An intuition existed in man before the ultimate development of his reason. But it is in the denial of the boundless and endless entity, possessor of that invisible will, which we for lack of a better term call God, that lies the powerlessness of every materialistic science to explain the occult phenomena. It is in the rejection of a priori of everything which might force them to cross the boundary of exact science and step into the domain of psychological, or, if we prefer, metaphysical physiology, that we find the secret cause of their discomfiture by the manifestations, and their absurd theories to account for them. The ancient philosophy affirmed that it is in consequence of the manifestation of the will, termed by Plato the divine idea, that everything visible and invisible sprung into existence. As that intelligent idea, which by directing its sole willpower toward a center of localized forces, called objective forms into being, so can man, the microcosm of the great macrocosm, do the same in proportion with the development of his willpower. The imaginary atoms, a figure of speech employed by Democritus, and gratefully seized upon by the materialist, are like automatic workmen moved inwardly by the influx of that universal will directed upon them, and which, manifesting itself as force, sets them into activity. The plan of the structure to be erected is in the brain of the architect, and reflects his will. Abstract as yet, from the instance of the conception, it becomes concrete through these atoms which follow faithfully every line, point, and figure traced in the imagination of the divine geometer. As God creates, so man can create. Given a certain intensity of will, and the shapes created by the mind become subjective. Hallucinations, they are called, although to their creator they are real as any visible object is to anyone else. Given a more intense and intelligent concentration of this will, and the form becomes concrete, visible, objective, the man has learned the secret of secrets. he is a magician. The materialist should not object to this logic, for he regards thought as matter. Conceding it to be so, the cunning mechanism contrived by the inventor, the fairy scenes born in the poet's brain, the gorgeous painting limned by the artist's fancy, the peerless statue chiseled in ether by the sculptor, the palaces and castles built in air by the architect. All these, though invisible and subjective, must exist, for they are matter, shaped and molded. Who shall say, then, that there are not some men of such imperial will as to be able to drag these air-drawn fancies into view, enveloped in the hard casing of gross substance to make them tangible? If the French scientists reaped no laurels in the new field of investigation, what more was done in England, until the day when Mr. Crookes offered himself in atonement for the sins of the learned body? Why, Mr. Faraday, some 20 years ago, actually condescended to be spoken to once or twice upon the subject. Faraday, whose name is pronounced by the anti-spiritualists in every discussion upon the phenomena, as a sort of scientific charm against the evil eye of spiritualism. Faraday, who blushed for having published his researches upon such a degrading belief, is now proved on good authority to have never sat at a tipping table himself at all. We have but to open a few stray numbers of the Journal des Débats, published while a noted Scotch medium was in England, to recall the past events in all their primitive freshness. In one of these numbers, Dr. Foucault of Paris comes out as a champion for the eminent English experimenter. "Pray do not imagine," says he, "that the grand physicist has ever himself condescended so far as to sit prosaically at a jumping table." Whence, then, came the blushes which suffused the cheeks of the father of the experimental philosophy? Remembering this fact, we will now examine the nature of Faraday's beautiful indicator, the extraordinary medium catcher, invented by him for the detection of the mediumistic fraud. That complicated machine, that memory of which haunts like a nightmare the dreams of dishonest mediums, is carefully described in Comte de Merville's Question d'Esprit. Better to prove to the experimenters the reality of their own impulsion, Professor Faraday placed several cardboard discs united to each other and stuck to the table by half-soft glue, which, making the whole adhere for a time together, would nevertheless yield to a continuous pressure. Now the table having turned, yes, actually having dared to turn before Mr. Faraday, which fact is of some value at least, the discs were examined, and as they were found to have gradually displaced themselves by slipping in the same direction as the table, it thus became an unquestionable proof that the experimenters had pushed the tables themselves. Another of the so-called scientific tests, so useful in a phenomena alleged to be either spiritual or physical, consisted of small instruments which immediately warned the witnesses of the slightest personal impulsion on their part, or rather, according to Mr. Faraday's own expression, it warned them when they were changed from the passive to the active state. This needle which betrayed the active motion proved but one thing, viz., the action of a force which either emanated from the sitters or controlled them. And who has ever said that there is no such force? Everyone admits so much, whether this force passes through the operator, or, as it is generally shown, or acts independently of him, as is so often the case. The whole mystery consisted in the disproportion of the force employed by the operators, who pushed because they were forced to push, with certain effects of rotation, or rather, of a really marvelous race. In the presence of such prodigious effects, how could anyone imagine that the Lilliputian experiments of that kind could have any value in this newly discovered land of giants? Professor Agassiz, who occupied in America nearly the same eminent position as a scientist which Mr. Faraday did in England, acted with a still greater unfairness. Professor J.R. Buchanan, the distinguished anthropologist, who has treated spiritualism in some respects more scientifically than anyone else in America, speaks of Agassiz in a recent article with a very just indignation. For, of all other men, Professor Agassiz ought to believe in a phenomena to which he had been a subject himself. But now that both Faraday and Agassiz are themselves disembodied, we can do better by questioning the living than the dead. thus a force whose secret powers were thoroughly familiar to the ancient theurgists, is denied by modern skeptics. The antediluvian children, who perhaps played with it, using it as the boys in Bulwer Lytton's Coming Race, used the tremendous vril, called it the water of Tha. Their descendants named it the anima mundi, the soul of the universe, and still later the medieval Hermetists termed it sidereal light, or the milk of the celestial virgin, the magnes, and many other names. But our modern learned men will never accept nor recognize it under such appellations, for it pertains to magic, and magic is, in their conception, a disgraceful superstition. Apollonius and Iamblichus held that it was not in the knowledge of things without, but in the perfection of the soul within, that lies the empire of man, aspiring to be more than men. Thus they had arrived at a perfect cognizance of their godlike souls, the powers of which they used with all the wisdom, outgrowth, and esoteric study of the Hermetic lore, inherited by them from their forefathers. But our philosophers, tightly shutting themselves up in their shells of flesh, cannot or dare not carry their timid gaze beyond the comprehensible. For them there is no future life. There are no godlike dreams. They scorn them as unscientific. For them the men of old are but ignorant ancestors, as they express it. And whenever they meet during their physiological researches with an author who believes that this mysterious yearning after spiritual knowledge is inherent in every human being, and cannot have been given us utterly in vain, they regard him with contemptuous pity. Says a Persian proverb, "The darker the sky is, the brighter the stars will shine." Thus, on the dark firmament of the medieval ages began appearing the mysterious brothers of the Rosy Cross. They formed no associations, they built no colleges, for hunted up and down like so many wild beasts. When caught by the Christian Church, they were unceremoniously roasted. As religion forbids it, says Bayle, to spill blood, therefore to elude the maxim, Ecclesia non novit, sanguinum. They burned human beings as burning a man does not shed his blood. Many of these mystics, by following what they were taught by some treatises, secretly preserved from one generation to another, achieved discoveries which would not be despised even in our modern days of exact sciences. Roger Bacon, the friar, was laughed at as a quack, and is now generally numbered among pretenders to magic art. But his discoveries were nevertheless accepted, and are now used by those who ridicule him the most. Roger Bacon belonged by right, if not by fact, to that brotherhood which includes all those who study the occult sciences. Living in the 13th century, almost a contemporary, therefore, of Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas, his discoveries such as gunpowder and optical glasses, and his mechanical achievements were considered by everyone as so many miracles. He was accused of having made a compact with the evil one. In the legendary history of Friar Bacon, as well as in an old play written by Robert Greene, a dramatist in the days of Queen Elizabeth, it is recounted that, having been summoned before the king, the friar was induced to show some of his skill before Her Majesty the Queen. So he waved his hand, his wand, says the text, and presently was heard such excellent music that they all said they had never heard the like. Then there was heard still louder music, and 4 apparitions suddenly presented themselves and danced until they vanished and disappeared in the air. Then he waved his wand again, and suddenly there was such a smell, as if all the rich perfumes in the world had been there prepared in the best manner that art could set them out. Then Roger Bacon, having promised a gentleman to show him his sweetheart, he pulled a hanging in the king's apartment aside, and everyone in the room saw a kitchen maid with a basting ladle in her hand. The proud gentleman, although he recognized the maiden who disappeared as suddenly as she had appeared, was enraged at the humiliating spectacle, and threatened the friar with his revenge. What does the magician do? He simply answers, "Threaten not, lest I do you more shame. And do you take heed how you give scholars the lie again?" As a commentary on this, the modern historian remarks, This may be taken as a sort of exemplification of the class of exhibitions which were probably the result of a superior knowledge of natural sciences. No one ever doubted that it was the result of precisely such a knowledge, and the Hermetists, magicians, astrologers, and alchemists never claimed anything else. It certainly was not their fault that the ignorant masses, under the influence of an unscrupulous and fanatical clergy, should have attributed all the works to the agency of the devil. In view of the atrocious tortures provided by the Inquisition for all suspected or either black or white magic, it is not strange that these philosophers neither boasted nor even acknowledged the fact of such an intercourse. On the contrary, their own writings prove that they held that magic is no more than the application of natural active causes to passive things or subjects. By means thereof, many tremendously surprising but yet natural effects are produced. The phenomena of the mystic odors and music exhibited by Roger Bacon have been often observed in our own time. To say nothing of our personal experience, we are informed by English correspondents of the Theosophical Society that they have heard strains of the most ravishing music, coming from no visible instrument, and inhaled a succession of delightful odors produced, as they believed, by spirit agency. One correspondent tells us that so powerful was one of these familiar odors, that of sandalwood, that the house would be impregnated with it for weeks after the seance. The medium in this case was a member of a private family, and the experiments were all made with the domestic circle. Another describes what he calls a musical rap. The potencies that are now capable of producing these phenomena must have existed and been equally efficacious in the days of Roger Bacon. As to the apparitions, it suffices to say that they are evoked now in spiritualistic circles, and guaranteed by scientists, and their evocation by Roger Bacon is thus made more probable than ever. Baptista Porta, in his treatise on natural magic, enumerates a whole catalogue of secret formulae for producing extraordinary effects by employing the occult powers of nature. Although the magicians believed as firmly as our spiritualists in a world of invisible spirits, none of them claimed to produce his effects under their control or through their sole help. They knew too well how difficult it is to keep away the elementary creatures when they have once found the door wide open. Even the magic of the ancient Chaldeans was but a profound knowledge of the powers of simples and minerals. It was only when the theurgist desired divine help in spiritual and earthly matters that he sought direct communication through religious rites with pure spiritual beings. With them, even those spirits who remain invisible and communicate with mortals through their awakened inner senses, as in clairvoyance, clairaudience, and trance, can only be evoked subjectively and as a result of purity of life and prayer. But all physical phenomena were produced simply by applying a knowledge of natural forces, although certainly not by the method of legerdemain practiced in our days by conjurers. Men possessed of such knowledge and exercising such powers patiently toiled for something better than the vain glory of a passing fame. Seeking it not, they became immortal, as do all who labor for the good of race, forgetful of mean self, illuminated with the light of eternal truth. These rich poor alchemists fix their attention upon the things that lie beyond the common ken, recognizing nothing inscrutable but the first cause, and finding no question insolvable. To dare, to know, to will, and remain silent was their constant rule. To be beneficent, unselfish, and unpretending were with them spontaneous impulses. Disdaining the rewards of petty traffic, spurning wealth, luxury, pomp, and worldly power, they aspired to knowledge as the most satisfying of all acquisitions. They esteemed poverty, hunger, toil, and the evil report of men as none too great a price to pay for its achievement. They, who might have lain on a downy, velvet-covered beds, suffered themselves to die in hospitals and by the wayside, rather than debase their souls and allow the profane cupidity of those who tempted them to triumph over their sacred vows. The lives of Paracelsus, Cornelius Agrippa, and Philalethes are too well known to repeat the old sad story. If spiritualists are anxious to keep strictly dogmatic in their notions of the spirit world, they must not set scientists to investigate their phenomena in the true experimental spirit. The attempt would most surely result in a partial rediscovery of the magic of old, that of Moses and Paracelsus. Under the deceptive beauty of some of their apparitions, they might find some day the sylphs and fair undines of the Rosicrucians playing in the currents of psychic and odic force. Already Mr. Crooks, who fully credits the being, feels that under the fair skin of Katie, covering a simulacrum of heart borrowed partially from the medium and the circle, there is no soul, and the learned authors of the unseen universe, abandoning their electrobiological theory, begin to perceive in the universal ether the possibility that it is a photographic album of Ein Sof, the boundless. We are far from believing that all the spirits that communicate at circles are of the classes called elemental and elementary. Many, especially among those who control the medium subjectively to speak, write, and otherwise act in various ways, are human, disembodied spirits. Whether the majority of such spirits are good or bad largely depends on the private morality of the medium, much on the circle present, and a great deal on the intensity and object of their purpose. If this object is merely to gratify curiosity and to pass the time, it is useless to expect anything serious. But in any case, human spirits can never materialize themselves in propria persona. They can never appear to the investigator clothed with warm, solid flesh, sweating hands and faces, and grossly material bodies. The most they can do is to project their ethereal reflection on the atmospheric waves, and if the touch of their hands and clothing can become upon rare occasions objective to the senses of a living mortal, it will be felt as a passing breeze, gently sweeping over the touched spot, not as a human hand or material body. It is useless to plead that the materialized spirits that have exhibited themselves with beating hearts and loud voices, with or without a trumpet, are human spirits. The voices, if such sound can be termed a voice at all, of a spiritual apparition once heard can hardly be forgotten. That of a pure spirit is like the tremulous murmur of an Aeolian harp, echoed from a distance. The voice of a suffering, hence impure, if not utterly bad spirit, may be assimilated to a human voice issuing from an empty barrel. This is not our philosophy, but that of the numberless generations of theurgists and magicians, and based upon their practical experience. The testimony of antiquity is positive on this subject. The voices of spirits are not articulated. The spirit voice consists of a series of sounds which conveys the impression of a column of compressed air ascending from beneath upward, and spreading around the living interlocutor. The many eyewitnesses who testified in the case of Elizabeth Esslinger, namely the deputy governor of the prison of Weinsberg, Mayer, Eckhart, Thürer, and Knorr, sworn evidence, Dutenhofer, and Kopf, the mathematician, testified that they saw the apparition like a pillar of clouds. For the space of 11 weeks, Dr. Kerner and his sons, several Lutheran ministers, the advocate Fross, the engraver Dutenhofer, two physicians, Siefer and Searcherer, the judge Hade, and the Baron von Hugel, with many others, followed this manifestation daily. During the time it lasted, the prisoner Elizabeth prayed with a loud voice uninterruptedly. Therefore, as the spirit was talking at the same time, it could be no ventriloquism, and that voice, they say, had nothing human in it. No one could imitate its sounds. Further on, we will give abundant proofs from the ancient authors concerning this neglected truism. We will now only again assert that no spirit claimed by the spiritualists to be human was ever proved to be such insufficient testimony. The influence of the disembodied ones can be felt and communicated subjectively by them to the sensitives. They can produce objective manifestations, but they cannot produce themselves otherwise than as described above. They can control the body of a medium and express their desires and ideas in various modes well known to spiritualists, but not materialize what is matterless and purely spiritual, their divine essence. Thus, every so-called materialization, when genuine, is either produced, perhaps, by the will of that spirit whom the appearances claim to be, but can only personate at best, or by the elementary goblins themselves, which are generally too stupid to deserve the honor of being called devils. Upon rare occasions, the spirits are able to subdue and control these soulless beings, which are ever ready to assume pompous names if left to themselves, in such a way that the mischievous spirit of the air, shaped in the real image of the human spirit, will be moved by the latter like a marionette, and unable to either act or utter other words than those imposed on him by the immortal soul. But this requires many conditions generally unknown to the circles of even spiritualists most in the habit of regularly attending seances. Not everyone can attract human spirits who likes. One of the most powerful attractions of our departed ones is their strong affection for those whom they have left on earth. It draws them irresistibly, by degrees, into the current of the astral light, vibrating between the persons sympathetic to them and the universal soul. Another very important condition is harmony and the magnetic purity of the persons present. If this philosophy is wrong, if all the materialized forms emerging in darkened rooms, from still darker cabinets, are spirits of men who once lived upon this earth, why such a difference between them and the ghosts that appear unexpectedly, ex abrupto, without either cabinet or medium? Who ever heard of the apparitions' unrestful souls hovering about the spots where they were murdered, or coming back for some other mysterious reasons of their own, with warm hands feeling like living flesh? And but they are known to be dead and buried, not distinguishable from living mortals. We have well-attested facts of such apparitions making themselves suddenly visible, but never until the beginning of the era of the materializations did we see anything like them. In the Medium and Daybreak of September 8, 1876, we read a letter from a lady traveling on the continent, narrating a circumstance that happened in a haunted house. She says, "A strange sound proceeded from a darkened corner of the library. On looking up, she perceived a cloud or column of luminous vapor. The earthbound spirit was hovering about the spot rendered accursed by his evil deed. As this spirit was doubtless a genuine elementary apparition, which made itself visible of its own free will, in short, an umbra, it was, as every respectable shadow should be, visible but impalpable, or if palpable at all, communicating to the feeling of touch the sensation of a mass of water suddenly clasped in the hand, or of condensed but cold steam. It was luminous and vapory. For aught we can tell, it might have been the real personal umbra of the spirit, persecuted and earthbound either by its own remorse and crimes or those of another person or spirit. The mysteries of after death are many, and modern materializations only make them cheap and ridiculous in the eyes of the indifferent. To these assertions may be opposed a fact well known among spiritualists. The writer has publicly certified to having seen such materialized forms. We have most assuredly done so, and are ready to repeat the testimony. We have recognized such figures as the visible representations of acquaintances, friends, and even relatives. We have, in company with many other spectators, heard them pronounce words in languages unfamiliar not only to the medium and to everyone else in the room except ourselves, but in some cases to almost, if not quite every medium in America and Europe. For they were the tongues of Eastern tribes and peoples. At the time, these instances were justly regarded as conclusive proofs of the genuine mediumship of the uneducated Vermont farmer who sat in the cabinet. But nevertheless, these figures were not the forms of the persons they appeared to be. They were simply their portrait statues, constructed, animated, and operated by the elementaries. If we had not previously elucidated this point, it was because the spiritualistic public was not then ready to even listen to the fundamental proposition that there are elemental and elementary spirits. Since that time, this subject has been broached and more or less widely discussed. There is less hazard now in attempting to launch upon the restless sea of criticism the hoary philosophy of the ancient sages, for there has been some preparation of the public mind to consider it with impartiality and deliberation. 2 years of agitation have effected a marked change for the better. Pausanias writes that 400 years after the Battle of Marathon, there was still heard in the place where it was fought the neighing of horses and the shouts of shadowy soldiers. Supposing that the specters of the slaughtered soldiers were their genuine spirits, they looked like shadows, not materialized men. Who then or what produced the neighing of horses? Equine spirits? And if it be pronounced untrue that horses have spirits, which assuredly no one among zoologists, physiologists, or psychologists, or even spiritualists can either prove or disprove, then we must take it for granted that it was the immortal souls of men which produced the neighing at Marathon to make the historical battle scene more vivid and dramatic. The phantoms of dogs, cats, and various other animals have been repeatedly seen, and the worldwide testimony is as trustworthy upon this point as that with respect to human apparitions. Who or what personates, if we are allowed such an expression? The ghosts of departed animals? Is it, again, human spirits? As the matter now stands, there is no side issue. We have to either admit that animals have surviving spirits and souls as well as ourselves, or hold with Porphyry that there are in the invisible world a kind of tricky and malicious demons, intermediary beings between living men and gods, spirits that delight in appearing under every imaginable shape, beginning with the human form and ending with those of multifarious animals. Before venturing to decide the question whether the spectral animal forms so frequently seen and attested are the returning spirits of dead beasts, we must carefully consider their reported behavior. Do these specters act according to the habits and display the same instincts as the animals during life? Do the spectral beasts of prey lie in wait for victims, and timid animals flee before the presence of man? Or do the latter show a malevolence and disposition to annoy quite foreign to their natures? Many victims of these obsessions, notably the afflicted persons of Salem and other historical witchcrafts, testify to having seen dogs, cats, pigs, and other animals entering their rooms, biting them, trampling upon their sleeping bodies, and talking to them, often inciting them to suicide and other crimes. In the well-attested case of Elizabeth Esslinger, mentioned by Dr. Kerner, the apparition of the ancient priest of Wimmenthal was accompanied by a large black dog, which he called his father, and which dog, in the presence of numerous witnesses, jumped on all the beds of the prisoners. At another time, the priest appeared with a lamb, and sometimes with 2 lambs. Most of those accused at Salem were charged by the seeresses with consulting and plotting mischief with yellow birds, which would sit on their shoulder or on the beams overhead. And unless we discredit the testimonies of thousands of witnesses, in all parts of the world, and in all ages, and allow a monopoly of seership to modern mediums, spectre animals do appear and manifest all the worst traits of depraved human nature, without themselves being human. What, then, can they be but elementals? Descartes was one of the few who believed and dared say that to occult medicine we shall owe discoveries, destined to extend the domain of philosophy. And Bruyère de Boismont not only shared in these hopes, but openly avowed his sympathy with supernaturalism, which he considered the universal grand creed. We think with Guizot, he says, that the existence of society is bound up in it. It is in vain that modern reason, which, notwithstanding its positivism, cannot explain the intimate cause of any phenomena, rejects the supernatural. It is universal and at the root of all hearts. The most elevated minds are frequently its most ardent disciples. Christopher Columbus discovered America, and Americus Vespucius reaped the glory and usurped his dues. Theophrastus Paracelsus rediscovered the occult properties of the magnet, the bone of Horus, which 12 centuries before his time had played such an important part in the theurgic mysteries. And he very naturally became the founder of the school of magnetism and of medieval magical theurgy. But Mesmer, who lived nearly 300 years after him, and as a disciple of his school brought the magnetic wonders before the public, reaped the glory that was due to the fire philosopher, while the great master died in a hospital. So goes the world, new discoveries evolving from old sciences, new men, the same old nature. Chapter 3. The mirror of the soul cannot reflect both earth and heaven, and the one vanishes from its surface as the other is glassed upon its deep. Zanoni. We believe that few of those physical phenomena which are genuine are caused by disembodied human spirits. Still, even those that are produced by occult forces of nature, such as happen through a few genuine mediums, and are consciously employed by the so-called jugglers of India and Egypt, deserve a careful and serious investigation by science, especially now that a number of respected authorities have testified that in many cases the hypothesis of fraud does not hold. No doubt there are professed conjurers who can perform cleverer tricks than all the American and English John Kings together. Robert Houdin unquestionably could, but this did not prevent his laughing outright in the face of the academicians, when they desired him to assert in the newspapers that he could make a table move or rap answers to questions without contact of hands, unless the table was a prepared one. The fact alone that a now notorious London juggler refused to accept the challenge for £1,000 offered him by Mr. Algernon Joy to produce such manifestations as are usually obtained through mediums, unless he was left unbound and free from the hands of a committee, negatives his expose of the occult phenomena. Clever as he may be, we defy and challenge him to reproduce, under the same conditions, the tricks exhibited even by a common Indian juggler. For instance, the spot to be chosen by the investigators at the moment of the performance, and the juggler to know nothing of the choice. The experiment to be made in broad daylight, without the least preparations for it, without any confederate but a boy absolutely naked, and the juggler to be in a condition of semi-nudity. After that, we should select out of a variety 3 tricks. The most common among such public jugglers, and that were recently exhibited to some gentlemen belonging to the suite of the Prince of Wales. 1. To transform a rupee, firmly clasped in the hand of a skeptic, into a living cobra, the bite of which would prove fatal, as an examination of its fangs would show. 2. To cause a seed chosen at random by the spectators, and planted in the first semblance of a flower pot, furnished by the same skeptics, to grow, mature, and bear fruit in less than a quarter of an hour. 3. To stretch himself on 3 swords, stuck perpendicularly in the ground at their hilts, the sharp points upward. After that, to have removed first one of the swords, then the other, and after an interval of a few seconds, the last one, the juggler remaining finally lying on nothing, on the air, miraculously suspended at about 1 yard from the ground. When any prestidigitateur, to begin with Houdin and end with the last trickster who has secured gratuitous advertisement by attacking spiritualism, does the same, then, but only then, will we train ourselves to believe that mankind has been evolved out of the hind toe of Mr. Huxley's Eocene Orohippus. We assert again in full confidence that there does not exist a professional wizard, either of the north, south, or west, who can compete with anything approaching success with these untutored, naked sons of the East. These require no Egyptian hall for their performances, nor any preparations or rehearsals, but are ever ready, at a moment's notice, to evoke to their help the hidden powers of nature, which for European prestidigitateurs, as well as for scientists, are a closed book. Verily, as Elihu puts it, great men are not always wise, neither do the aged understand judgment. To repeat the remark of the English divine Dr. Henry Moore, we may well say, indeed, if there were any modesty left in mankind, the histories of the Bible might abundantly assure men of the existence of angels and spirits. The same eminent man adds, I look upon it as a special piece of providence that fresh examples of apparitions may awaken our benumbed and lethargic minds into an assurance that there are other intelligent beings besides those that are clothed in heavy earth or clay. For this evidence, showing that there are bad spirits, will necessarily open a door to the belief that there are good ones, and lastly, that there is a God. The instance above given carries a moral with it. not only to scientists but to theologians. Men who have made their mark in the pulpit and in professors' chairs are continually showing the lay public that they really know so little of psychology as to take up with any plausible schemer who comes their way, and so make themselves ridiculous in the eyes of the thoughtful student. Public opinion upon this subject has been manufactured by jugglers and self-styled savants, unworthy of respectful consideration. The development of psychological science has been retarded far more by the ridicule of this class of pretenders than by the inherent difficulties of its study. The empty laugh of the scientific nursling or of the fools of fashion has done more to keep man ignorant of his imperial psychical powers than the obscurities, the obstacles, and the dangers that cluster about the subject. This is especially the case with spiritualistic phenomena. That their investigation has been so largely confined to incapables is due to the fact that men of science, who might and would have studied them, have been frightened off by the boasted exposures, the paltry jokes, and the impertinent clamor of those who are not worthy to tie their shoes. There are moral cowards even in university chairs. The inherent vitality of modern spiritualism is proven in its survival of the neglect of the scientific body, and of the obstreperous boasting of its pretended exposures. If we begin with the contemptuous sneers of the patriarchs of science, such as Faraday and Brewster, and end with the professional exposés of the successful mimicker of the phenomena of London, we will not find them furnishing one single well-established argument against the occurrence of spiritual manifestations. My theory is, says this individual in his recent soi-disant exposé, that Mr. Williams dressed up and personified John King and Peter. Nobody can prove that it wasn't so. Thus it appears that, notwithstanding the bold tone of assertion, it is but a theory after all, and spiritualists might well retort upon the exposer, and demand that he should prove that it is so. But the most inveterate, uncompromising enemies of spiritualism are a class very fortunately composed of but few members, who nevertheless claim the louder and assert their views with a clamorousness worthy of a better cause. These were the pretenders to science of young America, a mongrel class of pseudo-philosophers mentioned at the opening of this chapter, with sometimes no better right to be regarded as scholars than the possession of an electrical machine, or the delivery of a puerile lecture on insanity and mediomania. Such men are, if you believe them, profound thinkers and physiologists. There is none of your metaphysical nonsense about them. They are positivists, the mental suckling of Auguste Comte, whose bosoms swell at the thought of plucking deluded humanity from the dark abyss of superstition, and rebuilding the cosmos on improved principles. Irascible psychophobists, no more cutting insult can be offered them than to suggest that they may be endowed with immortal spirits. To hear them, one would fancy that there can be no other souls in men and women than scientific or unscientific souls, whatever that kind of soul may be. Some 30 or 40 years ago in France, Auguste Comte, a pupil of the École Polytechnique, who had remained for years at that establishment as a repetiteur of transcendent analysis and rationalistic mechanics, awoke one fine morning with the very irrational idea of becoming a prophet. In America, prophets can be met with at every street corner. In Europe, they are as rare as black swans. But France is the land of novelties. Auguste Comte became a prophet, and so infectious is fashion sometimes, that even in sober England he was considered for a certain time the Newton of the 19th century. The epidemic extended, and for the time being it spread like wildfire over Germany, England, and America. It found adepts in France, but the excitement did not last long with these. The prophet needed money, the disciples were unwilling to furnish it. The fever of admiration for religion without a god cooled off as quickly as it had come on. Of all the enthusiastic apostles of the prophet, there remained one worthy of any attention. It was the famous philologist Litter, a member of the French Institute, and a would-be member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. but whom the Archbishop of Orleans maliciously prevented from becoming one of the immortals. The philosopher-mathematician, the high priest of the religion of the future, taught his doctrine as do all his brother prophets of our modern days. He deified woman and furnished her with an altar, but the goddess had to pay for its use. The rationalists had laughed at the mental aberration of Fourier. They had laughed at the Saint Simonists, and their scorn for spiritualism knew no bounds. The same rationalists and materialists were caught, like so many empty-handed sparrows, by the bird-lime of the new prophet's rhetoric, a longing for some kind of divinity, a craving for the unknown, is a feeling congenital in man. Hence the worst atheists seem not to be exempt from it. Deceived by the outward brilliancy of his ignis fatuus, the disciples followed it until they found themselves floundering in a bottomless morass. Covering themselves with the mask of a pretended erudition, the positivists of this country have organized themselves into clubs and committees with the design of uprooting spiritualism, while pretending to impartially investigate it. Too timid to openly challenge the churches and the Christian doctrine, they endeavor to sap that upon which all religion is based, man's faith in God and his own immortality. Their policy is to ridicule that which affords an unusual basis for such a faith, phenomenal spiritualism. Attacking it at its weakest side, they make for the most of its lack of an inductive method, and for the exaggerations that are to be found in the transcendental doctrines of its propagandists. Taking advantage of its unpopularity and displaying a courage as furious and out of place as that of the errant king of La Mancha, they claim recognition as philanthropists and benefactors who would crush out a monstrous superstition. Let us see in what degree Comte's boasted religion of the future is superior to spiritualism, and how much less likely its advocates are to need the refuge of those lunatic asylums which they officiously recommend for the mediums whom they have been so solicitous about. Before beginning, let us call attention to the fact that 3/4 of the disgraceful features exhibited in modern spiritualism are directly traceable to the materialistic adventurers pretending to be spiritualists. Comte has fulsomely depicted the artificially fecundated woman of the future. She is but elder sister to the Cyprian ideal of the free lovers. The immunity against the future offered by the teachings of his moon-struck disciples has inoculated some pseudo-spiritualists to such an extent as to lead them to form communistic associations. None, however, have proved long-lived, their leading feature being generally a materialistic animalism, gilded over with a thin leaf of Dutch metal philosophy and tricked out with a combination of hard Greek names. The community could not prove anything else than a failure. Plato, in the 5th book of the Republic, suggests a method for improving the human race by the elimination of the unhealthy or deformed individuals, and by coupling the better specimens of both sexes. It was not to be expected that the genius of our century, even were he a prophet, would squeeze out of his brain anything entirely new. Comte was a mathematician, cleverly combining several old utopias. He colored the whole, and improving on Plato's idea, materialized it, and presented the world with the greatest monstrosity that ever emanated from a human mind. We beg the reader to keep in view that we do not attack Comte as a philosopher, but as a professed reformer. In the irredeemable darkness of his political, philosophical, and religious views, we often meet with isolated observations and remarks in which profound logic and judiciousness of thought rival the brilliancy of their interpretation. But then these dazzle you like flashes of lightning on a gloomy night, to leave you the next moment more in the dark than ever. If condensed and repunctuated, his several works might produce on the whole a volume of very original aphorisms, giving a very clear and really clever definition of most of our social evils. But it would be vain to seek, either through the tedious circumlocution of the 6 volumes of his Cours de Philosophie Positive, or in that parody on priesthood, in the form of a dialogue, the Catechism of the Religion of Positivism. any idea suggestive of even provisional remedies for such evils. His disciples suggest that the sublime doctrines of the prophet were not intended for the vulgar. Comparing the dogmas preached by positivism with their practical exemplifications by its apostles, we must confess the possibility of some very achromatic doctrine being at the bottom of it. While the high priest preaches that woman must cease to be the female of the man, while the theory of the positivist legislators on marriage and the family chiefly consists in making the woman the mere companion of man by ridding her of every maternal function. And while they are preparing against the future for a substitute for that function by applying to the chaste woman a latent force, some of its lay priests openly preach polygamy, and others affirm that their doctrines are the quintessence of spiritual philosophy. In the opinion of the Romish clergy, whom labor under a chronic nightmare of the devil, Comte offers his woman of the future to the possession of the incubi. In the opinion of more prosaic persons, the divinity of positivism must henceforth be regarded as a biped broadmare. Even Leiter made prudent restrictions while accepting the apostleship of his marvelous religion. This is what he wrote in 1859. M. Comte not only thought that he found the principles, traced the outlines, and furnished the method, but that he had deduced the consequences and constructed the social and religious edifice of the future. It is in this second division that we make our reservations, declaring at the same time that we accept as an inheritance the whole of the first. Further, he says, M. Comte, in a grand work entitled The System of Positive Philosophy, established the basis of a philosophy which must finally supplant every theology in the whole of metaphysics. Such a work necessarily contains a direct application to the government of societies, as it has nothing arbitrary in it, and as we find therein a real science. My adhesion to the principles involved my adhesion to the essential consequences. M. Leiter has shown himself in the light of a true son of his prophet. Indeed, the whole system of Comte appears to have us been built on a play of words. When they say positivism, read nihilism. When you hear the word chastity, know that it means impudicity, and so on. Being a religion based on a theory of negation, its adherents can hardly carry it out practically without saying white when meaning black. Positive philosophy, continues Leiter, does not accept atheism, for the atheist is not a really emancipated mind, but is, in his own way, a theologian still. Gives his explanation about the essence of things. He knows how they began. Atheism is pantheism. This system is quite theological yet, and thus belongs to the ancient party. It really would be losing time to quote any more of these paradoxical dissertations. Comte attained to the apotheosis of absurdity and inconsistency when, after inventing his philosophy, he named it a religion. And as is usually the case, the disciples have surpassed the reformer in absurdity. Supposititious philosophers who shine in the American academies of Comte, like a Lampyris noctiluca, besides a planet, leave us in no doubt as to their belief. In contrast that system of thought and life, elaborated by the French apostle with the idiocy of spiritualism, of course to the advantage of the former. To destroy you must replace, exclaims the author of the Catechism of the Religion of Positivism, quoting Cossidier, by the way, without crediting him with the thought, and his disciples proceed to show by what sort of loathsome system they are anxious to replace Christianity, spiritualism, and even science. Positivism perorates one of them, is an integral doctrine. It rejects completely all forms of theological and metaphysical belief, all forms of supernaturalism, and thus spiritualism. The true positive spirit consists in substituting the study of the invariable laws of phenomena for that of their so-called causes, whether proximate or primary. On this ground, it equally rejects atheism, for the atheist is at the bottom a theologian. He adds, plagiarizing sentences from Leiter's works, the atheist does not reject the problems of theology, only the solution of these. and so he is illogical. We positivists reject the problem in our turn on the ground that it is utterly inaccessible to the intellect, and we would only waste our strength in a vain search for first and final causes. As you see, positivism gives a complete explanation of the world, of man, his duty and destiny. Very brilliant, this. And now, by way of contrast, we will quote what a real great scientist is. Professor Hare thinks of this system. Comte's positive philosophy, he says, after all, is merely negative. It is admitted by Comte that he knows nothing of the sources and causes of nature's laws, that their origination is so perfectly inscrutable as to make it idle to take up time in any scrutiny for that purpose. Of course, his doctrine makes him avowedly a thorough ignoramus. As to the causes of laws, or the means by which they are established, and can have no basis but the negative argument above stated, in objecting to the facts ascertained in relation to the spiritual creation. Thus, while allowing the atheist his material dominion, spiritualism will erect within and above the same space a dominion of an importance as much greater as eternity is to the average duration of human life, and as the boundless regions of the fixed stars are to the habitable area of this globe. In short, positivism proposes to itself to destroy theology, metaphysics, spiritualism, atheism, materialism, pantheism, and science, and it must finally end in destroying itself. De Merville thinks that according to positivism, order will begin to reign in the human mind only on the day when psychology will become a sort of cerebral physics, and history a kind of social physics. The modern Mohammed first disturbs man and woman of God and their own soul, and then unwittingly disembowels his own doctrine with the too sharp sword of metaphysics, which all the time he thought he was avoiding, thus letting out every vestige of philosophy. In 1864, M. Paul Janet, a member of the Institute, pronounced a discourse upon positivism, in which occurred the following remarkable words. There are some minds which were brought up and fed on exact and positive sciences, but which feel nevertheless a sort of instinctive impulse for philosophy. They can satisfy this instinct, but with elements that they had already on hand. Ignorant in psychological sciences, having studied only the rudiments of metaphysics, they nevertheless are determined to fight these same metaphysics as well as psychology, of which they know as little as of the other. After this is done, they will imagine themselves to have founded a positive science, while the truth is that they have only built up a new mutilated and incomplete metaphysical theory. They arrogate to themselves the authority and infallibility properly belonging alone to the true sciences, those which are based on experience and calculations, but they lack such an authority, for their ideas, defective as they may be, nevertheless belong to the same class as those which they attack. Hence the weakness of their situation, the final ruin of their ideas, which are soon scattered to the four winds. The positivists of America have joined hands in their untiring efforts to overthrow spiritualism. To show their impartiality, though, they propound such novel queries as follows. How much rationality is there in the dogmas of the Immaculate Conception, the Trinity, and the Transubstantiation if submitted to the tests of physiology, mathematics, and chemistry? And they undertake to say that the vagaries of spiritualism do not surpass in absurdity these eminently respectable beliefs. Very well. But there is neither theological absurdity nor spiritualistic delusion that can match in depravity and imbecility that positivist notion of artificial fecundation. Denying to themselves all thought on primal and final causes, they apply their insane theories to the construction of an impossible woman for the worship of future generations. The living, immortal companion of man they would replace with the Indian female fetish of the Obeah, a wooden idol that is stuffed every day with serpents' eggs to be hatched by the heat of the sun. And now, if we are permitted to ask in the name of common sense, why should Christian mystics be taxed with credulity, or the spiritualists be consigned to bedlam, when a religion embodying such revolting absurdity finds disciples even among academicians? and such insane rhapsodies as the following can be uttered by the mouth of Comte and admired by his followers. My eyes are dazzled. They open each day for more and more to the increasing coincidence between the social advent of the feminine mystery and the mental decadence of the Eucharistical sacrament. Already the Virgin has dethroned God in the minds of Southern Catholics. Positivism realizes the utopia of the medieval ages by representing all the members of the great family as the issue of a virgin mother without a husband. And again, after giving the modus operandi, the development of the new process would soon cause to spring up a caste without heredity, better adapted to the vulgar procreation, to the recruitment of spiritual chiefs, or even temporal ones, whose authority should then rest upon an origin truly superior, which would not shrink from an investigation. To this we might inquire with propriety, whether there has ever been found in the vagaries of spiritualism, or the mysteries of Christianity, anything more preposterous than this ideal, coming race. If the tendency of materialism is not grossly belied by the behavior of some of its advocates, those who publicly preach polygamy, we fancy that whether or not there will ever be a sacerdotal strip so begotten, we shall see no end of progeny, the offsprings of mothers without husbands. How natural that a philosophy which could engender such a caste of didactic incubi should express through the pen of one of its most garrulous essayists the following sentiments. This is a very sad age, full of dead and dying faiths, full of idle prayers sent out in vain search for the departing gods. But oh, it is a glorious age, full of that golden light which streams from the ascending sun of science. What shall we do for those who are shipwrecked in faith, bankrupt in intellect, but who seek comfort in the mirage of spiritualism, the delusions of the transcendentalism, or the will-o'-the-wisp of mesmerism? The ignis fatuus, now so favorite an image with many dwarf philosophers, had itself to struggle for recognition. It is not so long since the now familiar phenomena was stoutly denied by a correspondent of the London Times, whose assertions carried weight, till the work of Dr. Phipson, supported by the testimony of Beccaria, Humboldt, and other naturalists, set the question at rest. The positivists should choose some happier expression and follow the discoveries of science at the same time. As to mesmerism, it has been adopted in many parts of Germany. It is publicly used with undeniable success in more than one hospital. Its occult properties have been proved and are believed in by physicians, whose eminence, learning, and merited fame the self-complacent lecturer on mediums and insanity cannot well hope to equal. We have to add but a few more words before we drop this unpleasant subject. We have found positivists particularly happy in the delusion that the greatest scientists of Europe were Comtists. How far their claims may be just, as regards other savants, we do not know. But Huxley, whom all Europe considers one of her greatest scientists, most decidedly declines that honor, and Dr. Maudsley of London follows suit. In a lecture delivered by the former gentleman of 1868 in Edinburgh, The Physical Basis of Life, he appears to be very much shocked at the liberty taken by the Archbishop of York in identifying him with Comte's philosophy. So far as I am concerned, Mr. Huxley says, the most reverend prelate might dialectically hew Mr. Comte in pieces, as a modern Agag, and I would not attempt to stay his hand. And so far as my study of what specially characterizes the positive philosophy has led me, I find therein little or nothing of scientific value, and a great deal which is as thoroughly antagonistic to the very essence of science as anything in ultramontane Catholicism. In fact, Comte's philosophy and practice might be compendiously described as Catholicism minus Christianity. Further, Huxley even becomes wrathful, and falls to accusing Scotchmen of ingratitude for having allowed the bishop to mistake Comte for the founder of a philosophy which belonged by right to Hume. It was enough, exclaims the professor, to make David Hume turn in his grave, that here, almost within earshot of his house, an interested audience should have listened without a murmur, while his most characteristic doctrines were attributed to a French writer of 50 years later date, in whose dreary and verbose pages we miss alike the vigor and thought and clearness of style. Poor Comte! It appears that the highest representatives of his philosophy are now reduced, at least in this country, to one physicist, one physician who has made a specialty of nervous diseases, and one lawyer, a very witty critic nicknamed the Desperate Trio, an animalistic triad, which amid its arduous labors finds no time to acquaint itself with the principles and laws of their language. To close this question, the positivists neglect no means to overthrow spiritualism in favor of their religion. Their high priests are made to blow their trumpets untiringly. And though the walls of no modern Jericho are ever likely to tumble down in dust before their blast, still they neglect no means to attain the desired object. Their paradoxes are unique, and their accusations against spiritualists irresistible in logic. In a recent lecture, for instance, it was remarked that the exclusive exercise of religious instinct is productive of sexual immorality. Priests, monks, nuns, saints, media, ecstatics, and devotees are famous for their impurities. We are happy to remark that while positivism loudly proclaims itself a religion, spiritualism has never pretended to be anything more than a science, a growing philosophy, or rather a research in hidden and yet unexplained forces in nature. The objectiveness of its various phenomena has been demonstrated by more than one genuine representative of science, and as ineffectually denied by her monkeys. Finally, it may be remarked of our positivists who deal so unceremoniously with every psychological phenomena that they are like Samuel Butler's rhetorician, who could not ope his mouth, but out there flew a trope. We could there were no occasion to extend the critic's glance beyond the circle of triflers and pedants who improperly wear the title of men of science. But it is also undeniable that the treatment of new subjects by those who rank is high in the scientific world but too often passes unchallenged, when it is amenable to censor. That cautiousness bred of a fixed habit of experimental research, the tentative advance from opinion to opinion, the weight accorded to recognized authorities, all foster a conservatism of thought which naturally runs into dogmatism. The price of scientific progress is too commonly the martyrdom or ostracism of the innovator. The reformer of the laboratory must, so to speak, carry the citadel of custom and prejudice to the point of the bayonet. It is rare that even a postern door is left ajar by a friendly hand. The noisy protests and impertinent criticisms of the little people, of the antechamber of science, he can afford to let pass unnoticed. The hostility of the other class is a real peril that the innovator must face and overcome. Knowledge does increase apace, but the great body of scientists are not entitled to the credit. In every instance they have done their best to shipwreck the new discovery, together with the discoverer. The palm is to him he who has won it by individual courage, inquisitiveness, and persistency. Few are the forces in nature which, when first announced, were not laughed at, and then set aside as absurd and unscientific, humbling the pride of those who had not discovered anything, the just claims of those who had been denied a hearing until negation was no longer prudent. And then, alas for poor, selfish humanity, these very discoverers too often became the opponents and oppressors in their turn, of still more recent explorers in the domain of natural law. So, step by step, mankind moved around their circumscribed circle of knowledge, science constantly correcting its mistakes, and readjusting on the following day the erroneous theories of the preceding one. This has not been the case, not merely with questions pertaining to psychology, such as mesmerism, in its dual sense of a physical and spiritual phenomena, but even with such discoveries as directly related to exact sciences, and have been easily to demonstrate. What can we do? Shall we recall the disagreeable past? Shall we point to medieval scholars convining with the clergy to deny the heliocentric theory, for fear of hurting an ecclesiastical dogma? Must we recall how learned conchologists once denied that the fossil shells found scattered all over the face of the earth were ever inhabited by living animals at all? How the naturalists of the 18th century declared these but mere facsimiles of animals, and how these naturalists fought and quarreled and battled and called each other names over these venerable mummies of the ancient ages for nearly a century, until Buffon settled the question by proving to the negators that they were mistaken. Surely an oyster shell is anything but transcendental and ought to be quite a palpable subject for any exact study. And if the scientists could not agree on that, we can hardly expect them to believe at all the evanescent forms of hands, faces, and whole bodies sometimes appear at the seances of spiritual mediums when the latter are honest. There exists a certain work which might afford very profitable reading for the leisure hours of a skeptical man of science. It is a book published by Flourens, the perpetual secretary of the French Academy, called Histoire des Recherches de Buffon. The author shows in it how the great naturalists combated and finally conquered the advocates of the facsimile theory, and how they still went on denying everything under the sun, until at times the learned body fell into a fury, an epidemic of negation. It denied Franklin and his refined electricity, laughed at Fulton and his concentrated steam, voted the engineer Prudhomme a straitjacket for his offer to build railroads, stared Harvey out of countenance, and proclaimed Bernard de Palissy as stupid as one of his own pots. In his oft-quoted work, Conflict Between Religion and Science, Professor Draper shows a decided propensity to kick the beam of the scales of justice and lay all such impediments to the progress of science at the door of the clergy alone. With all respect and admiration due to this eloquent writer and scientist, we must protest and give every one his just due. Many of the above enumerated discoveries are mentioned by the author of the conflict. In every case he denounces the bitter resistance on the part of the clergy, and keeps silent on the like opposition invariably experienced on every new discovery at the hands of science. His claim on behalf of science that knowledge is power is undoubtedly just, but abuse of power, whether it proceeds from excess of wisdom or ignorance, is alike obnoxious in its effects. Besides, the clergy are silenced now. Their protests would at this day be scarcely noticed in the world of science. But while theology is kept in the background, the scientists have seized the scepter of despotism with both hands, and they use it, like the cherubim and flaming sword of Eden, to keep the people away from the tree of immortal life and within this world of perishable matter. The editor of the London Spiritualist, in answer to Dr. Gully's criticism of Mr. Tyndall's fire mist theory, remarks that if the entire body of spiritualists are not roasting alive at Smithfield in the present century, it is to science alone that we are indebted for this crowning mercy. Well, let us admit that the scientists are indirectly public benefactors in this case, to the extent that the burning of erudite scholars is no longer fashionable. But it is unfair to ask whether the disposition manifested toward the spiritualistic doctrine by Faraday, Tyndall, Huxley, Agassiz, and others does not warrant the suspicion that if these learned gentlemen and their following had their unlimited power, once held by the Inquisition, spiritualists would not have reason to feel as easy as they do now. Even supposing that they should not roast believers in the existence of a spirit world, it being unlawful to cremate people alive, would they not send every spiritualist they could to Bedlam? Did they not call us incurable monomaniacs, hallucinated fools, fetish worshippers, and like characteristic names? Really, we cannot see what should have stimulated to such extent the gratitude of the editor of the London Spiritualist for the benevolent tutelage of the men of science. We believe that the recent Lancaster-Donklin-Slade prosecution in London ought to last to open the eyes of hopeful spiritualists, and show them that the stubborn materialism is often more stupidly bigoted than religious fanaticism itself. One of the cleverest productions of Professor Tyndall's pen is his caustic essay upon Martineau and materialism. At the same time, it is one which in future years the author will doubtless be only too ready to trim to certain unpardonable grossness of expression. For the moment, however, we will not deal with these, but consider what he has to say on the phenomena of consciousness. He quotes this question from Mr. Martineau. A man can say, I feel, I think, I love, but how does his consciousness infuse itself into the problem? And thus answers, the passage from the physics of the brain to the corresponding facts of consciousness is unthinkable. Granted that a definite thought and a molecular action in the brain occurs simultaneously. We do not possess the intellectual organ, nor apparently any rudiments of the organ, which would enable us to pass by a process of reasoning from one to the other. They appear together, but we do not know why. Were our minds and senses so expanded, strengthened, and illuminated as to enable us to see and feel the very molecules of the brain? Or are we capable of following all their motions and their groupings, all their electric discharges, if such there be? And were we intimately acquainted with the corresponding states of thought and feeling? We should be as far as ever from the solution of the problem. How are these physical processes connected with the facts of consciousness? The chasm between the two classes of phenomena would still remain intellectually impassable. This chasm as impassable to Professor Tyndall as the fire mist where the scientist is confronted with its unknowable cause, is a barrier only to men without spiritual intuitions. Professor Buchanan's Outlines of Lectures on the Neurological System of Anthropology, a work written so far back as 1854, contains suggestions that, if the soilists would only heed them, would show how a bridge can be thrown across this dreadful abyss. It is one of the bins in which the thought seed of future harvests is stored up by a frugal present. But the edifice of materialism is based entirely upon that gross substructure, the reason. When they have stretched its capabilities to their utmost limits, its teachers can best only disclose to us a universe of molecules animated by an occult impulse. What better diagnosis of the ailment of our scientists could be asked than can be derived from Professor Tyndall's analysis of the mental state of the ultramontane clergy by a very slight change of names? For spiritual guides, read scientists. For pre-scientific past, substitute materialistic present. Say spirit for science. And in the following paragraph we have a life portrait of the modern man of science drawn by the hand of a master. The spiritual guides live so exclusively in the pre-scientific past that even the really strong intellects among them are reduced to atrophy as regards scientific truth. Eyes have seen and seen not. Ears they have and hear not, for both eyes and ears are taken possession of the sights and sounds of another age. In relation to science, the ultramontane brain, through lack of exercise, is virtually the undeveloped brain of a child. And thus it is that as children in scientific knowledge, but as potent wielders of spiritual power among the ignorant, they countenance and enforce practices sufficient to bring the blush of shame to the cheeks of the more intelligent among themselves. The occultist holds this mirror up to science that it may see how it looks itself. Since history recorded the first laws established by man, there never yet was a people whose code did not hang in the issue of the life and death of its citizens upon the testimony of 2 or 3 credible witnesses. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. Says Moses, the first legislator we meet in ancient history. The laws which put to death a man on the deposition of 1 witness are fatal to freedom, says Montesquieu. Reason claims there should be 2 witnesses. Thus, the value of evidence has been tacitly agreed upon and accepted in every country. But the scientist will not accept the evidence of the million against 1. In vain do hundreds of thousands of men testify to facts. Oculos habent et non vident. They are determined to remain blind and deaf. 30 years of practical demonstrations, and the testimony of some millions of believers in America and Europe are certainly entitled to some degree of respect and attention. Especially so when the verdict of 12 spiritualists, influenced by the evidence testified by any 2 others, is competent to send even a scientist to swing on the gallows for a crime, perhaps committed under the impulse supplied by a commotion among the cerebral molecules unrestrained by a consciousness of future moral retribution. Towards science as a whole, as a divine goal, the whole civilized world ought to look with respect and veneration. For science alone can enable man to understand the deity by the true appreciation of his works. Science is the understanding of truth or facts, says Webster. It is an investigation of truth for its own sake and a pursuit of pure knowledge. If the definition be correct, then the majority of our modern scholars have proved false to their godness. Truth for its own sake. And where should the keys of every truth in nature be searched for, unless in the hitherto unexplored mystery of psychology? Alas, that in questioning nature so many men of science should daintily sort over the facts and choose only for the study as best bolster their prejudices. Psychology has no worse enemies than the medical school, denominated allopathists. It is in vain to remind them that of the so-called exact sciences, medicine confessedly least deserves the name. Although all the branches of medical knowledge, psychology ought, more than any other, be studied by physicians, since without its help their practice degenerates into mere guesswork and chance intuitions. They almost wholly neglect it. The least dissent from their promulgated doctrines is resented as a heresy. And though an unpopular and unrecognized curative method should be shown to save thousands, they seem, as a body, disposed to cling to accepted hypotheses and prescriptions, and decree both innovator and innovation until they get the mint stamp of regularity. Thousands of unlucky patients may die meanwhile, but so long as professional honor is vindicated, this is a matter of secondary importance. Theoretically, the most benign and, at the same time, no other school of science exhibits so many instances of petty prejudice, materialism, atheism, and malicious stubbornness as medicine. The predilections and patronage of the leading physicians are scarcely overmeasured by the usefulness of a discovery. Bleeding by leeching, cupping, and the lancet had its epidemic of popularity, but at last fell into merited disgrace. Water, now freely given to fevered patients, was once denied them. Warm baths were superseded by cold water, and for a while hydropathy was a mania. Peruvian bark, which a modern defender of biblical authority seriously endeavors to identify with the paradisiacal tree of life, and which was brought to Spain in 1632, was neglected for years. The Church, for once, showed more discrimination than science. At the request of Cardinal de Lugo, Innocent X gave it the prestige of its powerful name. In an old book entitled Demonologia, the author cites many instances of important remedies which, being neglected at first, afterward rose into notice through mere accident. He also shows that the most of the new discoveries in medicine have turned out to be more than the revival and readoption of very ancient practices. During the last century, the root of the male fern was sold and widely advertised as a secret nostrum by a Madame Nofleur, a female quack for the effective cure of the tapeworm. The secret was bought by Louis XV for a large sum of money, after which the physicians discovered that it was recommended and administered in that disease by Galen. The famous powder of the Duke of Portland for the gout was the diacinturion of Celius Aurelianus. Later it was ascertained that it had been used by the earliest medical writers, who had found in it the writings of the old Greek philosophers. So with the eau medicinale of Dr. Husson, whose name it bears. The famous remedy for the gout was recognized under its new mask to be the colchicum autumnale, or meadow saffron, which is identical with a plant called Hermodactylus, whose merit as a certain antidote to gout were recognized and defended by Oribasius, a great physician of the 4th century, and Itius Amadenus, another eminent physician of Alexandria, 5th century. Subsequently was abandoned and fell into disfavor only because it was too old to be considered good by the members of the medical faculties that flourished toward the end of the last century. Even the great Magendie, the wise physiologist, was not above discovering that which had already been discovered and found good by the oldest physicians. His proposed remedy against consumption, namely the use of prussic acid, may be found in the works of Linnaeus. Eminentates Academici, Volume 4, in which he shows distilled laurel water to have been used with great profit in pulmonary consumption. Pliny also assures us that the extract of almonds and cherry pits has cured the most obstinate coughs. As the author of Demonologia well remarks, it may be asserted with perfect safety that all the various secret preparations of opium, which have been lauded as the discovery of modern times, may be recognized in the works of ancient authors, who see themselves so discredited in our days. It is admitted on all hands that from time immemorial the distant East was the land of knowledge. Not even in Egypt were botany and mineralogy so extensively studied as by the savants of archaic Middle Asia. Sprengel, unjust and prejudiced as he shows himself in everything else, confesses this much in his Histoire de la Médecine. And yet, notwithstanding this, whenever the subject of magic is discussed, that of India has rarely suggested itself to anyone, for of its general practice in that country less is known than among any other ancient people. With the Hindus it was and is more esoteric, if possible, than it was even among the Egyptian priests. So sacred was it deemed that its existence was only half admitted, and it was only practiced in public emergencies. It was more than a religious matter, for it was considered divine. The Egyptian hierophants, notwithstanding the practice of a stern and pure morality, could not be compared for one moment with the aesthetical gymnosophists, either in holiness of life or miraculous powers developed in them by the supernatural abjuration of everything earthly. By those who knew them well, they were held in still greater reverence than the Magians of Chaldea. Denying themselves the simple comforts of life, they dwelt in woods and led the life of the most secluded hermits, while their Egyptian brothers at least congregated together, notwithstanding the slur thrown by history on all who practiced magic and divination. It has proclaimed them as possessing the greatest secrets in medical knowledge and unsurpassed skills in the practice. Numerous are the volumes preserved in Hindu convents, in which are recorded the proofs of their learning. To attempt to say whether these gymnosophists were the real founders of magic in India, or whether they only practiced what had been passed to them as an inheritance from the earliest rishis, the 7 primeval sages, would be regarded as a mere speculation by exact scholars. The care which they took in educating youth, in familiarizing it with generous and virtuous sentiments, did them peculiar honor, and their maxims and discourses, as recorded by historians, prove that they were experts in matters of philosophy, metaphysics, astronomy, morality, and religion. Says a modern writer, they preserved their dignity under the sway of the most powerful princes, whom they would not condescend to visit, or to trouble for the slightest favor. If the latter desired the advice or the prayers of the holy men, they were either obliged to go themselves or to send messengers. To these men no secret power of either plant or mineral was unknown. They had fathomed nature to its depths, while psychology and physiology were to them open books, and the result was that science, or machagogia, that is now termed so superciliously magic. While the miracles recorded in the Bible had become accepted facts with the Christians, to disbelieve which is regarded as infidelity, the narratives of wonders and prodigies found in the Atharva Veda either provoke their contempt or are viewed as evidences of diabolism. And yet, in more than one respect, notwithstanding the unwillingness of certain Sanskrit scholars, we can show the identity between the two. Moreover, as the Vedas have now been proved by scholars to antedate the Jewish Bible by many ages, the inference is an easy one that if one of them has borrowed one from the other, the Hindu sacred books are not to be charged with plagiarism. First of all, their cosmogony shows how erroneous has been the opinion prevalent among civilized nations that Brahma was ever considered by the Hindus their chief or supreme god. Brahma is a secondary deity, and like Jehovah is a mover of the waters. He is the creating god, and has in his allegorical representations 4 heads, answering to the 4 cardinal points. He is the demiurgos, the architect of the world. In the primordiate state of the creation, says Polyé's Mythologie des Hindus, The rudimental universe, submerged in water, reposed in the bosom of the eternal. Sprang from this chaos and darkness, Brahma, the architect of the world, poised on a lotus leaf, floated, moved upon the waters, unable to discern anything but water and darkness. This is as identical as possible with the Egyptian cosmogony, which shows in its opening sentences Athtor, or Mother Night, which represents illimitable darkness, as the primeval element which covered the infinite abyss, animated by water and the universal spirit of the eternal, dwelling alone in chaos. As in the Jewish scriptures, the history of the creation opens with the Spirit of God and his creative emanation, another deity. Perceiving such a dismal state of things, Brahma soliloquizes in consternation. Who am I? Whence I came? Then he hears a voice. Direct your prayer to Bhagavant, the eternal, known also as Parabrahman. Brahma, rising from this natatory position, seats himself upon the lotus in an attitude of contemplation, and reflects upon the eternal, who, pleased with this evidence of piety, disperses the primeval darkness and opens his understanding. After this, Brahma issues from the universal egg, infinite chaos, as light, for his understanding is now opened, and he sets himself to work. He moves on the eternal waters. With the Spirit of God within himself, in his capacity of mover of the water, he is Narayana. The lotus, the sacred flower of the Egyptians, as well as the Hindus, is the symbol of Horus, as it is that of Brahma. No temples in Tibet or Nepal are found without it, and the meaning of this symbol is extremely suggestive. A sprig of lilies placed in the hand of the archangel, who offers them to the Virgin Mary, in the pictures of the Annunciation, have in their esoteric symbolism precisely the same meaning. We refer to the reader to Sir William Jones. With the Hindus, the lotus is the emblem of the productive power of nature. Through the agency of fire and water, spirit and matter, eternal, says a verse in the Bhagavad Gita. I see Brahma, the creator, enthroned in thee above the lotus. And Sir W. Jones shows that the seeds of the lotus contain, even before they germinate, perfectly formed leaves, the miniature shapes of what one day, as perfected plants, they will become. Or as the author of the heathen religion has it, nature thus giving us a specimen of the preformation of its productions, adding further that the seed of all phenogamous plants bearing proper flowers contain an embryo plantlet ready formed. With the Buddhists, it has the same signification. Mahamaya, or Mahadeva, the mother of Gautama Buddha, had the birth of her son announced to her by Bodhisattva, the spirit of Buddha, who appeared beside her couch with a lotus in his hand. Thus also Osiris and Horus are represented by the Egyptians constantly in association with the lotus flower. These facts all go to show the identical parentage of this idea in the three religious systems, Hindu, Egyptian, and Judeo-Christian. Wherever the mystic water lily, lotus, is employed, it signifies the emanation of the objective from the concealed, or subjective, the eternal thought of the ever-invisible deity passing from the abstract into the concrete or visible form. For as soon as darkness was dispersed and there was light, Brahma's understanding was opened, and he saw in the ideal world, which had hitherto lain eternally concealed in the divine thought, the archetypal forms of all the infinite future things that would be called into existence, and hence become visible. At this stage of action, Brahma had not yet become the architect, the builder of the universe. For he had, like the architect, to first acquaint himself with the plan, and realize the ideal forms which were buried in the bosom of the Eternal One, as the future lotus leaves are concealed within the seed of that plant. And it is in this idea that we must look for the origin and explanation of the verse in the Jewish cosmogony which reads, And God said, Let the earth bring forth the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself. In all the primitive religions, the Son of the Father is the creative God, i.e., his thought made visible. And before the Christian era, from the Trimurti of the Hindus down to the three Kabbalistic heads of the Jewish explained scriptures, the triune Godhead of each nation was fully defined and substantiated in all its allegories. In the Christian creed, we see but the artificial engrafting of a new branch upon the old trunk, and the adoption by the Greek and Roman churches of the lily symbol held by the archangel at the moment of the Annunciation shows a thought of precisely the same metaphysical significance. The lotus is the product of fire, heat, and water, hence the dual symbol of spirit and matter. The god Brahma is the second person of the Trinity, as are Jehovah, Adam Kadmon, and Osiris, or rather Pymander, or the power of the thought divine, of Hermes. For it is Pymander who represents the root of all the Egyptian sun gods. The eternal is the spirit of fire, which stirs up and fructifies and develops into a concrete form everything that is born of water or the primordial earth, evolved out of Brahma. But the universe is itself Brahma, and he is the universe. This is the philosophy of Spinoza, which he derived from that of Pythagoras, and it is the same for which Bruno died a martyr. How much Christian theology has gone astray from its point of departure is demonstrated in this historical fact. Bruno was slaughtered for the exegesis of a symbol that was adopted by the earliest Christians and expounded by the apostles. The sprig of water lilies on Bodhisat, and later of Gabriel, typifying water and fire, or the idea of creation and generation, is worked into the earliest dogma of the baptismal sacrament. Bruno's and Spinoza's doctrines are nearly identical, though the words of the latter are more veiled and far more cautiously chosen than those to be found in the theories of the author of the Causa Principio e Uno, or the Infinito Universo e Mundi. Both Bruno, who confessed that the source of his information was Pythagoras, and Spinoza, who, without acknowledging it as frankly, allows his philosophy to betray the secret, view the first cause from the same standpoint. With them, God is an entity totally per se, an infinite spirit, and the only being utterly free and independent of either effects or other causes, who, through that same will which produced all things and gave the first impulse to every cosmic law, perpetually keeps in existence and order everything in the universe. As well as the Hindu Svavikas, erroneously called atheists, who assume that all things, men as well as gods and spirits, were born from Svabhava, or their own nature. Both Spinoza and Bruno were led to the conclusion that God is to be sought for within nature and not without. For creation being proportional to the power of the Creator, the universe as well as its Creator must be infinite and eternal, one form emanating from its own essence and creating in its turn another. The modern commentators affirm that Bruno, unsustained by the hope of another and better world, still surrendered his life rather than his convictions, thereby allowing it to be inferred that Giordano Bruno had no belief in the continued existence of man after death. Professor Draper asserts most positively that Bruno did not believe in the immortality of the soul. Speaking of the countless victims of the religious intolerance of the Popish Church, he remarks, "The passage from this life to the next, though through a hard trial, was the passage from a transient trouble to an eternal happiness. On his way through the dark valley, the martyr believed that there was an invisible hand that would lead him. For Bruno, there was no such support. The philosophical opinions, for the sake of which he surrendered his life, could give him no consolation." But Professor Draper seems to have a very superficial knowledge of the true belief of the philosophers. We can leave Spinoza out of the question, and even allow him to remain in the eyes of his critics an utter atheist and materialist. For the cautious reserve which he placed upon himself in his writings make it extremely difficult for one who does not read him between the lines, and is not thoroughly acquainted with the hidden meaning of the Pythagorean metaphysics, to ascertain what his real sentiments were. But as for Giordano Bruno, if he adhered to the doctrines of Pythagoras, he might have believed in another life. Hence he could not have been an atheist whose philosophy offered him no such consolation. His accusation and subsequent confession, as given by Professor Domenico Berti in his Life of Bruno, and compiled from original documents recently published, proved beyond doubt that there were his real philosophy, creed, and doctrines. In common with the Alexandrian Platonists and the later Kabbalists, he held that Jesus was a magician in the sense given to this appellation by Porphyry and Cicero, who call it the divina sapientia, divine knowledge, and by Philo Judaeus, who described the Magi as the most wonderful inquirers into the hidden mysteries of nature, not in the degrading sense given to the word magic in our century. In his noble conception, the Magi were holy men, who, setting themselves apart from everything else on this earth, contemplated the divine virtues and understood the divine nature of the gods and spirits more clearly, and so initiated others into the same mysteries, which consist of one holding an uninterrupted intercourse with these invisible beings during life. But we will show Bruno's inmost philosophical convictions better by quoting fragments from the accusation and his own confession. The charges in the denunciation of Mocenigo, his accuser, are expressed in the following terms. I, Zuane Mocenigo, son of the most illustrious Sir Marcantonio, denounce to your very reverend fathership, by constraint of my conscience and by order of my confessor, that I have heard say by Giordano Bruno several times when he discoursed with me in my house, that it is a great blasphemy in Catholics to say that the bread transubstantiates itself into flesh, that he is opposed to the Mass, that no religion pleases him, that Christ was a wretch, un Tristo, and that if he did wicked works to seduce the people, he might well predict that he ought to be impaled, that there is no distinction of persons in God, and that it would be imperfection in God, that the world is eternal, and that there are infinite worlds, and that God makes them continually because he says he desires all he can, that Christ did apparent miracles and was a magician, and so were the apostles, and that he had a mind to do as much and more than they did, that Christ showed an unwillingness to die and shunned death all he could, that there is no punishment of sin, and that souls created by the operation of nature pass from one animal to another, and that as the brute animals are born of corruption, so also are men when after dissolution they come to be born again. Perfidious as they are, the above words plainly indicate the belief of Bruno in the Pythagorean metempsychosis, which, misunderstood as it is, it still shows a belief in the survival of man in one shape or another. Further, the accuser says, he has shown indications of wishing to make himself the author of a new sect, under the name of a new philosophy. He has said that the Virgin could not have brought forth, and that our Catholic faith is all full of blasphemies against the majesty of God, that the monks ought to be deprived of the right of disputation and their revenues, because they pollute the world, that they are all asses, and that our opinions are doctrines of asses, that we have no proof that our faith has merit with God, and that not to do to others what we would not have done to ourselves suffices for a good life, and that he laughs at all other sins, and wonders how God can endure so many heresies in Catholics. He says that he means to apply himself to the art of divination, and make all the world run after him, that St. Thomas and all the doctors knew nothing to compare with him, and that he could ask questions of all the first theologians of the world that they could not answer. To this the accused philosopher answered the following profession of faith, which is that of every disciple of the ancient masters. I hold in brief to an infinite universe, that is, an effect of infinite divine power, because I esteemed it a thing unworthy of divine goodness and power, that being able to produce besides this world another and infinite others, it should produce a finite world. Thus I have declared that there are infinite particular worlds similar to this of the earth, which with Pythagoras I understand to be a star similar in nature with the moon, the other planets, and the stars, which are infinite, and that all those bodies are worlds and without number, which thus constitute the infinite universality in an infinite space, and this is called the infinite universe, in which are innumerable worlds, so that there is a double kind of infinite greatness in the universe, and of a multitude of worlds. Indirectly, this may be understood to be repugnant to the truth according to the true faith. Moreover, I place this universe as a universal providence, by virtue of which everything lives, vegetates and moves and stands in its perfection, and I understand it in two ways. One, in the mode in which the whole soul is present in the whole and every part of the body, and this I call nature, the shadow and footprint of divinity. The other, the ineffable mode in which God, by essence, presence, and power, is in all and above all, not as part, not as soul, but in mode inexplicable. Moreover, I understand that all the attributes in divinity to be one and the same thing. Together with the theologians and great philosophers, I apprehend three attributes: power, wisdom, and goodness, or rather, mind, intellect, love, with which things have first being, through the mind, next ordered and distinct being, through the intellect, and third concord and symmetry, through love. Thus I understand being in all and over all, as there is nothing without participation in being, and there is no being without essence, just as nothing is beautiful without beauty being present. Thus nothing can be free from the divine presence, and thus by way of reason, and not by way of substantial truth, I do understand distinction in divinity. Assuming, then, the world caused and produced, I understand that, according to all its being, it is dependent upon the first cause, so that it did not reject the name of creation, which I understand that Aristotle has also expressed, saying, God is that upon whom the world and all nature depends, so that according to the explanation of St. Thomas, whether it be eternal or in time, it is, according to all its being, dependent on the first cause, and nothing in it is independent. Next, in regard to what belongs to the true faith, not speaking philosophically, to come to individuality about the divine persons, the wisdom and the son of the mind, called by philosophers intellect, and by theologians the word, which ought to be believed to have taken on human flesh. But I, abiding in the phrases of philosophy, have not understood it, but have doubted and held it with inconstant faith. Not that I remember to have shown marks of it in writing nor in speech, except indirectly from other things. Something of it may be gathered, as by way of ingenuity and profession in regard to what may be proved by reason and concluded from natural light. Thus, in regard to the Holy Spirit in the third person, I have not been able to comprehend as ought to be believed, but according to the Pythagoric manner, in conformity to the manner shown by Solomon. I have understood it as the soul of the universe, or joined to the universe according to the saying of the wisdom of Solomon. The Spirit of God filled all the earth and that which contains all things, all which conforms equally to the Pythagoric doctrine explained by Virgil in the text of the Aeneid. And the lines following. From this Spirit, then, which is called the life of the universe, I understand, in my philosophy proceeds the soul to everything which has life and soul, which moreover I understand to be immortal, as also to bodies, which as to their substance are all immortal, there being no other death than division and congregation, which doctrine seems expressed in Ecclesiastes, where it is said that there is nothing new under the sun. That which is that which was. Furthermore, Bruno confesses his inability to comprehend the doctrine of three persons in the Godhead, and his doubts of the incarnation of God in Jesus, but firmly pronounces his belief in the miracles of Christ. How could he, being a Pythagorean philosopher, discredit them? If under the merciless constraint of the Inquisition, he, like Galileo, subsequently recanted and threw himself upon the clemency of his ecclesiastical persecutors, we must remember that he spoke like a man standing between the rack and the faggot, and human nature cannot always be heroic when the corporeal frame is debilitated by torture and imprisonment. But for the opportune appearance of Bertie's authoritative work, we would have continued to revere Bruno as a martyr, whose bust was deservedly set high in the pantheon of exact science, crowned with laurel by the hand of Draper. But now we see that their hero of the hour is neither atheist, materialist, nor positivist, but simply a Pythagorean who taught the philosophy of Upper Asia, and claimed to possess the powers of the magicians, so despised by Draper's own school. Nothing more amusing than this contretemps has happened since the supposed statue of St. Peter was discovered by irreverent archaeologists to be nothing else than the Jupiter of the Capitol, and Buddha's identity with the Catholic St. Josaphat was satisfactorily proven. Thus, search where we may through the archives of history, we find that there is no fragment of modern philosophy, whether Newtonian, Cartesian, Huxleyan, or any other, but has been dug from the Oriental mines. Even positivism and nihilism find their prototype in the exoteric portion of Kapila's philosophy, as is well remarked by Max Muller. It was the inspiration of the Hindu sages that penetrated the mysteries of prajna paramita, perfect wisdom, their hands that rocked the cradle of the first ancestor of that feeble but noisy child that we have christened modern science. Chapter 4. I choose the nobler part of Emerson, when, after various disenchantments, he exclaimed, "I covet truth." The gladness of true heroism visits the heart of him who is really competent to say this. Tyndall. A testimony is sufficient when it rests on, first, a great number of very sensible witnesses who agree in having seen well; 2, who are sane bodily and mentally; 3, who are impartial and disinterested; 4, who unanimously agree; 5, who solemnly certify to the fact. Voltaire, Dictionnaire philosophique. The Count Agénor de Gasperin is a devoted Protestant. His battle with de Morceau, de Merville, and other fanatics who laid the whole of the spiritual phenomena at the door of Satan was long and fierce. 2 volumes of over 1,500 pages are the result, proving the effects, denying the cause, and employing superhuman efforts to invent every other possible explanation that could be suggested rather than the true one. The severe rebuke received by the Journal de Débat from M. de Gasperin was read by all civilized Europe. After that gentleman had minutely described numerous manifestations that he had witnessed himself, this journal very impertinently proposed to the authorities in France to send all those who, after having read the fine analysis of the spiritual hallucinations published by Faraday, should insist on crediting this delusion to the lunatic asylum for incurables. Take care, wrote de Gasperin in answer. The representatives of the exact sciences are on their way to become the inquisitors of our days. Facts are stronger than academies. Rejected, denied, mocked, they nevertheless are facts and do exist. The following affirmations of physical phenomena, as witnessed by himself and Professor Thury, may be found in de Gasperin's voluminous work. The experimenters have often seen the legs of the table glued, so to say, to the floor, and notwithstanding the excitement of those present, refused to be moved from their place. On other occasions they have seen the tables levitated in quite an energetic way. They heard with their own ears loud as well as gentle raps, the former threatening to shatter the table to pieces on account of their violence, the latter so soft as to become hardly perceptible. As to levitations without contact, we found means to produce them easily, and with success, and such levitations do not pertain to isolated results. We have reproduced them over 30 times. One day the table will turn and lift its legs successively, its weight being augmented by a man weighing 87 kilograms seated on it. Another time it will remain motionless and immovable, notwithstanding that the person placed on it weighs but 60. On one occasion we willed it to turn upside down, and turned it over with its legs in the air, notwithstanding that our fingers never touched it once. It is certain, remarks de Merville, that a man who repeatedly witnessed such a phenomena could not accept the fine analysis of the English physicist. Since 1850, de Maisseau and de Merville, uncompromising Roman Catholics, have published many volumes whose titles are cleverly contrived to attract public attention. They betray on the part of the authors a very serious alarm, which moreover they take no pains to conceal. Were it possible to consider the phenomena spurious, the Church of Rome would never have gone so much out of her way to repress them. Both sides having agreed upon the facts, leaving skeptics out of the question, people could divide themselves into but 2 parties, the believers in the direct agency of the devil, and the believers in disembodied and other spirits. The fact alone that theology dreaded a great deal more the revelations which might come through this mysterious agency than all the threatening conflicts with science and the categorical denials of the latter ought to have opened the eyes of the most skeptical. The Church of Rome has never been either credulous or cowardly, as is abundantly proved by the Machiavellianism which marks her policy. Moreover, she has never troubled herself much about the clever prestidigitateurs whom she knew to be simply adepts in juggling. Robert Houdin, Comte, Hamilton, and Bosco slept secure in their beds, while she persecuted such men as Paracelsus, Cagliostro, and Mesmer, the Hermetic philosophers and mystics, and effectually stopped every genuine manifestation of occult nature by killing the mediums. Those who are unable to believe in a personal devil and the dogmas of the Church must nevertheless accord to the clergy enough of shrewdness to prevent the compromising of her reputation for infallibility by making so much of manifestations which, if fraudulent, must inevitably be some day exposed. But the best testimony to the reality of this force was given by Robert Houdin himself, the king of jugglers, who, upon being called as an expert by the Academy to witness the wonderful clairvoyant powers and occasional mistakes of a table, said, "We jugglers never make mistakes, and my second sight never failed me yet." The learned astronomer Babinet was not more fortunate in his selection of Comte, the celebrated ventriloquist, as an expert to testify against the phenomena of direct voices in the rappings. Comte, if we may believe the witnesses, laughed in the face of Babinet at the bare suggestion that the raps were produced by unconscious ventriloquism. The latter theory, worthy twin sister of unconscious cerebration, caused many of the most skeptical academicians to blush. Its absurdity was too apparent. The problem with the supernatural, says de Gasperin, such as it was presented by the Middle Ages, and as it stands now, is not among the number of those which we are permitted to despise. Its breadth and grandeur escape the notice of no one. Everything is profoundly serious in it, both the evil and the remedy, the superstitious recrudency, and the physical fact which is destined to conquer the latter. Further, he pronounces the following decisive opinion, to which he came conquered by the various manifestations, as he says himself. The number of facts which claim their place in the broad daylight of truth has so much increased of late, that of two consequences one is henceforth inevitable. Either the domain of natural sciences must consent to expand itself, or the domain of the supernatural will become so enlarged as to have no bounds. Among the multitude of books against spiritualism emanating from Catholic and Protestant sources, none have produced a more appalling effect than the works of de Merville and de Massot. La magie homicidique, war et pratique des démons, haute phénomènes de la magie, les médiateurs de la magie, d'esprit, et de leurs manifestations, etc. They compromise the most cyclopedic biography of the devil and his imps that has appeared for the private delectation of good Catholics since the Middle Ages. According to the authors, he who was a liar and murderer from the beginning was also the principal motor of the spiritual phenomena. He had been for thousands of years at the head of pagan theurgy, and it was he, again, who, encouraged by the increase of heresies, infidelity, and atheism, had reappeared in our century. The French Academy lifted up its voice in a general outcry of indignation, and M. de Gasperin even took it for a personal insult. "This is a declaration of war, a levy of shields," wrote he in his voluminous book of refutations. The work of M. de Merville is a real manifesto. I would be glad to see it in the expression of a strictly individual opinion, but in truth it is impossible. The success of the work, these solemn adhesions, the faithful reproduction of its thesis by the journals and writers of the party, the solidarity established throughout between them and the whole body of Catholicity, everything goes to show a work which is essentially an act, and has the value of a collective labor. As it is, I felt that I had a duty to perform I felt obliged to pick up the glove and lift high the Protestant flag against the ultramontane banner. The medical faculties, as might have been expected, assuming the part of the Greek chorus, echoed the various expostulations against the demonological authors. The medico-psychological annals, edited by Doctors Brière de Boismont and Cherry, published the following. Outside these controversies of antagonistical parties, never in our country did a writer dare to face, with a more aggressive serenity, the sarcasms, the scorn of what we term common sense, and as if to defy and challenge at the same time thundering peals of laughter and shrugging of shoulders, the author strikes an attitude, and placing himself with effrontery before the members of the Academy, addresses to them what he modestly terms his memoir on the devil. This was a cutting insult to the academicians, to be sure. But ever since 1850, they seem to have been doomed to suffer in their pride more than most of them can bear. The idea of asking the attention of the 40 immortals to the pranks of the devil. They vowed revenge, and leaguing themselves together, propounded a theory which exceeded in absurdity even de Merville's demonolatry. Dr. Royer and Jobart de Lambel, both celebrities in their way, formed an alliance and presented to the Institute a German whose cleverness afforded, according to his statement, the key to all the knockings and rappings of both hemispheres. We blush, remarks the Marquis de Merville, to say that the whole of the trick consisted simply in the reiterated displacement of one of the muscular tendons of the legs. Great demonstrations of the system and full sitting of the Institute, and on the spot. Expressions of academical gratitude for this interesting communication, and a few days later, a full assurance given to the public by a professor of the medical faculty, that scientists, having pronounced their opinion, the mystery was at last unraveled. But such scientific explanations neither prevented the phenomena from quietly following its course, nor the two writers on demonology from proceeding to expound their strictly orthodox theories. Denying that the Church had anything to do with his books, de Morceau gravely gave the Academy, in addition to his memoir, the following interesting and profoundly philosophical thoughts on Satan. The devil is the chief pillar of faith. He is the one of the grand personages whose life is closely allied to that of the Church, and without his speech, which issued out so triumphantly from the mouth of the serpent, his medium, the fall of man could not have taken place. Thus, it was not for him, the Saviour, the crucified, the Redeemer, would be but the most ridiculous of supernumeraries, that the cross an insult to good sense. This writer, be it remembered, is only the faithful echo of the Church, which anathematizes equally the one who denies God and him who doubts the objective existence of Satan. But the Marquis de Merville carries this idea of God's partnership with the devil still further. According to him, it is a regular commercial affair, in which the senior silent partner suffers the active business of the firm to be transacted as it may please his junior associate, by whose audacity and industry he profits. Who could be of any other opinion upon reading the following? At the moment of this spiritual invasion of 1853, so slightingly regarded, we had dared to pronounce the word of a threatening catastrophe. The world was nevertheless at peace, but history showing us the same symptoms at all disastrous epochs. We had a presentiment of the sad effects of a law which Giorgis had formulated thus, Volume 5, page 356. These mysterious apparitions have invariably indicated the chastening hand of God on earth. These guerrilla skirmishes between the champions of the clergy and the materialistic Academy of Science prove abundantly how little the latter has done to ward uprooting blind fanaticism from the minds of the even very educated persons. Evidently, science has neither completely conquered nor muzzled theology. She will master her only on that day when she will condescend to see in the spiritual phenomena something besides mere hallucination and charlatanry. But how can she do it without investigating it thoroughly? Let us suppose that before the time when electromagnetism was publicly acknowledged, the Copenhagen professor Oersted its discoverer, had been suffering from an attack of what we call psychophobia, or pneumatophobia. He notices that the wire along which a voltaic current is passing shows a tendency to turn the magnetic needle from its natural position to one perpendicular to the direction of the current. Suppose, moreover, that the professor had heard much of certain superstitious people who use that kind of magnetized needles to converse with unseen intelligences, that they received signals and even held correct conversations with them by means of the tippings of such a needle, and that in consequence he suddenly felt a scientific horror and disgust for such an ignorant belief, and refused point blank to have anything to do with such a needle. What would have been the result? Electromagnetism might not have been discovered till now, and our experimentalists would have been the principal losers thereby. Babinet, Royer, and Jobart de Lambel, all three members of the Institute, particularly distinguished themselves in the struggle between skepticism and supernaturalism, and most assuredly have reaped no laurels. The famous astronomer had imprudently risked himself on the battlefield of the phenomena. He had explained scientifically the manifestations. But emboldened by the fond belief among scientists that the new epidemic could not stand close investigation nor outlive the year, he had the still greater imprudence to publish 2 articles on them. As M. de Merville very wittingly remarks, if both of the articles had a poor success in the scientific press, they had, on the other hand, none at all in the daily one. M. Babinet began by accepting a priori the rotation and movements of the furniture, which fact he declared to be hors de doubt. This rotation, he said, being able to manifest itself with a considerable energy, either by a very great speed or by a strong resistance when it is desired that it should stop. Now comes the explanation of the eminent scientist. Gently pushed by little concordant impulsions of the hands laid upon it, the table begins to oscillate from right to left. At the moment when, after more or less delay, a nervous trepidation is established in the hands and the little individual impulsions of all the experimenters have become harmonized, the table is set in motion. He finds it very simple, for all muscular movements are determined over bodies by levers of the 3rd order, in which the fulcrum is very near the point where the force acts. This consequently communicates a great speed to the mobile parts for the very little distance which the motor force has to run. Some persons are astonished to see a table subjected to the action of several well-disposed individuals in a fair way to conquer powerful obstacles, even break its legs, when suddenly stopped. But that it is very simple if we consider the power of the little concordant actions. Once more, the physical explanation offers no difficulty. In this dissertation, 2 results are clearly shown: the reality of the phenomena proved, and the scientific explanation made ridiculous. But M. Babinet can well afford to be laughed at a little. He knows, as an astronomer, that dark spots are to be found even in the sun. There's one thing, though, that Babinet has always stoutly denied, viz., the levitation of furniture without contact. De Merville catches him proclaiming that such levitation is impossible, simply impossible, he says, as impossible as perpetual motion. Who can take upon himself, after such a declaration, to maintain that the word impossible pronounced by science is infallible? But the tables, after having waltzed, oscillated, and turned, began tipping and rapping. The raps were sometimes as powerful as pistol detonations. What of this? Listen, the witnesses and investigators are ventriloquists. De Merville refers us to the Revue des Deux Mondes, in which is published a very interesting dialogue, invented by M. Babinet, speaking of himself to himself, like the Chaldean Ein Sof of the Kabbalists. What can we finally say of all these facts brought under our observation? Are there such raps produced? Yes. Do such raps answer questions? Yes. Who produces these sounds? The mediums. By what means? By the ordinary acoustic method of the ventriloquists. But we were given to suppose that these sounds might result from the cracking of the toes and fingers. No. for then they would always proceed from the same point, and such is not the fact. Now, asks de Merville, what are we to believe of the Americans and their thousands of mediums who produce the same raps before millions of witnesses? Ventriloquism, to be sure, answers Babinet. But how can you explain such an impossibility? The easiest thing in the world. Listen only. All that was necessary to produce the first manifestation in the first house in America was a street boy knocking at the door of a mystified citizen, perhaps with a laden ball attached to a string. And if Mr. Weekman, the first believer in America, when he watched for the third time, heard no shouts of laughter in the street, it is because of the essential difference which exists between a French street Arab and an English or transatlantic one, the latter being amply provided with what we call a sod merriment, gait triste. Truly, says de Merville in his famous reply to the attacks of de Gasperin, Babinet, and other scientists, and thus, according to our great physicist, the tables turn very quickly, very energetically, resist likewise, and as M. de Gasperin has proved, they levitate without contact. Said a minister, with 3 words of a man's handwriting, I take upon myself to have him hung. With the above 3 lines, we take upon ourselves, in our turn, to throw into the greatest confusion the physicists of all the globe, or rather to revolutionize the world. If at least M. de Babinet had taken the precaution of suggesting, like M. de Gasperin, some yet unknown law or force, for this would cover the whole ground. But it is in the notes embracing the facts and physical theories that we find the acme of the consistency and logic of Babinet as an expert investigator on the field of spiritualism. It would appear that M. de Merville, in his narrative of the wonders manifested at the Presbytere de Cideville, was much struck by the marvelousness of some facts. Though authenticated before the inquest and magistrates, they were of so miraculous a nature as to force the demonological author himself to shrink from the responsibility of publishing them. These facts were as follows. At the precise moment predicted by a sorcerer, case of revenge, a violent clap of thunder was heard above one of the chimneys of the presbytery, after which the fluid descended with a formidable noise through that passage, threw down believers as well as skeptics, as to the power of the sorcerer, who were warming themselves by the fire, and having filled the room with a multitude of fantastic animals, returned to the chimney, and having reascended, it disappeared, after producing the same terrible noise. As adds de Merville, we were already but rich in facts. We recoiled before this new enormity added to so many others. But Babinet, who in common with his learned colleagues had made such fun of the 2 writers on demonology, and who was determined, moreover, to prove the absurdity of all like stories, felt himself obliged to discredit the above-mentioned fact of the Cideville phenomena by presenting one still more incredible. We yield the floor to M. Babinet himself. The following circumstance, which he gave to the Academy of Sciences on July 5, 1852, can be found without further commentary, and merely as an instance of a sphere-like lightning. In the Oeuvre de F. Arago, Volume 1, page 52, we offer it verbatim. After a strong clap of thunder, says M. Babinet, but not immediately following it, a tailor apprentice living in the Rue Saint-Jacques was just finishing his dinner, when he saw the paper screen which shut the fireplace fall down as if pushed out of its place by a moderate gust of wind. Immediately after that he perceived a globe of fire, as large as the head of a child, came out quietly and softly from within the grate and slowly move around the room, without touching the bricks of the floor. The aspect of this fire globe was that of a young cat, of middle size, moving itself without use of its paws. The fire globe was rather brilliant and luminous than hot or inflamed, and the tailor had no sensation of warmth. The globe approached his feet like a young cat which wished to play and rub itself against the legs, as is habitual to these animals, but the apprentice withdrew his feet from it, and moving with great caution avoided contact with the meteor. The latter remained for a few seconds moving about his legs, the tailor examining it with great curiosity and bending over it. After having tried several excursions in opposite directions, but without leaving the center of the room, the fire globe elevated itself vertically to the level of the man's head, who, to avoid its contact with its face, threw himself backward on his chair. Arrived at about a yard from the floor, the fire globe slightly lengthened, took an oblique direction toward a hole in the wall over the fireplace, at about the height of a meter above the mantelpiece. This hole had been made for the purpose of admitting the pipe of a stove in winter. But according to the expression of the tailor, the thunder could not see it, for it was papered over like the rest of the wall. The fire globe went directly to that hole, unglued the paper without damaging it, and reascended the chimney. When it arrived at the top, which it did very slowly, at least 60 feet above ground, it produced a most frightful explosion, which partly destroyed the chimney, etc. It seems, remarks de Merville in his review, that we could apply to M. Babinet the following remark made by a very witty woman to Raynal: "If you are not a Christian, it is not for lack of faith." It was not alone believers who wondered at the credulity displayed by M. Babinet in persisting to call the manifestation a meteor, for Dr. Boudin mentions it very seriously in a work on lightning he was just then publishing. If these details are exact, says the doctor, as they seem to be, since they are admitted by M. Babinet and Arago, it appears very difficult for the phenomena to retain its appellation of sphere-shaped lightning. However, we leave it to the others to explain, if they can, the essence of a fire globe emitting no sensation of heat, having the aspect of a cat slowly promenading in a room, which finds means to escape by reascending the chimney through an aperture in the wall covered over with a paper which it unglues without damaging. We are of the same opinion, adds the Marquis, as the learned doctor on the difficulty of an exact definition, and we do not see why we should not have in future lightning in the shape of a dog, of a monkey, etc., etc. One shudders at the bare idea of a whole meteorological menagerie, which, thanks to thunder, might come down to our rooms to promenade themselves at will. Says de Gasperin, in his monster volume of Refutations, in questions of testimony, certitude must absolutely seize the moment we cross the borders of the supernatural. The line of demarcation not being sufficiently fixed and determined, which of the opponents is best fitted to take upon himself the difficult task? Which of the two is better entitled to become the public arbiter? Is it the party of superstition, which is supported in its testimony by the evidence of many thousands of people? For nearly 2 years they crowded the country where daily manifested the unprecedented miracles of Citadel, now nearly forgotten among other countless spiritual phenomena? Shall we believe them, or shall we bow to science, represented by Babinet, who, on the testimony of one man, the tailor, accepts the manifestation of the fire globe, or the meteor cat, and henceforth claims it for a place among the established facts of natural phenomena? Mr. Crookes, in his first article in the Quarterly Journal of Science, October 1st, 1871, mentions de Gasperin and his work, Science v. Spiritualism. He remarks that the author finally arrived at the conclusion that all these phenomena are to be accounted for by the action of natural causes, and do not require the supposition of miracles, nor the intervention of spirits and diabolical influences. Gasperin considers it as a fact fully established by his experiments that the will, in certain states of organism, can act at a distance on inert matter, and most of his work is devoted to ascertaining the laws and conditions under which this action manifests itself. Precisely, but the work of de Gasperin called forth numberless answers, defenses, and memoirs. It was then demonstrated by his own work that he was a Protestant in point of religious fanaticism, and that he was as little to be relied upon as de Maisonneuve and de Merville. The former is a profoundly pious Calvinist, while the two latter are fanatical Roman Catholics. Moreover, the very words of de Gasperin betray the spirit of partisanship. I feel I have a duty to perform. I left high the Protestant flag against the ultramontane banner, etc. In such matters as the nature of the so-called spiritual phenomena, no evidence can be relied upon except the disinterested testimony of cold, unprejudiced witnesses in science. Truth is one, and legend is the name for religious sects, every one of which claims to have found the unadulterated truth. As the devil is the chief pillar of the Catholic Church, so all supernaturalism and miracles seized, in de Gasperin's opinion, with apostleship. But Mr. Crookes mentioned another eminent scholar, Thury of Geneva, professor of natural history, who was a brother investigator with Gasperin in the phenomena of Valeries. This professor contradicts point blank the assertions of his colleague. The first and most necessary condition, says Gasperin, is the will of the experimenter. Without the will, one would obtain nothing. You can form the chain, the circle, for 24 hours consecutively without obtaining the least movement. The above proves only that de Gasperin makes no difference between phenomena purely magnetic, produced by the persevering will of the sitters, among whom there may be not even a single medium, developed or undeveloped, and the so-called spiritual ones. While the first can be produced consciously by nearly every person who has a firm and determined will, the latter overpowers the sensitive very often against his own consent, and always acts independently of him. The mesmerizer wills a thing, and if he is powerful enough, that thing is done. The medium, even if he had an honest purpose to succeed, may get no manifestations at all. The less he exercises his will, the better the phenomena. The more he feels anxious, the less he is likely to get anything. To mesmerize requires a positive nature, to be a medium, a perfectly passive one. This is the alphabet of spiritualism, and no medium is ignorant of it. The opinion of Thury, as we have said, disagrees entirely with Gasperin's theories of willpower. He states, in not so many plain words, in a letter, in answer to the invitation of the Count to modify the last article of his memoir, as the book of Thury is not at hand, we translate the letter as it is found in the resume of de Merville's defense. Thury's article, which so shocked his religious friend, related to the possibility of the existence and intervention in those manifestations of wills other than those of men and animals. I feel, sir, the justness of your observations in relation to the last pages of this memoir. They may provoke a very bad feeling for me on the part of scientists in general. I regret it the more as my determination seems to affect you so much. Nevertheless, I persist in my resolution, because I think it a duty to shirk which would be a kind of treason. If, against all expectations, there were some truth in spiritualism, by abstaining from saying on the part of science, as I conceive it to be, that the absurdity of the belief in the intervention of spirits is not as yet demonstrated scientifically, for such is the resume and the thesis of the past pages of my memoir. By abstaining from saying it to those who, and after having read my work, will feel inclined to experiment with the phenomena, I might risk to entice such persons on a path many issues of which are very equivocal. Without leaving the domain of science, as I esteem it, I will pursue my duty to the end, without any reticence to the profit of my own glory. And to use your own words, as the great scandal lies there, I do not wish to assume the shame of it. I, moreover, insist that this is as scientific as anything else. If I wanted to sustain now the theory of the intervention of disembodied spirits, I would have no power for it, for the facts which are made known are not sufficient for the demonstration of such a hypothesis. As it is, and in the position I have assumed, I feel I am strong against everyone. Willingly or not, all the scientists must learn, through experience and their own errors, to suspend their judgment as to things which they have not sufficiently examined. The lesson you gave them in this direction cannot be lost. Geneva, 21st December 1854. Let us analyze the above letter, and try to discover what the writer thinks, or rather what he does not think of this new force. One thing is certain at least, Professor Thury, a distinguished physicist and naturalist, admits and even scientifically proves that various manifestations take place. Like Mr. Crooks, he does not believe that they are produced by the interference of spirits or disembodied men who have lived and died on Earth. For he says in his letter that nothing has demonstrated this theory. He certainly believes no more in the Catholic devils or demons, for de Merville, who quotes this letter as a triumphant proof against de Gasperin's naturalistic theory, once arrived at the above sentence, hastens to emphasize it by a footnote, which runs thus: at Valéry's, perhaps, but everywhere else, showing himself anxious to convey the idea that the professor only meant the manifestations at Valéry's, when denying their being produced by demons. The contradictions, and we are sorry to say, the absurdities in which de Gasperin allows himself to be caught, are numerous. While bitterly criticizing the pretensions of the learned Faradaysiacs, he attributes things which he declares magical to causes perfectly natural. If, he says, we had to deal but with such phenomena, as witnessed and explained by the great physicist, we might as well hold our tongues. But we have passed beyond, and what good can they do now, I would ask, these apparatus which demonstrate that an unconscious pressure explains the whole? It explains all, and a piece of furniture which nobody touches follows the fingers pointed at it. It levitates without contact, and it turns itself upside down. But for all that, he takes upon himself to explain the phenomena. People will be advocating miracles, you say, magic. Every new law appears to them as a prodigy. Calm yourselves. I take upon myself the task to quiet those who are alarmed. In the face of such phenomena, we do not cross at all the boundaries of natural law. Most assuredly we do not. But can the scientists assert that they have in their possession the keys to such law? M. de Gasperin thinks he has. Let us see. I do not risk myself to explain anything. It is no business of mine. To authenticate simple facts and maintain a truth which science desires to smother is all I pretend to do. Nevertheless, I cannot resist the temptation to point out to those who would treat us as so many Illuminati or sorcerers that the manifestations in question affords an interpretation which agrees with the ordinary laws of science. Suppose a fluid emanating from the experimenters, and chiefly from some of them. Suppose that the will determined the direction taken by the fluid, and you will readily understand the rotation and levitation of that one of the legs of the table toward which is ejected with every action of the will an excess of fluid. Suppose that the glass causes the fluid to escape, and you will understand how a tumbler placed on the table can interrupt its rotation, and that the tumbler placed on one of its sides causes the accumulation of the fluid in the opposite side, which in consequence of that is lifted. If every one of the experimenters were clever mesmerizers, the explanation minus certain important details might be acceptable. So much for the power of human will on inanimate matter, according to the learned minister of Louis Philippe. But how about the intelligence exhibited by the table? What explanation does he give as to answers obtained through the agency of this table to questions? Answers which could not possibly have been the reflections of the brain of those present, one of the favorite theories of de Gasperin, for their own ideas were quite the reverse of the very liberal philosophy given by this wonderful table. On this he is silent. Anything but spirits, whether human, satanic, or elemental. Thus, the simultaneous concentration of thought and the accumulation of fluid will be found no better than the unconscious cerebration and psychic force of other scientists. We must try again, and we may predict beforehand that the 1,001 theories of science will prove of no avail until they will confess that this force, far from being a projection of the accumulated wills of the circle, is on the contrary a force which is abnormal, foreign to themselves, and supra-intelligent. Professor Thury, who denies the theory of departed human spirits, rejects the Christian devil doctrine, and shows himself unwilling to pronounce in favor of Crookes' theory, the sixth, that of the Hermetists and ancient theurgists, adopts the one which he says in his letter the most prudent, and makes him feel strong against every one. Moreover, he accepts as little of the de Gasperin's hypothesis of unconscious willpower. This is what he says in his work. As to the announced phenomena, such as the levitation without contact and the displacement of furniture by invisible hands, unable to demonstrate their impossibility a priori, no one has the right to treat as absurd the serious evidences which affirm their occurrence. Page 9. As to the theory proposed by M. de Gasperin, Thury judges it very severely. While admitting that in the experiments of Valley's, says de Merville, the seat of the force might have been in the individual, and we say that it was intrinsic and extrinsic at the same time, and that the will might be generally necessary. Page 20. He repeats but what he had said in his preface, to wit, M. de Gasperin presents us with crude facts, and the explanations following he offers for what they are worth. Breathe on them, and not many will be found standing after this. No, very little, if anything, will remain of his explanations. As to facts, they are henceforth demonstrated. As Mr. Crookes tells us, Professor Thury refutes all these explanations and considers the effects due to a peculiar substance, fluid, or agent pervading in a manner similar to the luminiferous ether of the scientists. All matter, nervous, organic, or inorganic, which he terms psychode. He enters into full discussions as to the properties of the state, or form, or matter, and proposes the term actinic force, for the power exerted when the mind acts at a distance through the influence of the psychode. Mr. Crookes remarks further that Professor Thury's actinic force and his own psychic force are evidently equivalent terms. We certainly could very easily demonstrate that the two forces are identical. Moreover, the astral or sidereal light is explained by the alchemist and Eliphas Levi in his Dogme et Rituel de la Haute Magie, and that under the name of Akasa, or life principle, this all-pervading force was known to the gymnosophists, Hindu magicians, and adepts of all the countries, thousands of years ago, and that it is still known to them, and used at present by the Tibetan lamas, fakirs, thaumaturgists of all nationalities, and even by many of the Hindu jugglers. In many cases of trance, artificially induced by mesmerization, it is also quite possible, even quite probable, that it is the spirit of the subject which acts under the guidance of the operator's will. But if the medium remains conscious and psychophysical phenomena occur, which indicate a direct intelligence, then, unless it be conceded that he is a magician and can project his double, physical exhaustion can signify nothing more than nervous prostration. The proof that he is the passive instrument of unseen entities controlling occult potencies seems conclusive. Even if Thury's actinic and Crookes' psychic force are substantially of the same derivation, the respective discoverers seem to differ widely as to the properties and potencies of this force, while Professor Thury candidly admits that the phenomena are often produced by wills not human, and so, of course, gives a qualified endorsement to Mr. Crookes' theory number 6. The latter, admitting the genuineness of the phenomena, has as yet pronounced no definite opinion as to their cause. Thus we find that neither M. Thury, who investigated these manifestations with de Gasperin in 1854, nor Mr. Crookes, who conceded their undeniable genuineness in 1874, have reached anything definite. Both are chemists, physicists, and very learned men. Both have given all their attention to the puzzling question, and besides these two scientists, there were many others who, while coming to the same conclusion, have hitherto been as unable to furnish the world with a final solution. It follows, then, that in 20 years none of the scientists have made a single step toward unraveling of the mystery, which remains as immovable and impregnable as the walls of an enchanted castle in a fairy tale. Would it be too impertinent to surmise that perhaps our modern scientists have got in what the French term un cercle vicieux, that hampered by the weight of their materialism and the insufficiency of what they name the exact sciences to demonstrate to them tangibly the existence of a spiritual universe? peopled and inhabited much more than our visible one, they are doomed forever to creep around inside that circle, unwilling rather than unable to penetrate beyond its enchanted ring and explore in its length and breadth. It is but prejudice which keeps them from making a compromise with well-established facts and seek alliance with such expert magnetists and mesmerizers as were Dupotet and Regazzoni. What then is produced from death? Inquired Socrates of Cebes. Life, was the reply. Can the soul, since it is immortal, be anything else than imperishable? The seed cannot develop unless it is in part consumed, says Professor Lecomte. It is not quickened unless it die, says St. Paul. A flower blossoms, then withers and dies. It leaves a fragrance behind, which long after its delicate petals are but a little dust, still lingers in the air. Our material sense may not be cognizant of it, but it nevertheless exists. Let a note be struck on an instrument, and the faintest sound produces an eternal echo. Disturbance is created on the invisible waves of the shoreless ocean of space, and the vibration is never wholly lost. Its energy, being once carried from the world of matter into the immaterial world, will live forever. And man, we are asked to believe, man, the living, thinking, reasoning entity, the indwelling deity of our nature's crowning masterpiece, will evacuate his casket and be no more. Would the principle of continuity which exists even for the so-called inorganic matter, for a floating atom, be denied to the spirit, whose attributes are consciousness, memory, mind, love? Really, the very idea is preposterous. The more we think and the more we learn, the more difficult it becomes for us to account for the atheism of the scientist. We may readily understand that a man ignorant of the laws of nature, unlearned in either chemistry or physics, may be fatally drawn into materialism through his very ignorance, his incapacity of understanding the philosophy of the exact sciences, or drawing any inference by analogy from the visible to the invisible. A natural-born metaphysician, an ignorant dreamer, may awake abruptly and say to himself, I dreamed it. I have no tangible proof of that which I imagined. It is all an illusion, etc. But for a man of science, acquainted with the characteristics of the universal energy, to maintain that life is merely a phenomenon of matter, a species of energy, amounts simply to a confession of his own incapability of analyzing and properly understanding the alpha and the omega even of that matter. Sincere skepticism as to the immortality of man's soul is a malady, a malformation of the physical brain, and has existed in every age. As there are infants born with a caul upon their heads, so there are men who are incapable to their last hour of ridding themselves of that kind of caul, evidently enveloping their organs of spirituality. But it is quite another feeling which makes them reject the possibility of spiritual and magical phenomena. The true name for that feeling is vanity. We can neither produce nor explain it. Hence it does not exist, and moreover could never have existed. Such is the irrefutable argument of our present-day philosophers. Some 30 years ago, E. Salvere started the world of the credulous by his work, The Philosophy of Magic. The book claimed to unveil the whole of the miracles of the Bible, as well as those of the pagan sanctuaries. Its resume ran thus: long ages of observation, a great knowledge for those days of ignorance, of natural sciences and philosophy, imposture, legerdemain, optics, phantasmagoria, exaggeration. Final and logical conclusion: thaumaturgists, prophets, magicians, rascals, and knaves, the rest of the world fools. Among many other conclusive proofs, the reader can find him offering the following. The enthusiastic disciples of Iamblichus affirmed that when he prayed, he was raised to the height of 10 cubits from the ground, and dupes to the same metaphor. Although Christians have had the simplicity to attribute a similar miracle to St. Clare and St. Francis of Assisi. Hundreds of travelers claim to have seen fakirs produce the same phenomena, and they were all thought either liars or hallucinated. But it was but yesterday that the same phenomena was witnessed and endorsed by a well-known scientist, It was produced under test conditions, declared by Mr. Crookes to be genuine and to be beyond the possibility of an illusion or a trick. And so was it manifested many a time before and attested by numerous witnesses, though the latter are now invariably disbelieved. Peace to thy scientific ashes, O credulous Usibi Salver, who knows but before the close of the present century popular wisdom will have invented a new proverb, as incredibly credulous as a scientist. Why should it appear so impossible that when the spirit is once separated from its body, it may have the power to animate some evanescent form, create out of that magical psychic or actinic or ethereal force, with the help of the elementaries who furnish it with the sublimated matter of their own bodies? The only difficulty is to realize the fact that surrounding space is not an empty void, but a reservoir filled to the repletion with the models of all things that ever were, that are, and that will be, and with beings of countless races unlike our own. Seemingly supernatural facts, supernatural in that they openly contradict the demonstrated natural laws of gravitation, as in the above-mentioned instance of levitation, are recognized by many scientists. Everyone who has dared to investigate with thoroughness has found himself compelled to admit their existence. Only in their unsuccessful efforts to account for the phenomena on theories based on the laws of such forces as were already known, some of the highest representatives of science have involved themselves in inextricable difficulties. In his resume, de Merville describes the augmentation of these adversaries of spiritualism as consisting of 5 paradoxes, which he terms distractions. First distraction, that of Faraday, who explains the table phenomena by the table which pushes you in consequence of the resistance which pushes it back. Second distraction, that of Babinet, explaining all the communications by raps which are produced, as he says, in good faith and with perfect conscientiousness, correct in every way and sense, by ventriloquism, the use of which faculty implies of necessity bad faith. Third distraction, that of Dr. Chevreul, explaining the faculty of moving furniture without contact by the preliminary acquisition of that faculty. Fourth distraction, that of the French Institute and its members, who consent to accept the miracles on condition that the latter will not contradict in any way those natural laws which with they are acquainted. The fifth distraction, that of M. de Gasperin, introducing as a very simple and perfectly elementary phenomena that which everyone rejects, precisely because no one ever saw the like of it. While the great world-known scientists indulge in such fantastic theories, some less-known neurologists find an explanation for occult phenomena of every kind in an abnormal effluvium resulting from epilepsy. Another would treat mediums, and poets too, we may infer, with esophagitis and ammonia, and declare every one of the believers in spiritual manifestations lunatics and hallucinated mystics. To the latter lecturer and professed pathologist is commended that sensible bit of evidence to be found in the New Testament. Physician, heal thyself. Truly no sane man would so sweepingly charge insanity upon 446 millions of people in various parts of the world, who believe in the intercourse of spirits with ourselves. Considering all this, it remains to us but to wonder at the preposterous presumption of these men, who claim to be regarded by right of learning as the high priests of science, to classify a phenomena they know nothing about. Surely several millions of their countrymen and women, if deluded, deserve at least as much attention as potato bugs or grasshoppers. But instead of that, what do we find? The Congress of the United States, at the demand of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, enacts statutes for organization of national insect commissions. Chemists are busying themselves in boiling frogs and bugs. Geologists amuse their leisure by osteological surveys of armor-plated ganoids, and discuss the odontology of the various species of Dinocetes. And entomologists suffer their enthusiasm to carry them to the length of supping on grasshoppers boiled, fried, and in soup. Meanwhile, millions of Americans are either losing themselves in the maze of crazy delusions, according to the opinion of some of these very learned encyclopedists, or perishing physically from nervous disorders brought on or brought out by mediumistic diocese. At one time, there was reason to hope that Russian scientists would have undertaken the task of giving the phenomena a careful and impartial study. A commission was appointed by the Imperial University of St. Petersburg, with Professor Mendeleev, the great physicist, at its head. The advertised program provided for a series of 40 seances to test mediums, and invitations were extended to all of this class who chose to come to the Russian capital and submit their powers to examination. As a rule, they refused, doubtless from a previous trap that had been laid for them. After 8 sittings, upon a shallow pretext, and just when the manifestations were becoming interesting, the Commission prejudged the case and published a decision adverse to the claims of mediumism. Instead of pursuing dignified scientific methods, they set spies to peep through the keyholes. Professor Mendeleev declared in a public lecture that spiritualism, or any such belief in our soul's immortality, was a mixture of superstition, delusion, and fraud, adding that every manifestation of such nature, including mind reading, trance, and other psychological phenomena, we must suppose could be and was produced by means of clever apparatus and machinery concealed under the clothing of mediums. After such a public exhibition of ignorance and prejudice, Mr. Butleroff, professor of chemistry at the St. Petersburg University, and Mr. Aksakov, counselor of state in the same city, who had been invited to assist on the committee for mediums, became so disgusted that they withdrew. Having published their protests in the Russian papers, they were supported by the majority of the press, who did not spare either Mendeleev or his officious committee with their sarcasms. The public acted fairly in that case. 130 names of the most influential persons of the best society of St. Petersburg, many of them no spiritualists at all, but simply investigators, added their signatures to the well-deserved protest. The inevitable result of such a procedure followed. Universal attention was drawn to the question of spiritualism. Private circles were organized throughout the empire. Some of the most liberal journals began to discuss the subject, and as we write, a new commission is being organized to finish the interrupted task. But now, as a matter of course, they will do their duty less than ever. They have a better pretext than they ever had in the pretended expose of the medium Slade by Professor Lancaster of London. True to the evidence of one scientist and his friend, Messrs. Lancaster and Donkin, the accused opposed the testimony of Wallace Crooks and a host of others, which totally nullifies an accusation based merely on circumstantial evidence and prejudice. As the London Spectator very pertinently observes, it is really a pure superstition and nothing else to assume that we are so fully acquainted with the laws of nature that even carefully examined facts, attested by an experienced observer, ought to be cast aside as utterly unworthy of credit, only because they do not, at first sight, seem to be in keeping with what is most clearly known already. To assume, as Professor Lancaster appears to do, that because there are fraud and credulity and plenty to be found in connection with these facts, as there is no doubt in connection with all nervous diseases, fraud and credulity will account for all the carefully attested statements of accurate and conscientious observers, is to saw away at the very branch of the tree of knowledge, on which inductive science necessarily rests, and to bring the whole structure toppling to the ground. But what matters all this to scientists? This torrent of superstition, which, according to them, sweeps away millions of bright intellects in its impetuous course, cannot reach them. The modern deluge called spiritualism is unable to affect their strong minds, and the muddy waves of the flood must expend their raging fury without wetting even the soles of their boots. Surely it must be but traditional stubbornness on the part of the Creator that prevents him from confessing what a poor chance his miracles have in our day of blinding professed scientists. By this time he ought to know to take notice that long ago they decided to write on the porticos of their universities and colleges, "Science commands that God shall not do miracles upon this spot." Both the infidel spiritualists and the Orthodox Roman Catholics seem to have leagued themselves this year against the iconoclastic pretensions of materialism. Increase of skepticism has developed of late, a like increase of credulity. The champions of the Bible divine miracles rival the panegyrists' mediumistic phenomena, and the Middle Ages revive in the 19th century. Once more we see the Virgin Mary resume her epistolary correspondence with the faithful children of her church, and while the angel friends scribble messages to spiritualists through their mediums, the Mother of God drops letters direct from heaven to earth. The shrine of Notre Dame de Lourdes has turned into a spiritualistic cabinet for materializations, while the cabinets of popular American mediums are transformed into sacred shrines, into which Mohammed, Bishop Polk, Joan of Arc, and other aristocratic spirits from over the dark river, having descended, materialize in full light. And if the Virgin Mary is seen taking her daily walk in the woods about Lourdes in full human form, why not the Apostle of Islam and the late Bishop of Louisiana? Either both miracles are possible, or both kinds of these manifestations, the divine as well as the spiritual, are errant impostures. Time alone will prove which. But meanwhile, as science refuses the loan of her magic lamp to illuminate these mysteries, common people must go stumbling on whether they're mired or not. The recent miracles at Lourdes having been unfavorably discussed in the London papers, Monsignor Capel communicates to the Times the views of the Roman Catholic Church in the following terms. As to the miraculous cures which are effected, I would refer your readers to the calm, judicious work, Le Grotte de Lourdes, written by Dr. Dozou, an eminent resident practitioner, inspector of epidemic diseases for the district, and medical assistant of the Court of Justice. He prefaces a number of detailed cases of miraculous cures, which he says he has studied with great care and perseverance. With these words, I declare that these cures effected at the sanctuary of Lourdes by means of the water of the fountain have established their supernatural character in the eyes of men of good faith. I ought to confess that without these cures, my mind, little prone to listen to miraculous explanations of any kind, would have had a great difficulty in accepting even this fact, the apparition, remarkable as it is from many points of view. But the cures, of which I have been so often an ocular witness, have given to my mind a light which does not permit me to ignore the importance of the visits of Bernadette to the grotto, and the reality of the apparitions which she was favored. The testimony of a distinguished medical man, who was carefully watched from the beginning, Bernadette, and the miraculous cures at the grotto is at least worthy of respectful consideration. I may add that the vast number of those who come to the grotto do so to repent their sins, to increase their piety, to pray for the regeneration of their country, to profess publicly their belief in the Son of God and His Immaculate Mother. Many come to be cured of bodily ailments, and on the testimony of eyewitnesses, several return home freed from their sickness. To upbraid with non-belief, as does your article, those who use also the waters of the Pyrenees is as reasonable as to charge with unbelief the magistrates who inflict punishment on the peculiar people for neglecting to have medical aid. Health obliged me to pass the winters of 1860 to 1867 at Pau. This gave me the opportunity of making the most minute inquiry into the apparition at Lourdes. After frequent and lengthened examinations of Bernadette and of some of the miracles effected, I am convinced that, if facts are to be received on human testimony, then has the apparition at Lourdes every claim to be received as an undeniable fact? It is, however, no part of the Catholic faith, and may be accepted or rejected by any Catholic without the least praise or condemnation. Let the reader observe the sentence we have italicized. This makes it clear that the Catholic Church, despite her infallibility and her liberal postage convention with the kingdom of heaven, is content to accept even the validity of divine miracles upon human testimony. Now, when we turn to the report of Mr. Huxley's recent New York lectures on evolution, we find him saying that it is upon human historical evidence that we depend for the greater part of our knowledge for the doings of the past. In the lecture on biology, he has said, Every man who has the interest of truth at heart must earnestly desire that every well-founded and just criticism should be made. But it is essential that the critic should know what he is talking about, an aphorism that its author should recall when he undertakes to pronounce upon psychological subjects. And this to his views, as expressed above, and who could ask for a better platform upon which to meet him? Here we have a representative materialist and a representative Catholic prelate, enunciating an identical view of the sufficiency of human testimony to prove facts that it suits the prejudices of each to believe. After this, what need for either the student of occultism or even the spiritualist to hunt about for endorsements of the argument they have so long and so persistently advanced? That the psychological phenomena of ancient and modern thaumaturgists, being superabundantly proven upon human testimony, must be accepted as facts. Church and college having appealed to the tribunal of human evidence, they cannot deny the rest of mankind an equal privilege. One of the fruits of the recent agitation in London on the subject of mediumistic phenomena is the expression of some remarkably liberal views on the part of the secular press. In any case, we are for admitting spiritualism to a place among tolerated beliefs, and letting it alone accordingly. Says the London Daily News in 1876, it has many votaries who are as intelligent as most of us, and to whom any obvious and palpable defect in the evidence meant to convince must have been obvious and palpable long ago. Some of the wisest men in the world believed in ghosts, and would have continued to do so even though half a dozen persons in succession had been convicted of frightening people with sham goblins. It is not for the first time in the history of the world that the invisible world has to contend against the materialistic skepticism of soul-blind Sadducees. Plato deplores such an unbelief, and refers to this pernicious tendency more than once in his works. From Kapila, the Hindu philosopher, who many centuries before Christ demurred to the claim of the mystic yogins, that in ecstasy a man has the power of seeing deity face to face and conversing with the highest beings, down to the Voltairians of the 18th century, who laughed at everything that was held sacred by other people. Each age had its unbelieving Thomases. Did they ever succeed in checking the progress of truth? No more than the ignorant bigots who sat in judgment over Galileo checked the progress of the Earth's rotation. No exposures whatever are able to vitally affect the stability or instability of a belief which humanity inherited from the first races of men. Those who, if we can believe in the evolution of spiritual man as in that of the physical one, had the great truth from the lips of their ancestors, the gods of their fathers, that were on the other side of the flood. The identity of the Bible with the legends of the Hindu sacred books and the cosmogonies of other nations must be demonstrated at some future day. The fables of the mythopoeic ages will be found to have but allegorized the greatest truths of geology and anthropology. It is in these ridiculous expressed fables that science will have to look for her missing links. Otherwise, whence such strange coincidences in the respective histories of nations and peoples so widely thrown apart? Whence that identity of primitive conceptions which fables and legends, though they are termed now, contain in them nevertheless the kernel of historical facts, of a truth thickly overgrown with the husks of popular embellishment, but still a truth. Compare only this verse of Genesis 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. There were giants in the earth in those days, etc. With this part of the Hindu cosmogony in the Vedas, which speaks of the descent of the Brahmins, the first Brahmin complains of being alone among all his brethren without a wife, notwithstanding that the Eternal advises him to devote his days solely to the study of the sacred knowledge. Veda, the firstborn of mankind, insists. Provoked at such ingratitude, the Eternal gave Brahman a wife of the race of the Danes, or giants, from whom all the Brahmins maternally descended. Thus the entire Hindu priesthood is descended, on the one hand, from the superior spirits, the sons of God, and from Daintini, a daughter of the earthly giants, the primitive men. And they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. The same is found in the Scandinavian cosmogonical fragment. In the Edda is given the description to Gangler by Har, one of the three informants, Har, Jafuhar, and Tredi, of the first man called Bur, the father of Bor, who took for wife Besla, the daughter of the giant Bothara, of the race of the primitive giants. The full and interesting narrative may be found in the Prose Edda, sections 4 to 8, in Mallet's Northern Antiquities. The same groundwork underlies the Grecian fables about the Titans, and may be found in the legend of the Mexicans, the four successive races of the Popol Vuh. It constitutes one of the many ends to be found in the entangled and seemingly inextricable skein of mankind. Viewed as a psychological phenomena, belief in supernaturalism would otherwise be inexplicable. To say that it sprang up and grew and developed throughout the countless ages, without either cause or the least firm basis to rest upon, but merely as an empty fancy, would be to utter as great an absurdity as the theological doctrine that the universe sprang into creation out of nothing. It is too late now to kick against an evidence which manifests itself in the full glare of noon. Liberal as well as Christian papers and the organs of the most advanced scientific authorities begin to protest unanimously against the dogmatism and narrow prejudices of soleism. A Christian World, a religious paper, adds its voice to the list of unbelieving London press. Following is a good specimen of its common sense. If a medium, it says, can be shown ever so conclusively to be an impostor, we shall still object to the disposition manifested by persons of some authority in scientific papers, to pooh-pooh and knock on the head all careful inquiry into those subjects of which Mr. Barrett took note in his paper before the British Association. Because spiritualists have committed themselves to many absurdities, that is no reason why the phenomena to which they appeal should be scouted as unworthy of examination. They may be mesmeric, or clairvoyant, or something else. But let our wise men tell us what they are, and not snub us, as ignorant people too often snub inquiring youth. But the easy but unsatisfactory apothegm: little children should not ask questions. Thus the time has come when the scientists have lost all their right to be addressed with the Miltonian verse, O thou who, for the testimony of truth, hast borne universal reproach. Sad degeneration, and one that recalls the exclamation of that doctor of physic, mentioned 180 years ago by Dr. Henry Moore, and who, upon hearing the story of the drummer of Tedworth and of Anne Walker, cried out, presently, if this be true, I've been in a wrong box all this time and must begin my account anew. But in our century, notwithstanding Huxley's endorsement of the value of human testimony, even Dr. Henry Moore has become an enthusiast and a visionary, both of which, united in the same person, constitute a canting madman. What psychology has long lacked to make its mysterious laws better understood and applied to the ordinary as well as extraordinary affairs of life is not facts. These it has had in abundance. The need has been for the recording and classification, for trained observers and competent analysts. From the scientific body these ought to have been supplied. If error has prevailed and superstition run riot these many centuries throughout Christendom, it is the misfortune of the common people, the reproach of science. The generations have come and gone, each furnishing its quota of martyrs to conscience and moral courage, and psychology is little better understood in our day than it was when the heavy hand of the Vatican sent those brave unfortunates to their untimely doom, and branded their memories with the stigma of heresy and sorcery. Chapter 5. I am the spirit which still denies. Mephisto in Faust. The Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. Gospel according to John 14:17. Millions of spiritual creatures walk the earth, unseen, both when we wake and when we sleep. Milton. Mere intellectual enlightenment cannot recognize the spiritual. As the sun puts out a fire, so spirit puts out the eyes of mere intellect. W. Howitt. There has been an infinite confusion of names to express one and the same thing. The chaos of the ancients, the Zoroastrian sacred fire, or the Antisbyrum of the Parsees, the Hermes fire, the Almes fire of the ancient Germans, the lightning of Cybele, the burning torch of Apollo, the flame on the altar of Pan, the inextinguishable fire in the temple on the Acropolis, and in that of Vesta, the fire flame of Pluto's helm, the brilliant sparks on the hats of the Dioscuri, on the Gorgon head, the helm of Pallas, and the staff of Mercury, the Egyptian Tha, or Ra, the Grecian Zeus Catabates, the descending, the Pentecostal fire tongues, the burning bush of Moses, the pillar of fires of the Exodus, and the burning lamp of Abraham, the eternal fire of the bottomless pit, the Delphic oracular vapors, the sidereal light of the Rosicrucians, the Akasa of the Hindu adepts, the astral light of Eliphas Levi, the nerve aura and the fluid of the magnetists, the Odd of Reichenbach, the fire globe, or meteor cat of Babinet, the psychod and actinic force of Thury, the psychic force of Sergeant Cox and Mr. Crooks, the atmospheric magnetism of some naturalists, galvanism, and finally electricity, are but various names for many different manifestations, or effects of the same mysterious all-pervading cause, the Greek archeus. Sir E. Bulwer Lytton, in his Coming Race, describes it as the vril, used by the subterranean populations, and allowed his readers to take it for a fiction. These people, he says, considered that in the vril they had arrived at the unity in natural energetic agencies, and proceeds to show that Faraday intimated them under the more cautious term of correlation. Thus, I have long held an opinion, almost amounting to a conviction, in common, I believe, with many other lovers of natural knowledge, that the various forms under which the forces of matter are made manifest have one common origin, or, in other words, are so directly related and naturally dependent that they are convertible, as it were, into one another and possess equivalents of power in their action. Absurd and unscientific as may appear our comparison of a fictitious vril invented by the great novelist and the primal force of the equally great experimentalist with the Kabbalistic astral light, it is nevertheless the true definition of this force. Discoveries are constantly being made to corroborate the statement thus boldly put forth. Since we began to write this part of our book, an announcement has been made in a number of papers of the supposed discovery of a new force by Mr. Edison, the electrician, of Newark, New Jersey, which force seems to have little in common with electricity or galvanism, except the principle of conductivity. If demonstrated, it may remain for a long time under some pseudonymous scientific name, but nevertheless it will be but one of the numerous family of children brought forth from the commencement of time by our Kabbalistic mother, the astral virgin. In fact, the discoverer says that it is as distinct and has as regular laws as heat, magnetism, or electricity. The journal which contains the first account of the discovery adds that Mr. Edison thinks that it exists in connection with heat, and that it can also be generated by independent and as yet undiscovered means. Another of the most startling of recent discoveries is the possibility of annihilating distance between human voices by means of the telephone distance sounder, an instrument invented by Professor A. Graham Bell. This possibility, first suggested by the Little Lover's telegraph, consisting of small tin cups with vellum and drug twine apparatus, by which a conversation can be carried on at a distance of 200 feet, has developed into the telephone, which will become the wonder of this age. A long conversation has taken place between Boston and Cambridgeport by telegraph, every word being distinctly heard and perfectly understood, and the modulations of voices being quite distinguishable. According to the official report, The voice is seized upon, so to say, and held in form by a magnet, and the sound wave transmitted by electricity acting in unison and cooperating with the magnet. The whole success depends upon a perfect control of the electric currents and the power of the magnets used, with which the former must cooperate. The invention, reports the paper, may be rudely described as a sort of trumpet, over the bell mouth of which is drawn a delicate membrane, which, when the voice is thrown into the tube, swells outward in proportion to the force of the sound wave. To the outer side of the membrane is attached a piece of metal, which, as the membrane swells outward, connects with a magnet, and this with the electric circuit is controlled by the operator. By some principle not yet fully understood, the electric current transmits the sound wave just as delivered by the voice in the trumpet, and the listener at the other end of the line, with a twin or facsimile trumpet at his ear, hears every word distinctly and readily detects the modulations of the speaker's voice. Thus, in the presence of such wonderful discoveries of our age, and the further magical possibilities lying latent and yet undiscovered in the boundless realm of nature, and further, in view of the great probability that Edison's force and Professor Graham Bell's telephone may unsettle, if not utterly upset, all our ideas of the imponderable fluids, would it not be well for such persons as may be tempted to traverse our statements, to wait and see whether they will be corroborated or refuted by further discoveries? Only in connection with these discoveries we may, perhaps, well remind our readers of the many hints to be found in the ancient histories, as to a certain secret in the possession of the Egyptian priesthood, who could instantly communicate, during the celebration of the mysteries, from one temple to another, even though the former were at Thebes and the latter at the other end of the country. The legends attributing it, as a matter of course, to the invisible tribes of the air, which carry messages for mortals. The author of Pre-Adamite Man quotes an instance, which being given merely on his own authority, and he seeming uncertain whether the story comes from Macrinus or some other writer, may be taken for what it is worth. He found good evidence, he says, during his stay in Egypt, that one of the Cleopatras sent news by a wire to all the cities, from Heliopolis to Elephantine on the Upper Nile. It is not so long since Professor Tyndall ushered us into a new world, peopled with airy shapes of the most ravishing beauty. The discovery consists, he says, in subjecting the vapors of volatile liquids to the action of concentrated sunlight, or to the concentrated beam of the electric light. The vapors of certain nitrites and iodides and acids are subjected to the action of the light in an experimental tube, lying horizontally and so arranged that the axis of the tube and that of the parallel beams issuing from the lamp are coincident. The vapors form clouds of gorgeous tints and arrange themselves into the shapes of vases, of bottles and cones, and nests of 6 or more, of shells of tulips, roses, sunflowers, leaves, and of involved scrolls. In one case, he tells us, the cloud bud grew rapidly into a serpent's head. A mouth was formed, and from the cloud, a cord of cloud resembling a tongue was discharged. Finally, to cap the climax of marvels, once it positively assumed the form of a fish, with eyes, gills, and feelers. The two-ness of the animal form was displayed throughout, and no disc, coil, or speck existed on one side that did not exist on the other. These phenomena may possibly be explained in part by the mechanical action of a beam of light, which Mr. Crookes has recently demonstrated. For instance, it is a supposable case that the beams of light may have constituted a horizontal axis, about which the disturbed molecules of the vapors gathered into the forms of globes and spindles. But how account for the fish, and the serpent's head, and the vases, the flowers of different varieties, the shells? This seems to offer a dilemma to science as baffling as the meteor cat of Babinet. We do not learn that Tyndall ventured as absurd an explanation of his extraordinary phenomena as that of the Frenchman about his. Those who have not given attention to the subject may be surprised to find out how much was known in former days of that all-pervading, subtile principle which has recently been baptized the universal ether. Before proceeding, we desire once more to enunciate in 2 categorical propositions what was hinted at before. These propositions were demonstrated laws with the ancient theurgists. One, the so-called miracles, to begin with Moses and end with Cagliostro, when genuine, were as de Gasperin very justly insinuates in his work on the phenomena, perfectly in accordance with natural law, hence no miracles. Electricity and magnetism were unquestionably used in the production of some of the prodigies. But now, the same as then, they are put in requisition by every sensitive, who is made to use unconsciously these powers by the peculiar nature of his or her organization, which serves as a conductor for some of these imponderable fluids, and yet so imperfectly known to science. This force is the prolific parent of numberless attributes and properties, many, or rather most of which, are as yet unknown to modern physics. 2. The phenomena of natural magic to be witnessed in Siam, India, Egypt, and other Oriental countries bear no relationship whatever to sleight of hand, the one being an absolute physical effect due to the action of occult natural forces, the other a mere deceptive result obtained by dexterous manipulation supplemented with confederacy. The thaumaturgists of all periods, schools, and countries produced their wonders, because they were perfectly familiar with the imponderable in their effects, but otherwise perfectly tangible waves of the astral light. They controlled the currents by guiding them with their willpower. The wonders were both of physical and psychological character, the former embracing effects produced upon material objects, the latter the mental phenomena of Mesmer and his successors. This class has been represented in our time by two illustrious men, Dupotet and Regazzoni, whose wonderful powers were well attested in France and other countries. Mesmerism is the most important branch of magic, and its phenomena are the effects of the universal agent which underlies all magic and has produced at all ages the so-called miracles. The ancients called it chaos. Plato and the Pythagoreans named it the soul of the world. According to the Hindus, the deity in the shape of ether pervades all things. It is the invisible, but, as we have said before, too tangible fluid. Among other names, this universal Proteus, or the nebulous Almighty, as de Merville calls it in derision, was termed by the theurgists the living fire, the spirit of light, and magnes. This last appellation indicates its magnetic properties and shows its magical nature. For, as truly expressed by one of its enemies, are two branches growing from the same trunk, and shooting forth the same resultants. Magnetism is a word for the derivation of which we have to look to an incredible early epoch. The stone called magnet is believed by many to owe its name to Magnesia, a city or district in Thessaly, where these stones were found in quantity. We believe, however, the opinion of the Hermetists to be the correct one. The word magus, is derived from the Sanskrit Mahaji, the great or wise, the anointed by the divine wisdom. Eumolpus is the mythic founder of the Eumolpidae, the priests. The priests traced their own wisdom to the divine intelligence. The various cosmogonies showed that the archaeal universal soul was held by every nation as the mind of the demiurgic creator, the Sophia of the Gnostics, or the Holy Ghost as a female principle. As the Magi derived their name from it, so the Magnesian stone or magnet was called in their honor, for they were the first to discover its wonderful properties. Their temples dotted the country in all directions, and among these were some temples of Hercules. Hence the stone, when it once became known that the priests used it for their curative and magical purposes, received the name of the Magnesian or Herculean stone. Socrates, speaking of it, remarks, Euripides calls it the Magnesian stone, but the common people the Herculean. It was the country and stone which were called after the Magi, not the Magi after one or the other. Pliny informs us that the wedding ring among the Romans was magnetized by the priest before the ceremony. The old pagan historians are careful to keep silent on certain mysteries of the wise, Magi, and Pausanias was warned in a dream, he says, not to unveil the holy rites of the temple of Demeter and Persephone at Athens. Modern science, after having ineffectually denied animal magnetism, has found herself forced to accept it as a fact. It is now a recognized property of human and animal organization. As to its psychological, occult influence, the academies battle with it, in our century, more ferociously than ever. It is the more to be regretted and even wondered at, as the representatives of exact science are unable to either explain or even offer us anything like a reasonable hypothesis for the undeniable mysterious potency contained in the simple magnet. We begin to have daily proofs that these potencies underlie the theurgic mysteries, and therefore might perhaps explain the occult faculties possessed by ancient and modern thaumaturgists, as well as a good many of their most astounding achievements. Such were the gifts transmitted by Jesus to some of his disciples. At the moment of his miraculous cures, the Nazarene felt a power issuing from him. Socrates, in his dialogue with Theges, tells him of his familiar god, demon, and his power of either imparting his Socrates' wisdom to his disciples or preventing it from benefiting those he associates with. Brings the following instance in corroboration of his words. I will tell you, Socrates, says Aristides, a thing incredible indeed by the gods, but true. I have made a prophecy when I associated with you, even if I was only in the same house, though not in the same room, but more so when I was in the same room, and much more when I looked at you. I made a proficiency when I associated with you, even if I was only in the same house, though not in the same room, but more so when I was in the same room, and much more when I looked at you. But I made by far the greatest proficiency when I sat near you and touched you. This is the modern magnetism and mesmerism of Dupotet and other masters, who, when they have subjected a person to their fluidic influence, can impart to them all their thoughts even at a distance, and with an irresistible power force their subject to obey their mental orders. But how far better was this psychic force known to the ancient philosophers? We can glean some information on that subject from the earliest sources. Pythagoras taught his disciples that God is the universal mind diffused through all things, and that this mind, by the sole virtue of its universal sameness, could be communicated from one object to another, and be made to create all things by the sole willpower of man. With the ancient Greeks, kurios was the god mind, nous. Now, koros, kurios, signifies the pure and unmixed nature of intellect, wisdom, says Plato. Kurios is Mercury, the divine wisdom, and Mercury is the soul, sun, from whom thought, Hermes, received this divine wisdom, which in his turn he imparted to the world in his books. Hercules is also the sun, the celestial storehouse of the universal magnetism. Or rather, Hercules is the magnetic light which, when having made its way through the opened eye of heaven, enters into the regions of our planet and thus becomes the creator. Hercules passes through the 12 labors, the valiant Titan. He is called father of all and self-born, Autophus. Hercules the sun is killed by the devil Typhon, and so is Osiris, who is the father and brother of Horus, and at the same time is identical with him. And we must not forget that the magnet was called the bone of Horus, and iron the bone of Typhon. He is called Hercules Invictus, only when he descends to Hades, the subterranean garden, and plucking the golden apples from the tree of life, slays the dragon. The rough titanic power, the lining of every sun god, opposes its force of blind matter to the divine magnetic spirit, which tries to harmonize everything in nature. All the sun gods, with their symbol, the visible sun, are the creators of physical nature only. The spiritual is the work of the highest God, the concealed, the central, spiritual sun, and of his demiurge, the divine mind of Plato, and the divine wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus, the wisdom effused from Olam or Kronos. After the distribution of pure fire in the Samothracian mysteries, a new life began. This was the new birth that is alluded to by Jesus in his nocturnal conversation with Nicodemus. Initiated into the most blessed of all mysteries, being ourselves pure, we become just and holy with wisdom. He breathed on them and saith unto them, Take the holy pneuma. And this simple act of willpower was sufficient to impart vaticination in its nobler and most perfect form if both the initiator and the initiated were worthy of it. To deride this gift, even in its present aspect, as the corrupt offspring and lingering remains of an ignorant age of superstition, and hastily to condemn it as unworthy of sober investigation, would be as unphilosophical as it is wrong, remarks the Reverend J.B. Gross. To remove the veil which hides our vision from the future has been attempted in all ages of the world, and therefore the propensity to pry into the lap of time, contemplated as one of the faculties of human mind, comes recommended to us under the sanction of God. Zwinglius, the Swiss reformer, attested the comprehensiveness of his faith in the providence of the Supreme Being, in the cosmopolitan doctrine that the Holy Ghost was not excluded from the more worthy portion of the heathen world. Admitting its truth, we cannot easily conceive a valid reason why a heathen, thus favored, should not be capable of true prophecy. Now, what is this mystic, primordial substance? In the book of Genesis, at the beginning of the first chapter, it is termed the face of the waters, said to have been incubated by the Spirit of God. Job mentions in chapter 26:5 that dead things are formed from under the waters, and inhabitants thereof. In the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead Rephaim, giants or mighty primitive men, from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. In the Egyptian mythology, Neph, the eternal unrevealed god, is represented by a snake emblem of eternity encircling a water urn with its head hovering over the waters, which it incubates with its breath. In this case, the serpent is the Agatha demon, the good spirit, in the opposite aspect of the cacodemon, the bad one. In the Scandinavian Eddas, the honey-dew, the food of the gods and of the creative busy Yggdrasil, bees, falls during the hours of night, when the atmosphere is impregnated with humidity, and in the northern mythologies, as the passive principle of creation, it typifies the creation of the universe out of water. This dew is the astral light in one of its combinations and possesses creative as well as destructive properties. In the Chaldean legend of Berosus, Oannes, or Dagon, the manfish, instructing the people, shows the infant world created out of water, and all beings originating from this prima materia. Moses teaches that only earth and water can bring a living soul, and we read in the scriptures that herbs could not grow until the Eternal caused it to rain upon the earth. In the Mexican Popol Vuh, man is created out of mud or clay, terra glace, taken from under the water. Brahma creates Lomus, the great Muni, or first man, seated on his lotus, only after having been called into being. Spirits, who thus enjoyed among mortals a priority of existence, and he creates him out of water, air, and earth. Alchemists claim that the primordial or pre-Adamic earth, when reduced to its first substance, is in its second stage of transformation like clear water, the first being the alkahest proper. This primordial substance is said to contain within itself the essence of all that goes to make up man. It is not only the elements of his physical being, but even the breath of life itself in a latent state, ready to be awakened. This it derives from the incubation of the Spirit of God upon the face of the waters, chaos. In fact, this substance is chaos itself. From this it was the Paracelsus claimed to be able to make his homunculi. And this is why Thales, the great natural philosopher, maintained that water was the principle of all things in nature. What is the primordial chaos but ether? The modern ether, not such as recognized by our scientists, but such as it was known to the ancient philosophers, long before the time of Moses. Ether, with all its mysterious and occult properties, containing in itself the germs of universal creation. Ether, the celestial virgin, the spiritual mother of every existing form and being, from whose bosom, as soon as incubated by the divine spirit, are called into existence matter and life, force and action. Electricity, magnetism, heat, light, and chemical action are so little understood even now that fresh facts are constantly widening the range of our knowledge. Who knows where ends the power of this protean giant, ether, or whence its mysterious origin? Who, we mean, that denies the spirit that works in it and evolves out of it all visible forms. It is an easy task to show that the cosmogonical legends all over the world are based on a knowledge by the ancients of those sciences which have allied themselves in our days to support the doctrine of evolution, and that further research may demonstrate that they were far better acquainted with the fact of evolution itself, embracing both its physical and spiritual aspects than we are now. With the old philosophers, evolution was a universal theorem, a doctrine embracing the whole, and an established principle, while our modern evolutionists are enabled to present this merely with speculative theoretics, with particular, if not wholly negative theorems. It is idle for the representatives of our modern wisdom to close the debate and pretend that the question is settled, merely because the obscure phraseology of the Mosaic account clashes with the definite exegesis of exact science. One fact at least is proved. There is not a cosmogonical fragment, to whatever nation it may belong, but proves by this universal allegory of water and the spirit brooding over it, that no more than our modern physicists did any of them hold the universe to have sprung into existence out of nothing. For all their legends began with that period when nascent vapors and Cimmerian darkness lay brooding over a fluid mass ready to start on its journey of activity at the first flutter of the breath of Him, who is the unrevealed one. Him they felt, if they saw Him not. Their spiritual intuitions were not so darkened by the subtle sophistry of the forecoming ages as ours are now. If they talked less of the Silurian age, slowly developing into the mammalian, and if the Cenozoic time was only recorded by various allegories of the primitive man, the Adam of our race, it is but a negative proof after all that their wise men and leaders did not know of these successive periods as well as we do now. In the days of Democritus and Aristotle, the cycle had already begun to enter on its downward path of progress. And if these two philosophers could discuss so well the atomic theory and trace the atom to its material or physical point, their ancestors may have gone further still and followed its genesis far beyond that limit to where Mr. Tyndall and others seem rooted to the spot, not daring to cross the line of the incomprehensible. The lost arts are a sufficient proof that if even their achievements in physiography are now doubted, because of the unsatisfactory writings of their physicists and naturalists, on the other hand, their practical knowledge in cytochemistry and mineralogy far exceeded our own. Furthermore, they might have been perfectly acquainted with the physical history of our globe without publishing their knowledge to the ignorant masses in those ages of religious mysteries. Therefore, it is not only from the Mosaic books that we mean to adduce proof for our further arguments. The ancient Jews got all their knowledge, religious as well as profane, from the nations with which we see them mixed up from the earliest periods. Even the oldest of all sciences, their Kabbalistic secret doctrine, may be traced in each detail to its primeval source, Upper India or Turkestan, far before the time of a distinct separation between the Aryan and Semitic nations. The King Solomon, so celebrated by posterity, as Josephus the historian says, for his magical skill, got his secret learning from India through Hiram, the king of Ophir, and perhaps Sheba. His ring, commonly known as Solomon's seal, so celebrated for the potency of its sway over the various kinds of genii and demons in all the popular legends, is equally of Hindu origin. Writing on the pretentious and abominable skill of the devil worshippers of Travancore, the Reverend Samuel Mattier of the London Missionary Society claims at the same time to be in possession of a very old manuscript volume of magical incantations and spells in the Malayalam language, giving directions for erecting a great variety of purposes. Of course, he adds that many of these are fearful in their malignity and obscenity, and gives in his work the facsimile of some amulets bearing the magical figures and designs on them. We find among them one of the following legend. To remove trembling arising from demoniacal possession, write this figure on a plant that has milky juice and drive a nail through it. The trembling will cease. The figure is the identical Solomon seal or double triangle of the Kabbalists. Did the Hindu get it from the Jewish Kabbalist or the latter from India, by inheritance from their greatest king Kabbalist, the wise Solomon? But we will leave this trifling dispute to continue to the more interesting question of the astral light and its unknown properties. Admitting, then, that this mythical agent is ether, we will proceed to see what and how much of it is known to science. With respect to the various effects of different solar rays, Robert Hunt, FRS, remarks in his Researches on Light and its Chemical Relations that those rays which give the most light, the yellow and the orange rays, will not produce change of color in the chloride of silver, while those rays which have the least illuminating power, the blue and violet, produce the greatest change, and in exceedingly short time. The yellow glasses obstruct scarcely any light. The blue glasses may be so dark as to admit of the permeation of a very small quantity. And still we see that under the blue ray, both vegetable and animal life manifest an inordinate development, while under the yellow ray it is proportionately arrested. How is it possible to account for this satisfactorily upon any other hypothesis than that both animal and vegetable life are differently modified electromagnetic phenomena, as yet unknown in their fundamental principles? Mr. Hunt finds that the undulatory theory does not account for the results of his experiments. Sir David Brewster, in his Treatise on Optics, showing that the colors of vegetable life arise from a specific attraction which the particles of these bodies exercise over the differently colored rays of light, and that it is by the light of the sun that the colored juices of plants are elaborated, that the colors of bodies are changed, etc. Remarks that it is not easy to allow that such effects can be produced by the mere vibration of an ethereal medium, and he is forced, he says, by this class of facts to reason as if light was material. Professor Josiah P. Cook of Harvard University says that he cannot agree with those who regard the wave theory of light as an established principle of science. Herschel's doctrine that the intensity of light, an effect of each undulation, is inversely as the square of the distance from the luminous body, if correct, damages a good deal if it does not kill the undulatory theory. That he is right was proved repeatedly by experiments with photometers, and though it begins to be much doubted, the undulatory theory is still alive. As General Pleasanton of Philadelphia has undertaken to combat this anti-Pythagorean hypothesis, and has devoted to it a whole volume, we cannot do any better than refer the reader to his recent work on the blue ray, etc. We leave the theory of Thomas Young, who, according to Tyndall, placed on an immovable basis the undulatory theory of light, to hold its own, if it can, with the Philadelphia experimenter. Eliphas Levi, the modern magician, describes the astral light in the following sentence. We have said that to acquire magical power, two things are necessary: to disengage the will from all servitude and to exercise it in control. The sovereign will is represented in our symbols by the woman who crushes the serpent's head, and by the resplendent angel who represses the dragon and holds him under his foot and spear, the great magical agent, the dual current of light, the living and astral fire of the earth, has been represented in the ancient theogonies by the serpent with the head of a bull, a ram, or a dog. It is the double serpent of the caduceus. It is the old serpent of Genesis. But it is also the brazen serpent of Moses entwined around the Tau. That is to say, the generative linga. It is also the goat of the witch Sabbath and the Baphomet of the Templars. It is the Hyle of the Gnostics. It is the double tail of serpent which forms the legs of the solar cock of the Abraxas. Finally, it is the devil of M. Udis de Merville. But in very fact, it is the blind force which souls have to conquer to liberate themselves from the bonds of the earth. For if their will does not free them from this fatal attraction, they will be absorbed in the current by the force which has produced them, and will return to the central and eternal fire. This last Kabbalistic figure of speech notwithstanding its strange phraseology, is precisely the one used by Jesus, and in his mind it could have had no other significance than the one attributed to it by the Gnostics and the Kabbalists. Later, the Christian theologians interpreted it differently, and with them it became the doctrine of hell. Literally, though, it simply means what it says: the astral light, or the generator and destroyer of all forms. All the magical operations, continues Levi, consists in freeing one's self from the coils of the ancient serpent, then to place the foot on its head and lead it according to the operator's will. I will give unto thee, says the serpent in the gospel myth, all the kingdoms of the earth, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. The initiate should reply to him, I will not fall down, but thou shalt crouch at my feet. Thou wilt give me nothing, and I will make use of thee and take whatever I wish, for I am thy Lord and Master. This is the real meaning of the ambiguous response made by Jesus to the tempter. Thus, the devil is not an entity, it is an errant force, as the name signifies, an odic or magnetic current formed by a chain. A circle of pernicious wills must create this evil spirit which the gospel calls legion, and which forces into the sea a herd of swine. Another evangelical allegory showing how base natures can be driven headlong by the blind forces set in motion by error and sin. In his extensive work on the mystical manifestations of human nature, the German naturalist and philosopher Maximilian Perti has devoted a whole chapter to the modern forms of magic. The manifestations of magical life, he says in his preface, partially repose on quite another order of things than the nature in which we are acquainted with time, space, and causality. These manifestations can be experimented with but little. They cannot be called out at our bidding, but may be observed and carefully followed whenever they occur in our presence. We can only group them by analogy under certain divisions, and deduce them from general principles and laws. Thus, for Professor Perti, who evidently belongs to the school of Schopenhauer, the possibility and naturalness of the phenomena which took place in the presence of Kavindasamy, the fakir, and are described by Louis Jacoliet, the Orientalists, are fully demonstrated on that principle. The fakir was a man who, through the entire subjugation of the matter of his corporeal system, has attained to that state of purification at which the spirit becomes nearly freed from its prison, and can produce wonders. His will, nay, a simple desire of his, has become creative force, and he can command the elements and powers of nature. His body is no more an impediment to him, hence he can converse spirit to spirit, breath to breath. Under his extended palms, a seed, unknown to him, for Jacoliet has chosen it at random among a variety of seeds, from a bag and planted it himself after marking it in a flower pot, will germinate instantly and push its way through the soil, developing in less than 2 hours' time to a size and height which, perhaps under ordinary circumstances, would require several days or weeks. It grows miraculously under the very eyes of the perplexed experimenter, and mockingly upsets every accepted formula in botany. Is this a miracle? By no means. It may be one, perhaps, if we take Webster's definition, that a miracle is every event contrary to the established constitution and course of things, a deviation from the known laws of nature. But are our naturalists prepared to support the claim that what they have once established on observation is infallible, or that every law of nature is known to them? In this instance, the miracle is but a little more prominent than the now well-known experiments of General Pleasanton of Philadelphia. While the vegetation and fruitage of his vines were stimulated to an incredible activity by the artificial violet light, the magnetic fluid emanating from the hands of the fakir effected still more intense and rapid changes in the vital function of the Indian plants. It attracted and concentrated the akasa, or life principle, on the germ. His magnetism, obeying his will, drew up the akasa in a concentrated current through the plant towards his hands, and by keeping up an unintermitted flow for the requisite space of time, the life principle of the plant built up cell after cell, layer after layer, with preternatural activity, until the work was done. The life principle is but a blind force obeying a controlling influence. In the ordinary course of nature, the plant protoplasm would have concentrated and directed it at a certain established rate. This rate would have been controlled by the prevalent atmospheric conditions, its growth being rapid or slow, and in stalk or head in proportion to the amount of light, heat, and moisture of the season. But the fakir, coming to the help of nature with his powerful will and spirit purified from the contact with matter, condenses, so to speak, the essence of plant life into its germ, and forces it to maturity ahead of its time. This blind force, being totally submissive to his will, obeys it with servility. If he chose to imagine the plant as a monster, it would as surely become such, as ordinarily it would grow in its natural shape, for the concrete image, slave to the subjective model outlined in the imagination of the fakir, is forced to follow the original in its least detail, as the hand and brush of the painter follow the image which they copy from his mind. The will of the fakir conjurer forms an invisible but yet, to it, perfectly objective matrix, in which the vegetable matter is caused to deposit itself and assume the fixed shape. The will creates, for the will in motion is force, and force produces matter. If some persons object to the explanation on the ground that the fakir could by no means create the model in his imagination, since he was kept ignorant by Jacques-Odiot of the kind of seed he had selected for the experiment, to these we will answer that the spirit of man is like that of his creator, omniscient in its essence. While in his natural state, the fakir did not and could not know whether it was a melon seed or seed of any other plant. Once entranced, i.e., bodily dead to all outward appearance, the spirit for which there exists neither distance, material obstacle, nor space of time, experienced no difficulty in perceiving the melon seed, whether as it lay deeply buried in the mud of the flower pot or reflected in the faithful picture gallery of Jacques-Odiot's brain. Our visions, portents, and other psychological phenomena, all of which exist in nature, are corroborative of the above fact. And now perhaps we might as well meet at once another impending objection. Indian jugglers, they will tell us, do the same, and do it well as the fakir, if we believe newspapers and travellers' narratives. Undoubtedly so, and moreover, these strolling jugglers are neither pure in their modes of living, nor considered holy by anyone, neither by foreigners nor their own people. They are generally feared and despised by the natives, for they are sorcerers, men practicing the black art. While such a holy man as Kavandasamy requires but the help of his own divine soul, closely united with the astral spirit, and the help of a few familiar Petries, pure ethereal beings who rally around their elect brother in flesh, the sorcerer can summon to his help but that class of spirits which we know as the elementals. Like attracts like, and greed for money, impure purposes, and selfish views cannot attract any other spirits than those that the Hebrew Kabbalists know as the Qliphoth, dwellers of Asaya, the fourth world, and the Eastern magicians as the Afrits, or elementary spirits of error, or the Devs. This is how an English paper describes the astounding trick of plant growth as performed by Indian jugglers. An empty flower pot was now placed upon the floor by the juggler, who requested that his comrades might be allowed to bring up some garden mold from the little pot of ground below. Permission being accorded, the man went, and in 2 minutes returned with a small quantity of fresh earth tied up in a corner of his chutter, which was deposited in the flower pot and lightly pressed down. Taking from his basket a dry mango stone, and handing it round to the company that they might examine it, and satisfy themselves that it was really what it seemed to be, the juggler scooped out a little earth from the center of the flower pot and placed the stone in the cavity. He then turned the earth lightly over it, and having poured a little water over the surface, shut the flower pot out of view by means of a sheet thrown over a small triangle. And now, amid a full chorus of voices and rat-tat-tat accompaniment of the tabor, the stone germinated. Presently a section of the cloth was drawn aside and gave to view the tender shoot, characterized by 2 long leaves of a blackish-brown color. The cloth was readjusted and the incantation resumed. Not long was it, however, before the cloth was a second time drawn aside, and it was then seen that the two first leaves had given place to several green ones, and then that the plant now stood 9 or 10 inches high. A third time, and the foliage was much thicker, the sapling being about 13 to 14 inches high. A fourth time, and the little miniature tree, now about 18 inches in height, had 10 or 12 mangoes about the size of walnuts hanging about its branches. Finally, after the lapse of 3 or 4 minutes, the cloth was altogether removed, and the fruit, having the perfection of size, though not of maturity, was plucked and handed to the spectators, and on being tasted was found to be approaching ripeness, being sweetly acid. We may add to this that we have witnessed the same experiment in India and Tibet, and that more than once we provided the flower pot ourselves by emptying an old tin box of some Liebig extracts. We filled it with earth with our own hands, and planted it in a small root handled to us by the conjurer, and until the experiment was ended, never once removed our eyes from the pot, which was placed in our own room. The result was invariably the same as above described. Does the reader imagine that any prestidigitator could produce the same manifestation under the same conditions? The learned Orioli, corresponding member of the Institute of France, gives a number of instances which show the marvelous effects produced by the willpower acting upon the invisible Proteus of the mesmerists. I have seen, says he, certain persons who simply by pronouncing certain words arrest wild bulls and horses at headlong speed, and suspend in its flight the arrow which cleaves the air. Thomas Bartholini affirms the same. Says Dupotet, when I trace upon the floor with chalk or charcoal this figure, a fire, a light fixes itself on it. Soon it attracts to itself the person who approaches it. It detains and fascinates him, and it is useless for him to try to cross the line. The magic power compels him to stand still. At the end of a few moments he yields, uttering sobs. The cause is not in me, it is in this entirely cabalistic sign. In vain would you employ violence. In a series of remarkable experiments made by Regazzoni in the presence of certain well-known French physicians, at Paris, on the 18th of May, 1856, they assembled on one night together, and Regazzoni, with his finger, traced an imaginary cabalistic line upon the floor, over which he made a few rapid passes. It was agreed that the mesmeric subjects, selected by the investigators and the committee for the experiments, and all strangers to him, should be brought blindfold into the room, and caused to walk toward the line, without a word being spoken to indicate what was expected of them. The subjects moved along unsuspiciously till they came to the invisible barrier, when, as it is described, their feet, as if they had been suddenly seized and riveted, adhered to the ground, while their bodies, carried forward by the rapid impulse of the motion, fall and strike the floor. The sudden rigidity of their limbs was like that of a frozen corpse, and their heels were rooted with mathematical precision upon the fatal line. In another experiment, it was agreed that upon one of the physicians giving a certain signal by a glance of the eye, the blindfolded girl should be made to fall on the ground, as if struck by lightning, by the magnetic fluid emitted by Regazzoni's will. She was placed at a distance from the magnetizer, the signal was given, and instantly the subject was felled to the earth, without a word being spoken or a gesture made. Involuntarily, one of the spectators stretched out his hand as if to catch her, but Regazzoni, in a voice of thunder, exclaimed, "Do not touch her, let her fall. The magnetized subject is never hurt by falling." De Mousseau, who tells the story, says that marble is not more rigid than was her body. Her head did not touch the ground. One of her arms remained stretched in the air. One of her legs was raised on the other horizontal. She remained in this unnatural posture an indefinite time. Less rigid is a statue of bronze. All the effects witnessed in the experiments of public lecturers upon mesmerism were produced by Regazzoni in perfection, and without one spoken word to indicate what the subject was to do. He even by his silent will produced the most surprising effects upon the physical systems of persons totally unknown to him. Directions whispered by the committee in Regazzoni's ear were immediately obeyed by the subjects, whose ears were stuffed with cotton and whose eyes were bandaged. Nay, in some cases it was not necessary for them to express to the magnetizer what they desired, for their own mental requests were complied with perfect fidelity. Experiments of a similar character were made by Regazzoni in England, at a distance of 300 paces from the subject brought to him. The jettatura, or evil eye, is nothing but the direction of this invisible fluid, charged with malicious will and hatred, from one person to another, and sent out with the intention of harming him. It may equally be employed for a good or evil purpose. In the former case it is magic, in the latter sorcery. What is the will? Can exact science tell? What is the nature of that intelligent, intangible, and powerful something which reigns supreme over all inert matter? The great universal idea willed, and the cosmos sprang into existence. I will, and my thought, traversing space, which does not exist for it, envelops the body of another individual who is not part of myself, penetrates through his pores, and superseding his own faculties, if they are weaker, forces him to a predetermined action. It acts like the fluid of a galvanic battery on the limbs of a corpse. The mysterious effects of attraction and repulsion are the unconscious agents of that will. Fascination, such as we see exercised by some animals, by serpents over birds, for instance, is a conscious action of it, and the result of thought. Stealing wax, glass, and amber, when rubbed, i.e., when the latent heat which exists in every substance is awakened, attract light bodies, they exercise unconsciously, will, for inorganic as well as organic matter possesses a particle of the divine essence in itself, however infinitesimally small it may be. And how could it be otherwise? Notwithstanding that in the progress of its evolution it may from the beginning to end have passed through millions of various forms, it must ever retain its germ point of that pre-existent matter, which is the first manifestation and emanation of the deity itself. What is then this inexplicable power of attraction but an atomical portion of that essence that scientists and Kabbalists equally recognize as the principle of life, the akasa? Granted that the attraction exercised by such bodies may be blind, but as we ascend higher the scale of organic beings in nature, we find this principle of life developing attributes and faculties which become more determined and marked with every rung of the endless ladder. Man, the most perfect of organized beings on earth, in whom matter and spirit, i.e. will, are the most developed and powerful, is alone allowed to give a conscious impulse to that principle which emanates from him, and only he can impart to the magnetic fluid opposite and various impulses without limit as to the direction. He wills, says Dupotet, and organized matter obeys. It has no poles. Dr. Briere de Boismont, in his volume on hallucinations, reviews a wonderful variety of visions, apparitions, and ecstasies generally termed hallucinations. We cannot deny, he says, that in certain diseases we see developed a great surexcitation of sensibility, which lends to the senses a prodigious acuteness of perception. Thus, some individuals will perceive at considerable distances, others will announce the approach of persons who are really on their way, although those present can neither hear nor see them coming. A lucid patient lying in his bed announces the arrival of persons to see whom he must possess transmural vision, and this faculty is termed by Briere de Boismont hallucination. In our ignorance, we have hitherto innocently supposed that in order to be rightly termed a hallucination, a vision must be subjective. It must have an existence only in the delirious brain of the patient. But if the latter announces the visit of a person miles away, and this person arrives at the very moment predicted by the seer, then his vision was no more subjective, but on the contrary perfectly objective, for he saw that person in the act of coming. And how could the patient see, through solid bodies in space, an object shut out from the reach of our mortal sight, if he had not exercised his spiritual eyes on that occasion? Coincidence? Cabanis speaks of certain nervous disorders in which the patients, easily distinguished with the naked eye, infusoria, and other microscopical beings, which others could only perceive through powerful lenses. I have met subjects, he says, who saw in Cimmerian darkness as well as in a lighted room. Others who followed persons, tracing them out like dogs and recognizing by the smell objects belonging to such persons or even such as has been only touched by them, with a sagacity which was hitherto observed only in animals. Exactly because reason, which, as Cabanis says, develops only at the expense and loss of natural instinct, is a Chinese wall slowly rising on the soil of sophistry, and which finally shuts out man's spiritual perceptions, of which the instinct is one of the most important examples. Arrived at certain stages of physical prostration, when mind and the reasoning faculties seem paralyzed through weakness and bodily exhaustion, instinct, the spiritual unity of the five senses, sees, hears, feels, tastes, and smells unimpaired by either time or space. What do we know of the exact limits of mental action? How can a physician take upon himself to distinguish the imaginary from the real senses in a man who may be living a spiritual life, in a body so exhausted of its usual vitality that it actually is unable to prevent the soul from oozing out of its prison? The divine light through which, unimpeded by matter, the soul perceives things past, present, and to come, as though their rays were focused in a mirror, the death-dealing bolt projected in an instant of fierce anger or at the climax of long-festering hate, the blessing wafted from a grateful or benevolent heart, and the curse hurled at an object, offender or victim, all have to pass through that universal agent, which under one impulse is the breath of God, and under another the venom of the devil. It was discovered by Baron Reichenbach and called O.D., whether intentionally or otherwise we cannot say, but it is singular that a name should have been chosen which is mentioned in the most ancient books of the Kabbalah. Our readers will certainly inquire, what then is this invisible all? How is it that our scientific methods, however perfected, have never discovered any of the magical properties contained in it? To this we can answer that it is no reason because modern scientists are ignorant of them that it should not possess all the properties with which the ancient philosophers endowed it. Science rejects many a thing today which she may find herself forced to accept tomorrow. A little less than a century ago, the Academy denied Franklin's electricity, and at the present day we can hardly find a house without a conductor on its roof. Shooting at the barn door, the Academy missed the barn itself. Emmet, the supreme first principle, produced an egg, by brooding over which and permeating the substance of it with its own vivifying essence. The germ contained within was developed, and Ta, the active creative principle, proceeded from it and began his work. From the boundless expanse of cosmic matter, which had formed itself under his breath, or will, this cosmic matter, astral light, ether, fire mist, principle of life, it matters not how we may call it, this creative principle, or, as our modern philosophy terms it, law of evolution, by setting in motion the potencies latent in it, formed suns and stars and satellites, controlled their emplacement by the immutable law of harmony, and peopled them with every form and quality of life. In the ancient Eastern mythologies, the cosmogonic myth states that there was but water, the father, and the prolific slime, the mother, Ilus or Hyle, from which crept forth the mundane snake matter. It was the god Phanes, the revealed one, the Word, or Logos. How willingly this myth was accepted, even by the Christians who compiled the New Testament, may be easily inferred from the following fact. Phanes, the revealed God, is represented in this snake symbol as a protogonos, a being furnished with the heads of a man, a hawk or an eagle, a bull, Taurus, and a lion, with wings on both sides. The heads relate to the zodiac and typify the 4 seasons of the year, for the mundane serpent is the mundane year, while the serpent itself is the symbol of Nep, the hidden or unrevealed deity, God the Father. Time is winged, therefore the serpent is represented with wings. If we remember that each of the 4 evangelists is represented as having near him one of the described animals, grouped together in Solomon's triangle in the pentacle of Ezekiel, and to be found in the 4 cherubs or sphinxes of the sacred ark, we will perhaps understand the secret meaning, as well as the reason why the early Christians adopted this symbol, and how it is that the present Roman Catholics and the Greeks of the Oriental Church still represent these animals in the pictures of their evangelists, which sometimes accompany the 4 Gospels. We will also understand why Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyons, had so insisted upon the necessity of the 4th Gospel, giving as a reason that there could be not less than 4 of them, as there were 4 zones in the world and 4 principal winds coming from the 4 cardinal points, etc. According to one of the Egyptian myths, the phantom form of the Isle of Chemis, Chemi, ancient Egypt, which floats on the ethereal waves of the Empyrean sphere, was called into being by Horus Apollo, the sun god, who caused it to evolve out of the mundane egg. In the cosmogonical poem of Voluspa, the Song of the Prophetess, which contains the Scandinavian legends of the very dawn of ages, the phantom germ of the universe is represented as lying in the Ginnungagap, or the cup of illusion, a boundless and void abyss. In this world's matrix, formerly a region of night and desolation, Nebelheim, the mist place, dropped a ray of cold light, ether, which overflowed this cup and froze in it. Then the invisible blew a scorching wind which dissolved the frozen waters and cleared the mist. These waters, called the streams of Ivalgar, distilled in vivifying drops which, falling down, created the earth and the giant Ymir, who only had the semblance of man, male principle. With him was created the cow, Adumma, the female principle, from whose udder flowed 4 streams of milk, which diffused themselves throughout space, the astral light in its purest emanation. The cow, Oduma, produces a superior being, called Bur, handsome and powerful, by licking the stones that were covered with mineral salt. Now, if we take into consideration that this mineral was universally regarded by ancient philosophers as one of the chief formative principles in organic creation, by the alchemists as the universal menstruum, which they say was to be wrought from water, and by everyone else, even as it is regarded now by science as well as in the popular ideas, to be an indispensable ingredient for man and beast, we may readily comprehend the hidden wisdom of this allegory of creation of man. Paracelsus calls salt the center of water, wherein metals ought to die, etc. And Van Helmont terms the alkahest summum e felicissimum omnium salium, the most successful of all salts. In the Gospel according to Matthew, Jesus says, "You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt has lost his savor, wherewith shall it be salted?" And the following, the parable, he adds, "You are the light of the world." v. 14. This is more than an allegory. These words point to a direct and unequivocal meaning in relation to the spiritual and physical organisms of man in his dual nature, and show, moreover, a knowledge of the secret doctrine, the direct traces of which we find equally in the oldest ancient and current popular traditions, in both the Old and New Testaments, and in the writings of the ancient and medieval mystics and philosophers. But to return to our Edda legend, Ymir, the giant, falls asleep and sweats profusely. The perspiration causes the pit of his left arm to generate out of that place a man and a woman, while his foot produces a son for them. Thus, while the mythic cow gives being to a race of superior spiritual men, the giant Ymir begets a race of evil and depraved men. The Rimthursin, or frost giants, comparing notes with the Hindu Vedas, we find it then with slight modifications, the same cosmogonic legend in substance and details. Brahma, as soon as Bhagavata, the supreme god, endows him with creative powers, produces animated beings, wholly spiritual at first. The Dejotas, inhabitants of the Surgs, the celestial region, are unfit to live on earth. Therefore Brahma creates the Daints, giants who become the dwellers of the Patals, the lower regions of space, who are also unfit to inhabit Murtlok, the earth. To palliate the evil, the creative power evolves from his mouth the first Brahman, who thus becomes the progenitor of our race. From his right arm, Brahma creates Raitris, the warrior, and from his left, Shaturni, the wife of Raitris. Then their son Bais springs from the right foot of the creator, and his wife Besani from the left, while in the Scandinavian legend, Bur, the son of the cow Aduma, a superior being, marries Besla, a daughter of the depraved race of giants. In the Hindu tradition, the first Brahmin marries Daintari, also a daughter of the race of the giants. And in Genesis, we see the sons of God taking for wives the daughters of men, and likewise producing mighty men of old, the whole establishing an unquestionable identity of origin between the Christian-inspired books and the heathen fables of Scandinavia and Hindustan. The traditions of nearly every other nation, if examined, will yield a like result. What modern cosmogonists could compress within so simple a symbol as the Egyptian serpent in a circle such a world of meaning? Here we have in this creature the whole philosophy of the universe, matter vivified by spirit, and the two conjointly evolving out of chaos, force, everything that was to be, to signify that the elements are fast bound in this cosmic matter, which the serpent symbolizes. The Egyptians tied its tail into a knot. There's one more important emblem connected with the sloughing of the serpent's skin, which, so far as we are aware, has never been heretofore noticed by our symbolists. As the reptile, upon casting his coat, becomes freed from a casing of gross matter, which cramped a body grown too large for it, and resumes its existence with renewed activity, so man, by casting off the gross material body, enters upon the next stage of his existence with enlarged powers and quickened vitality. Inversely, the Chaldean Kabbalists tell us that primeval man, who, contrary to the Darwinian theory, was purer, wiser, and far more spiritual, as shown by the myths of the Scandinavian Bur, the Hindu Jehotas, and the Mosaic sons of God, in short, of a far higher nature than the man of the present Adamic race, became despiritualized or tainted with matter, and then, for the first time, was given the fleshly body, which is typified in Genesis in that profoundly significant verse. Unto Adam, also to his wife, did the Lord God make coats of skin and clothe them. Unless the commentators would make of the first cause a celestial tailor, what else can the apparently absurd words mean? But that the spiritual man had reached, through the progress of involution, to that point where matter, predominating over and conquering spirit, had transformed him into the physical man, or the second Adam, of the second chapter of Genesis. This Kabbalistical doctrine is much more elaborated in the book of Yasher, in chapter 7. These garments of skin are taken by Noah into the ark, he having obtained them by inheritance from Methuselah and Enoch, who had them from Adam and his wife. Ham steals them from his father Noah, gives them in secret to Cush, who conceals them from his sons and brothers and passes them to Nimrod. While some Kabbalists and even archaeologists say that Adam, Enoch, and Noah might, in outward appearance, be different men, but they were really the self-same divine person. Others explain that between Adam and Noah there intervened several cycles. That is to say that every one of the antediluvian patriarchs stood as the representative of a race which had its place in a succession of cycles, and each of which races was less spiritual than its predecessor. Thus Noah, though a good man, could not have borne comparison with his ancestor Enoch, who walked with God and did not die. Hence the allegorical interpretation which makes Noah have his coat of skin by inheritance from the second Adam and Enoch, but not wear it himself, for if otherwise Ham could not have stolen it. But Noah and his children bridged the flood, and while the former belonged to the old and still spiritual antediluvian generation, insomuch as he was selected from all mankind for his purity, his children were post-diluvian. The coat of skin worn by Cush, in secret, i.e., when his spiritual nature began to be tainted by the material, is placed on Nimrod, the most powerful and strongest of physical men on this side of the flood, the last remnant of the antediluvian giants. In the Scandinavian legend, Ymir the giant is slain by the sons of Bur, and the streams of blood flowing from his wounds were so copious that the flood drowned the whole race of ice and frost giants. And Bergelmir, alone of that race, was saved, with his wife, by taking refuge in a bark, which fact permitted him to transmit a new branch of giants from the old stock. But all the sons of Bur remained untouched by the flood. When the symbolism of this Diluvian legend is unraveled, one perceives at once the real meaning of the allegory. The giant Ymir typifies the primitive, rude organic matter, the blind cosmical forces, in their chaotic state, before they receive the intelligent impulse of the divine spirit, which set them into a regular motion dependent on immovable laws. The progeny of Bur are the sons of God, or the minor gods mentioned by Plato in the Timaeus, and who were entrusted, as he expresses it, with the creation of men, for we see them taking the mangled remains of Ymir into the Gehenna Gap, the chaotic abyss, and employing them for the creation of our world. His blood goes to form oceans and rivers, his bones the mountains, his teeth the rocks and cliffs, his hair the trees, etc., while his skull forms the heavenly vault, supported by 4 pillars representing the 4 cardinal points. From the eyebrows of Ymir was created the future abode of man, Midgard. This abode, the earth, says the Edda, in order to be correctly described in all its minute particulars, must be conceived as round as a ring, or as a disk floating in the midst of the celestial ocean, ether. It is encircled by Jormungand, the gigantic Midgard or earth serpent, holding its tail in its mouth. This is the mundane snake, matter and spirit, combined product and emanation of Mir, the gross rudimental matter, and of the spirit of the sons of God, who fashioned and created all forms. This emanation is the astral light of the Kabbalists, and the as yet problematical and hardly known ether, or the hypothetical agent of great elasticity of our physicists. How sure the ancients were of this doctrine of man's trinitarian nature may be inferred from the same Scandinavian legend of the creation of mankind. According to the Völuspá, Odin, Honir, and Loder, who are the progenitors of our race, found in one of their walks on the ocean beach 2 sticks floating on the waves, powerless and without destiny. Odin breathed in them the breath of life. Honir endowed them with soul and motion, and Loder with beauty, speech, sight, and hearing. The man they called Askr, the ash, and the woman Embla, the alder. These first men are placed in Midgard, Midgarden or Eden, and thus inherit from their creators matter or inorganic life, mind or soul, and pure spirit, the first corresponding to that part of their organism which sprung from the remains of Mir, the giant matter, the second from the gods, the descendants of Bur, and the third from the Vanir, or the representative of pure spirit. Another version of the Edda makes our visible universe spring from beneath the luxuriant branches of the mundane tree, the Yggdrasil, the tree with the 3 roots. Under the first root runs the fountain of life, Urdar. Under the second is the famous well of Mimir, in which lie deeply buried wit and wisdom. Odin, the alpha deer, asks for a draught of this water. He gets it, but finds himself obliged to pledge one of his eyes for it, the eye being in this case the symbol of the deity revealing itself in the wisdom of its own creation. For Odin leaves it at the bottom of the deep well. The care of the mundane tree is entrusted to 3 maidens, the Norns or Parsee, Urdur, Verdandi, and Skuld, or the present, the past, and the future. Every morning, while fixing the term of human life, they draw water from the Urdar fountain, and sprinkle with it the roots of the mundane tree, that it may live. The exhalations of the ash, Yggdrasil, condense, and falling down upon our earth, call into existence and change of form every portion of the inanimate matter. This tree is the symbol of the universal life, organic as well as inorganic. Its emanations represent the spirit which vivifies every form of creation, and of its 3 roots, one extends to heaven, the second to the dwelling of the magicians, giants, inhabitants of the lofty mountains, and at the third, under which is the spring Vergelmir, gnaws the monster Nidog, who constantly leads mankind into evil. The Tibetans also have their mundane tree, and the legend is of an untold antiquity. With them it is called Zampun. The first of its 3 roots also extends to heaven, the top of the highest mountains. The second passes down to the lower region. The third remains midway and reaches the east. The mundane tree of the Hindus is the Asvatha. Its branches are the components of the visible world, and it leaves the mantras of the Vedas, symbols of the universe in its intellectual or moral character. Who can study carefully the ancient religious and cosmogonic myths without perceiving that this striking similitude of conceptions, in their exoteric form and esoteric spirit, is the result of no mere coincidence, but manifests a concurrent design? It shows that already in those ages which are shut out from our sight by the impenetrable mist of tradition, human religious thought developed in uniform sympathy in every portion of the globe. Christians call this adoration of nature in her most concealed verities pantheism. But if the latter, which worships and reveals to us God in space in his only possible objective form, that of visible nature, perpetually reminds humanity of him who created it, and a religion of theological dogmatism only serves to conceal him the more from our sight, which is the better adapted to the needs of mankind. Modern science insists upon the doctrine of evolution. So do human reason and the secret doctrine, and the idea is corroborated by the ancient legends and myths, and even by the Bible itself when it is read between the lines. We see a flower slowly developing from a bud, and the bud from its seed. But whence the latter, with all its predetermined program of physical transformation, and its invisible, therefore spiritual forces which gradually develop its form, color, and odor? The word evolution speaks for itself. The germ of the present human race must have pre-existed in the parent of this race, as the seed in which lies hidden the flower of next summer was developed in the capsule of its parent flower. The parent may be but slightly different, but it still differs from its future progeny. The antediluvian ancestors of the present elephant and lizard were perhaps the mammoth and the plesiosaurus. Why should not the progenitors of our human race have been the giants of the Vedas, the Voluspa, and the Book of Genesis? While it is positively absurd to believe that the transformation of species to have taken place according to some of the more materialistic views of the evolutionists, it is but natural to think that each genus, beginning with the mollusks and ending with the monkey man, has modified from its primordial and distinctive form. Supposing that we concede that animals have descended from at most only 4 or 5 progenitors, and that even à la rigueur, all the organic beings which have ever lived on this earth have descended from some one primordial form. Still no one but a stone-blind materialist, one utterly devoid of intuitiveness, can seriously expect to see in the distant future psychology based on a new foundation, that of the necessary acquirement of each mental power and capacity by gradation. Physical man as a product of evolution may be left in the hands of man of exact science. None but he can throw light upon the physical origin of the race. But we must positively deny the materialist the same privilege as to the question of man's psychical and spiritual evolution, for he and his highest faculties cannot be proved on any conclusive evidence to be as much products of evolution as the humblest plant or the lowest worm. Having said so much, we will now proceed to show the evolution hypothesis of the old Brahmins, as embodied by them in the allegory of the mundane tree. The Hindus present their mythical tree, which they call Aswatha, in a way which differs from that of the Scandinavians. It is described by them as growing in a reverse position, the branches extending downward and the roots upward, the former typifying the external world of sense, i.e., the visible cosmical universe, and the latter the invisible world of spirit, because the roots have their genesis in the heavenly regions where From the world's creation, humanity has placed its invisible deity. The creative energy having originated in the primordial point, the religious symbols of every people are so many illustrations of this metaphysical hypothesis expounded by Pythagoras, Plato, and other philosophers. These Chaldeans, says Philo, were of opinion that the cosmos, among the things that exist, is a single point, either being itself God, Theos, or that in it is God, comprehending the soul of all things. The Egyptian pyramid also symbolically represents this idea of the mundane tree. Its apex is the mystic link between heaven and earth, and stands for the root, while the base represents the spreading branches, extending to the four cardinal points of the universe of matter. It conveys the idea that all things had their origin in spirit, evolution having originally begun from above and proceeded downward instead of the reverse, as taught in the Darwinian theory. In other words, there has been a gradual materialization of forms until a fixed ultimate of debasement is reached. This point is that at which the doctrine of modern evolution enters into the arena of speculative hypothesis. Arrived at this period, we will find it easier to understand Haeckel's anthropogeny, which traces the pedigree of man from its protoplasmic root, sodden in the mud of seas which existed before the oldest of the fossiliferous rocks were deposited, according to Professor Huxley's exposition. We may believe man evolved by gradual modification of a mammal of ape-like organization. Still easier when we remember that, though in a more condensed and less elegant, but still as comprehensible phraseology, the same theory was said by Berosus to have been taught many thousands of years before his time by the man-fish Oannes or Dagon, the semi-demon of Babylonia. We may add as a fact of interest that this ancient theory of evolution is not only embalmed in allegory and legend, but also depicted upon the walls of certain temples in India, and in a fragmentary form has been found in those of Egypt, and on the slabs of Nimrod and Nineveh, excavated by Layard. But what lies back of the Darwinian line of descent? So far as he is concerned, nothing but unverifiable hypotheses, for as he puts it, he views all beings as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Silurian system was deposited. He does not attempt to show us who these few beings were, but it answers our purpose quite as well. For in the admission of their existence at all, resort to the ancients for corroboration and elaboration of the idea receives the stamp of scientific approbation. With all the changes that our globe has passed through as regards temperature, climate, soil, and if we may be pardoned in view of recent developments, its electromagnetic condition, he would be bold indeed who dare say that anything in present science contradicts the ancient hypothesis of the ante-Silurian man. The flint axes first round by Boucher de Perthes in the valley of the Somme prove that man must have existed at a period so remote as to be beyond calculation. If we believe Buchner, man must have lived even during and before the glacial epoch. A subdivision of the Quaternary or Diluvian period probably extended very far back in it. But who can tell what the next discovery has in store for us? Now, if we have indisputable proof that man has existed so long as this, there must have been wonderful modifications of his physical system, corresponding with the changes of climate and atmosphere. Does not this seem to show by analogy that, tracing backward, there may have been other modifications which fitted the most remote progenitors of the frost giants to live even contemporaneously with the Devonian fishes or the Silurian mollusks? True, they left no flint hatchets behind them, nor any bones or cave deposits. But if the ancients are correct, the races at that time were composed not only of giants or mighty men of renown, but also of sons of God. If those who believed in the evolution of spirit as firmly as the materialists believe in that of matter are charged with the teaching unverifiable hypotheses, how readily can they retort upon their accusers by saying that, by their own confession, their physical evolution is still an unverified, if not actually an unverifiable hypothesis? The former having at least the inferential proof of legendary myth, the vast antiquity of which is admitted by both philologists and archaeologists, while their antagonists have nothing of similar nature, unless they help themselves to a portion of the ancient picture writings and suppress the rest. It is more than fortunate that, while the works of some men of science, who have justly won their great reputations, will flatly contradict our hypothesis, the researchers and labors of others not less eminent seem to fully confirm our views. In the recent work of Mr. Alfred R. Wallace, The Geographical Distribution of Animals, we find the author seriously favoring the idea of some slow process of development of the present species from others which have preceded them, his idea extending back over an innumerable series of cycles. And if animals, why not animal man, preceded still farther back by a thoroughly spiritual one, a son of God? And now we may once more return to the symbology of the olden times and their physical religious myths. Before we close this work, we hope to demonstrate more or less successfully how closely the conceptions of the latter were allied with many of the achievements of modern science in physics and natural philosophy. Under the emblematical devices and peculiar phraseology of the priesthood of old lie latent hints of sciences as yet undiscovered during the present cycle. Well acquainted as may be a scholar in the hieratic writing and hieroglyphical system of the Egyptians, he must first of all learn to sift their records. He has to assure himself, compasses and rule in hand, that the picture writing he is examining fits to a line certain fixed geometrical figures which are the hidden keys to such records, before he ventures on an interpretation. There are myths which speak for themselves. In this class we may include the double-sexed first creators of every cosmogony, the Greek Zeus Zen, ether, and Clethonia, the chaotic earth, and Metis, the water, his wives Osiris and Isis, Latona, the former god representing also ether, the first emanation of the supreme deity, Amun, the primeval source of light, the goddess of earth and water again, Mithras, the rock-born god, the symbol of the male mundane, fire, or the personified primordial light, and Mithra, the fire goddess, at once his mother and his wife, the pure element of fire, the active or male principle, regarded as light and heat in conjunction with earth and water, or matter, female or passive elements of cosmical generation. Mithras is the son of Borja, the Persian mundane fountain, from which he flashes out as a radiant ray of light. Brahma, the fire god, and his prolific consort, and the Hindu Ungi, the refulgent deity, from whose body issued 1,000 streams of glory and 7 tongues of flame, and in whose honor the Sagniku Brahmins preserve to this day a perpetual fire, Siva, personified by the mundane mountain of the Hindus, the Meru, Himalaya. This terrific fire god, who is said in the legend to have descended from heaven, like the Jewish Jehovah, in a pillar of fire, and a dozen other archaic double-sex deities all loudly proclaim their hidden meaning. And what can these dual myths mean but the physico-chemical principle of primordial creation? The first revelation of the supreme cause in its triple manifestation of spirit, force, and matter, the divine correlation, at its starting point of evolution, allegorized as the marriage of fire and water, products of electrifying spirit, union of the male active principle with the female passive element, which become the parents of their tellurian child, cosmic matter, the prima materia, whose spirit is ether, the astral light. Thus, all the world mountains and mundane eggs, the mundane trees, and the mundane snakes and pillars may be shown to embody scientifically demonstrated truths of natural philosophy. All of these mountains contain, with very trifling variations, the allegorically expressed description of primal cosmogony. The mundane trees, that of subsequent evolution of spirit and matter, the mundane snakes and pillars, symbolical memorials of the various attributes of this double evolution in its endless correlation of cosmic forces. Within the mysterious recesses of the mountain, the matrix of the universe. The gods, powers, prepared the atomic germs of organic life. And at the same time, the life drink, which, when tasted, awakens in man matter the man spirit. The soma, the sacrificial drink of the Hindus, is that sacred beverage. For at the creation of the prima materia, while the grossest portion of it were used for the physical embryo world, the more divine essence of it pervaded the universe, invisibly permeating and enclosing with its ethereal waves the newly born infant, developing and stimulating it to activity as it slowly evolved out of the eternal chaos. From the poetry of abstract conception, these mundane myths gradually passed into the concrete images of cosmic symbols, as archaeology now finds them. The snake, which plays such a prominent part in the imagery of the ancients, was degraded by the absurd interpretation of the serpent of the book of Genesis into a synonym of Satan, the prince of darkness, whereas it is the most ingenious of all the myths in its various symbolisms. For one, as a Gathodaemon, it is the emblem of the healing art and of the immortality of man. It encircles the images of most of the sanitary or hygienic gods. The cup of health, in the Egyptian mysteries, was entwined by serpents. As evil can only arise from an extreme in good, the serpent, under some other aspects, became typical of matter, which, the more it recedes from its primal spiritual source, the more it becomes subject of evil. In the oldest Egyptian imagery, as in the cosmogonic allegories of Neph, the mundane snake, when typifying matter, is usually represented as contained within a circle. He lies straight across its equator, thus indicating that the universe of astral light, out of which the physical world evolved, while bounding the latter, is itself bound by Emet, or the supreme first cause. Tha, producing Ra, and the myriad forms to which he gives life, are shown as creeping out of the mundane egg, because it is the most familiar form of that in which is deposited and developed the germ of every living being. When the serpent represents eternity and immortality, it encircles the world, biting its tail, and thus offering no solution of continuity. It then becomes the astral light. The disciples of the school of Pherecydes taught that ether, Zeus or Zen, is the highest empyrean heaven, which encloses the supernal world, and its light, the astral, is the concentrated primordial element. Such is the origin of the serpent, metamorphosed in Christian ages into Satan. It is the Od, the Ob, and the Or of Moses and the Kabbalists. When in its passive state, when it acts on those who are unwittingly drawn within its current, the astral light is the Ob, or Python. Moses was determined to exterminate all those who, sensitive to its influence, allowed themselves to fall under the easy control of the vicious beings which moved in the astral waves like fish in the water. Beings who surround us, and whom Bulwer Lytton calls in Zanoni the dwellers of the threshold. It becomes the odd as soon as it is vivified by the conscious efflux of an immortal soul. For then the astral currents are acting under the guidance of either an adept, a pure spirit, or an able mesmerizer, who is pure himself and knows how to direct the blind forces. In such cases, even a high planetary spirit, one of the class of beings that have never been embodied, though there are many among these hierarchies who have lived on our earth, descends occasionally to our sphere, and purifying the surrounding atmosphere enables the subject to see and opens in him the springs of true divine prophecy. As to the term hour, the word is used to designate certain occult properties of the universal agent. It pertains more directly to the domain of the alchemist, and is of no interest to the general public. The author of the Homo-Amerian system of philosophy, Anaxagoras, of Clazomene, firmly believed that the spiritual prototypes of all things, as well as their elements, were to be found in the boundless ether, where they were generated, whence they evolved, and whither they returned from earth. In common with the Hindus who had personified their akasa, sky or ether, and made of it a deific entity, the Greeks and Latins had deified ether. Virgil calls Zeus Pater Omnipotens, ether, Magnus, the great god, ether. These beings above alluded to are the elemental spirits of the Kabbalists, whom the Christian clergy denounce as devils, the enemies of mankind. Already Tertullian gravely remarks de Mosso in his chapter on the devils, has formally discovered the secret of their cunning. A priceless discovery that. And now that we have learned so much of the mental labors of the Holy Fathers and their achievements in astral anthropology, need we be surprised at all? If, in the zeal of their spiritual explorations, they have so far neglected their own planet, as at times to deny not only its right to motion, but even its sphericity? And that it is what we find in Langhorne, the translator of Plutarch, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, is of the opinion that Numa built the temple of Vesta in a round form, to represent the figure of the earth. For by Vesta they meant the earth. Moreover, Philolaus, in common with all other Pythagoreans, held that the element of fire was placed in the center of the universe. And Plutarch, speaking on the subject, remarks of the Pythagoreans that the earth they suppose not to be without motion, nor situated in the center of the world, but to make its revolution round the sphere of fire, being neither one of the most valuable nor principal parts of the great machine. Plato, too, is reported to have been of the same opinion. It appears, therefore, that the Pythagoreans anticipated Galileo's discovery. The existence of such an invisible universe being once admitted, as seems likely to be the fact if the speculations of the authors of the unseen universe are ever accepted by their colleagues, many of the phenomena, hitherto mysterious and inexplicable, become plain. It acts on the organism of the magnetized mediums. It penetrates and saturates them through and through, either directed by the powerful will of a mesmerizer or by unseen beings who achieve the same result. Once that the silent operation is performed, the astral or sidereal phantom of the mesmerized subject quits its paralyzed, earthly casket, and after having roamed in the boundless space, alights at the threshold of the mysterious bourne. For it, the gates of the portal which marks the entrance to the silent land are now but partially ajar. They will fly wide open before the soul of the entranced somnambulist, only on that day when, united with its higher immortal essence, it will have quitted forever its mortal frame. Until then, the seer or seeress can look but through a chink. Depends on the acuteness of the clairvoyant's spiritual sight to see more or less through it. The Trinity in unity is an idea which all the ancient nations held in common. The three Dyotas, the Hindu Trimurti, the three heads of the Jewish Kabbalah. 3 heads are hewn in one another and over one another. The Trinity of the Egyptians and that of the mythological Greeks were alike representations of the first triple emanation containing 2 male and 1 female principles. It is the union of the male logos, or wisdom, the revealed deity, with the female aura, or anima mundi, the holy pneuma, which is the Sephirah of the Kabbalists and the Sophia of the refined Gnostics, that produced all things visible and invisible. While the true metaphysical interpretation of this universal dogma remained within the sanctuaries, the Greeks, with their poetical instincts, impersonated it in many charming myths. In the Dionysiacs of Nonnus, the god Bacchus, among other allegories, is represented as in love with the soft, genial breeze, the holy pneuma, under the name of Aura Placida. And now we will leave Godfrey Higgins to speak. When the ignorant fathers were constructing their calendar, they made out this gentle zephyr 2 Roman Catholic saints, SS Aura and Placida. Nay, they even went so far as to transfer the jolly god into Saint Bacchus, and actually show his coffin and relics at Rome. The festival of the 2 blessed saints, Aura and Placida, occurs on the 5th of October, close to the festival of Saint Bacchus. How far more poetical, and how much greater the religious spirit to be found in the heathen Norse legends of creation, in the boundless abyss of the mundane pit, the Ginnungagap, where rage and blind fury and conflict cosmic matter and the primordial forces suddenly blows the thaw wind. It is the unrevealed God who sends his beneficent breath from Muspelheim, the sphere of imperial fire, within whose glowing rays dwells this great being, far beyond the limits of the world of matter, and the animus of the unseen, the spirit brooding over the dark abysmal waters, calls order out of chaos, and once having given the impulse to all creation, the first cause retires and remains forevermore in statu abscondido. There is both religion and science in these Scandinavian songs of heathendom. As an example of the latter, take the conception of Thor, the son of Odin. Whenever this Hercules of the north would grasp the handle of his terrible weapon, the thunderbolt or electric hammer, he is obliged to put on his iron gauntlets. He also wears a magical belt known as the girdle of strength, which whenever girdled about his person greatly augments his celestial power. He rides upon a car drawn by 2 rams with silver bridles, and his awful brow is encircled by a wreath of stars. His chariot has a pointed iron pole, and the spark-scattering wheels continually roll over rumbling thunderclouds. He hurls his hammer with resistless force against the rebellious frost giants, whom he dissolves and annihilates. When he repairs to the Urdar fountain, where the gods meet in conclave to decide the destinies of humanity, he alone goes on foot, the rest of the deities being mounted. He walks for fear that in crossing Bifrost, the rainbow, the many-hued Aesir bridge, he might set it on fire with his thunder car, at the same time causing the Urdar waters to boil. Rendered into plain English, how can this myth be interpreted but as showing that the Norse legend makers were thoroughly acquainted with electricity? Thor, the ehumerization of electricity, handles his peculiar element only when protected by gloves of iron, which is its natural conductor. His belt of strength is a closed circuit, around which the isolated current is compelled to run instead of diffusing itself through space. When he rushes with his car through the clouds, he is electricity in its active condition, as the sparks scattering from his wheels and the rumbling thunder of the clouds testify. The pointed iron pole of the chariot is suggestive of the lightning rod. The 2 rams, which serve as his coursers, are the familiar ancient symbols of the male or generative power. Their silver bridles typify the male principle, for silver is the metal of Luna, Astarte, Diana. Therefore, in the ram and his bridle we see combined the active and passive principles of nature in opposition, one rushing forward and the other restraining, while both are in subordination to the world-permeating electric principle, which gives them their impulse. With the electricity supplying the impulse, and the female-male principle combining and recombining in endless correlation, the result is evolution of visible nature, the crown glory of which is the planetary system, which in the mythic Thor is allegorized by the circlet of glittering orbs which bedeck his brow. When in his active condition, his awful thunderbolts destroy everything, even the lesser other titanic forces. But he goes afoot over the rainbow bridge, Bifrost, because to mingle with other less powerful gods than himself, he is obliged to be in a latent state, which he could not be in his car. Otherwise he would set afire and annihilate all. The meaning of this Urdar fountain, that Thor is afraid to make boil, and the cause of his reluctance, will only be comprehended by our physicists when the reciprocal electromagnetic relations of the innumerable members of the planetary system, now just suspected, shall be thoroughly determined. Glimpses of the truth are given in the recent scientific essays of Professors Mayer and Sterry Hunt. The ancient philosophers believed that not only volcanoes, but boiling springs were caused by concentrations of underground electric currents, and that this same cause produced mineral deposits of various natures, which form curative springs. If it be objected that this fact is not distinctly stated by the ancient authors, who, in the opinion of our century, were hardly acquainted with electricity, we may simply answer that not all the works embodying ancient wisdom are now extant among our scientists. The clear and cool waters of Urdar were required for the daily irrigation of the mystical mundane tree, and if they had been disturbed by Thor, or active electricity, they would have been converted into mineral springs unsuited for the purpose. Such examples as the above will support the ancient claim of the philosophers that there is a logos in every mythos, or groundwork of truth in every fiction. Chapter 6. Hermes, who is of my ordinances ever the bearer, then taking his staff, with which he the eyelids of mortals closes at will, and the sleeper at will reawakens. Odyssey, Book 5. I saw the Samothracian rings leap, and steel filings boil in a brass dish. So soon as underneath it they were placed, the magnet stone, and with wild terror seemed the iron to flee from it in stern hate. Lucretius, Book 6. But that which especially distinguishes the Brotherhood is their marvelous knowledge of the resources of the medical art. They work not by charms, but by simples. MS. Account of the origin and attributes of the true Rosicrucians. One of the truest things ever said by a man of science is the remark made by Professor Cook in his New Chemistry. The history of science shows that the age must be prepared before scientific truths can take root and grow. The barren premonitions of science have been barren because these seeds of truth fell upon unfruitful soil, and as soon as the fullness of the time has come, the seed has taken root and the fruit has ripened. Every student is surprised to find how very little is the share of new truth which even the greatest genius has added to the previous stock. The revolution through which chemistry has recently passed is well calculated to concentrate the attention of chemists upon this fact, and it would not be strange if, in less time than it has required to effect it, the claims of the alchemists would be examined with impartiality and studied from a rational point of view. To bridge over the narrow gulf which now separates the new chemistry from old alchemy is little, if any, harder than what they have done in going from dualism to the law of Avogadro. As Ampere served to introduce Avogadro to our contemporary chemists, so Reichenbach will perhaps one day be found to have paved the way with his OD for the just appreciation of Paracelsus. It was more than 50 years before molecules were accepted as units of chemical calculations. It may require less than half that time to cause the superlative merits of the Swiss mystic to be acknowledged. The warning paragraph about healing mediums, which will be found elsewhere, might have been written by one who read his works. You must understand, he says, that the magnet is the spirit of life in man which the infected seeks, as both unite themselves with chaos from without, and thus the healthy are infected by the unhealthy through magnet attraction. The primal causes of the diseases affecting mankind, the secret relations between physiology and psychology, vainly tortured by men of modern science for some clue to base their speculations upon, the specifics and remedies for every ailment of the human body, are all described and accounted for in his voluminous works. Electromagnetism, the so-called discovery of Professor Oersted, had been used by Paracelsus 3 centuries before. This may be demonstrated by examining critically his mode of curing disease. Upon his achievements in chemistry there is no need to enlarge, for it is admitted by fair and unprejudiced writers that he was one of the greatest chemists of his time. Brière de Boismont terms him a genius and agrees with Deleuze that he created a new epoch in the history of medicine. The secret of his successful and, as they were called, magic cures lies in his sovereign contempt for the so-called learned authorities of his age. Seeking for truth, says Paracelsus, I considered with myself that if there were no teachers of medicine in this world, how would I set to learn the art? No otherwise than in the great open book of nature, written with the finger of God. I am accused and denounced for not having entered into the right door of art. But which is the right one? Galen, Avicenna, Mesu, Rhasis, or honest nature? I believe the last. Through this door I entered, and the light of nature, and no apothecary's lamp directed me on my way. This utter scorn for established laws and scientific formulas, this aspiration of mortal clay to commingle with the spirit of nature, and look to it alone for health, and help, and the light of truth, was the cause of the inveterate hatred shown by the contemporary pygmies to the fire philosopher and alchemist. No wonder that he was accused of charlatanry and even drunkenness. Of the latter charge, Hemin bodily and fearlessly exonerates him, and proves that the foul accusation proceeded from Operinus, who lived with him some time in order to learn his secrets, but his object was defeated. Hence the evil reports of his disciples and apothecaries. He was the founder of the school of animal magnetism and the discoverer of the occult properties of the magnet. He was branded by his age as a sorcerer, because the cures he made were marvelous. 3 centuries later, Baron Dupotet was also accused of sorcery and demonolatry by the Church of Rome, and of charlatanry by the academicians of Europe. As the fire philosophers say, it is not the chemist who will condescend to look upon the living fire, otherwise than his colleagues do. Thou hast forgotten why thy fathers taught thee about it, or rather, thou hast never known. It is too loud for thee. A work upon magico-spiritual philosophy and occult science would be incomplete without a particular notice of the history of animal magnetism. As it stands, since Paracelsus staggered with it, the schoolmen of the latter half of the 16th century. We will observe briefly its appearance in Paris, when imported from Germany by Anton Mesmer. Let us peruse with care and caution the old papers now mouldering in the Academy of Sciences of that capital, for there will we find that, after having rejected in its turn every discovery that was ever made since Galileo, the immortals capped the climax by turning their backs upon magnetism and mesmerism. They voluntarily shut the doors before themselves, the doors which led to the greatest mysteries of nature, which lie hid in the dark regions of the psychical as well as the physical world. The great universal solvent, the alkahest, was within their reach. They passed it by, and now, after nearly 100 years have elapsed, we read the following confession. Still, it is true that, beyond the limits of direct observation, our science, chemistry, is not infallible, and our theories and systems, although they may all contain a kernel of truth, undergo frequent changes, and are often revolutionized. To assert so dogmatically that mesmerism and animal magnetism are but hallucinations implies that it can be proved. But where are these proofs, which alone ought to have authority in science? Thousands of times the chance was given to the academicians to assure themselves of its truth, but they have invariably declined. Vainly do mesmerists and healers invoke the testimony of the deaf, the lame, the diseased, and the dying, who were cured or restored to life by simple manipulations of the apostolic laying on of hands. Coincidence is the usual reply, when the fact is too evident to be absolutely denied. Will-o'-the-wisp, exaggeration, quackery are favorite expressions. With our but too numerous Thomases, Newton, the well-known American healer, has performed more instantaneous cures than many of the famous physicians of New York City, has had patients in all his life. Jacob, the Zouave, has had a like success in France. Must we then consider the accumulated testimony of the last 40 years upon the subject to be all illusion, confederacy with clever charlatans, and lunacy? Even to breathe such a stupendous fallacy would be equivalent to a self-accusation of lunacy. Notwithstanding the recent sentence of Lemery, the scoffs of the skeptics and of a vast majority of physicians and scientists, the unpopularity of the subject, and above all, the indefatigable persecutions of the Roman Catholic clergy, fighting in mesmerism woman's traditional enemy. So evident and unconquerable is the truth of its phenomena that even the French magistrature was forced tacitly, though very reluctantly, to admit the same. The famous clairvoyante, Madame Roger, was charged with obtaining money under false pretenses, in company with her mesmerist Dr. Fortin. On May 18, 1876, she was arraigned before the Tribunal Correctional of the Seine. Her witness was Baron Dupotet, the Grand Master of Mesmerism in France for the last 50 years. Her advocate, the no less famous Jules Favre. Truth for once triumphed. The accusation was abandoned. Was it the extraordinary eloquence of the orator, or bare facts incontrovertible and unimpeachable that won the day? But Le Marie, the editor of the Revue Spirit, had also facts in his favor, and moreover the evidence of over 100 respectable witnesses, among whom were the first names of Europe. To this there is but one answer. The magistrates dared not question the facts of mesmerism. Spirit photography, spirit rapping, writing, moving, talking, and even spirit materializations can be simulated. There is hardly a physical phenomenon now in Europe and America but could be imitated, with apparatus, by a clever juggler. The wonders of mesmerism and subjective phenomena alone defy tricksters, skepticism, stern science, and dishonest mediums. The cataleptic state it is impossible to feign. Spiritualists, who are anxious to have their truths proclaimed and forced on science, cultivate the mesmeric phenomena. Placed on the stage of Egyptian Hall, a somnambulist plunged in a deep mesmeric sleep. Let her mesmerist send her freed spirit to all the places the public may suggest. Test her clairvoyance and clairaudience. Stick pins into any part of her body which the mesmerist may have made his passes over. Thrust needles through the skin below her eyelids. Burn her flesh and lacerate it with a sharp instrument. Do not fear, exclaim Regazzoni and Dupotet, Testet and Pierrard, Puisségur and de Gorky. A mesmerized or entranced subject is never hurt. And when all this is performed, invite any popular wizard of the day who thirsts for puffery, and is or pretends to be clever at mimicking every spiritual phenomena, to submit his body to the same tests. The speech of Jules Favre is reported to have lasted an hour and a half, and to have held the judges and the public spellbound by its eloquence. We who have heard Jules Favre believe it most readily. Only the statement embodied in the last sentence of his argument was unfortunately premature and erroneous at the same time. We are in the presence of a phenomenon which science admits without attempting to explain. The public may smile at it, but our most illustrious physicians regard it with gravity. Justice can no longer ignore what science has acknowledged. Were this sweeping declaration based upon fact, and had mesmerism been impartially investigated by many instead of a few true men of science, more desirous of questioning nature than mere expediency, the public would never smile. The public is a docile and pious child, and readily goes whither the nurse leads it. It chooses its idols and fetishes and worships them in proportion to the noise they make, and then turns round with a timid look of adulation to see whether the nurse, old Mrs. Public Opinion, is satisfied. Lactantius, the old Christian father, is said to have remarked that no skeptic in his days would have dared to maintain before a magician that the soul did not survive the body, but died together with it, for he would refute them on the spot by calling up the souls of the dead, rendering them visible to human eyes, and making them foretell future events. So with magistrates and bench in Madame Roger's case. Baron Dupotet was there, and they were afraid to see him mesmerize the somnambulist, and so forced them not only to believe in the phenomena, but to acknowledge it, which was far worse. And now to the doctrine of Paracelsus. His incomprehensible, though lively style must be read like the biblio rolls of Ezekiel, within and without. The peril of propounding heterodox theories was great in those days. The church was powerful, and sorcerers were burnt by the dozens. For this reason we find Paracelsus, Agrippa, and Eugenius Philalethes as notable for their pious declarations as they were famous for their achievements in alchemy and magic. The full views of Paracelsus on the occult properties of the magnet are explained partially in his famous book, Archidaxarum, in which he describes the wonderful tincture, a medicine extracted from the magnet and called Magisterium Magnetis, and partially in the Dante D and the Dante Astorum Lib 1. But the explanations are all given in a diction unintelligible to the profane. Every peasant sees, said he, that a magnet will attract iron, but a wise man must inquire for himself. I have discovered that the magnet, besides the visible power, That of attracting iron possesses another and concealed power. He demonstrates further that in man lies hidden a sidereal force, which is that emanation from the stars and celestial bodies of which the spiritual form of man, the astral spirit, is composed. This identity of essence, which we may term the spirit of cometary matter, always stands in direct relation with the stars from which it was drawn, and thus there exists a mutual attraction between the two, both being magnets. The identical composition of the Earth and all other planetary bodies and man's terrestrial body was a fundamental idea in his philosophy. The body comes from the elements, the astral spirit from the stars. Man eats and drinks of the elements, for the sustenance of his blood and flesh. From the stars are the intellect and thoughts sustained in his spirit. The spectroscope has made good his theory as to the identical composition of man and stars. The physicists now lecture to their classes upon the magnetic attractions of the sun and planets. Of the substances known to compose the body of man, there have been discovered in the stars already hydrogen, sodium, calcium, magnesium, and iron. In all the stars observed, numbering many hundreds, hydrogen was found, except in 2. Now, if we recollect how they have deprecated Paracelsus and his theory of man and the stars being composed of like substances, how ridiculed he was by astronomers and physicists for his ideas of chemical affinity and the attraction between the two, and then realized that the spectroscope has vindicated one of his assertions at least. It is so absurd to prophesy that in time all the rest of his theories will be substantiated. And now a very natural question is suggested. How did Paracelsus come to learn anything of the composition of the stars, when till a very recent period, till the discovery of the spectroscope in fact, the constituents of the heavenly bodies were utterly unknown to our learned academies? And even now, notwithstanding telespectroscope and other very important modern improvements, except a few elements and a hypothetical chromosphere, everything is yet a mystery for them in the stars. Could Paracelsus have been so sure of the nature of the starry host, unless he had means of which science knows nothing? Yet knowing nothing, she will not even hear pronounced the very names of these means, which are hermetic, philosophy, and alchemy. We must bear in mind, moreover, that Paracelsus was the discoverer of hydrogen, and knew well all its properties and composition long before any of the orthodox academicians ever thought of it. That he had studied astrology and astronomy, as all the fire philosophers did, and that if he did assert that man is in direct affinity with the stars, he knew well what he asserted. The next point for the physiologist to verify in his proposition that the nourishment of the body comes not merely through the stomach, but also imperceptibly through the magnetic force, which resides in all nature and by which every individual member draws its specific nourishment to itself. Man, he further says, draws not only health from the elements when in equilibrium, but also diseases when they are disturbed. Living bodies are subject to the laws of attraction and chemical affinity, as science admits. The most remarkable physical property of organic tissues, according to physiologists, is the property of imbibition. What more natural, then, than this theory of Paracelsus, that this absorbent, attractive, and chemical body of ours gathers into itself the astral or sidereal influences? The sun and the stars attract from us to themselves, and we again from them to us. What objection can science offer to this? What is it that we give off, is shown in Baron Reichenbach's discovery of the odic emanations of man, which are identical with flames from magnets, crystals, and in fact from all vegetable organisms. The unity of the universe was asserted by Paracelsus, who says that the human body is possessed of primeval stuff, or cosmic matter. The spectroscope has proved the assertion by showing that the same chemical elements which exist upon Earth and in the sun are also found in the stars. The spectroscope does more. It shows that all the stars are suns, similar in constitution to our own. And as we are told by Professor Mayer, that the magnetic condition of the Earth changes with every variation upon the sun's surface, and it is said to be in subjection to emanations from the sun. The stars, being suns, must also give off emanations which affect us in proportionate degrees. In our dreams, says Paracelsus, we are like the plants, which have also the elementary and vital body, but possess not the spirit. In our sleep, the astral body is free and can, by the elasticity of its nature, either hover round in proximity with its sleeping vehicle, or soar higher to hold converse with its starry parents, or even communicate with its brothers at great distances. Dreams of a prophetic character, prescience, and present wants are the faculties of the astral spirit. To our elementary and grosser body, these gifts are not imparted, for at death it descends into the bosom of the earth and is reunited to the physical elements, while the several spirits return to the stars. The animals, he adds, have also their presentiments, for they too have an astral body. Van Helmont, who was a disciple of Paracelsus, says much of the same, though his theories on magnetism are more largely developed and still more carefully elaborated. The magnale magnum, the means by which the secret magnetic property enables one person to affect another mutually, is attributed by him to that universal sympathy which exists between all things in nature. The cause produces the effect refers itself back to the cause, and both are reciprocated. Magnetism, he says, is an unknown property of a heavenly nature, very much resembling the stars, and not at all impeded by any boundaries of space or time. Every created being possesses his own celestial power, and is closely allied with heaven. This magic power of man, which thus can operate externally, lies, as it were, hidden in the inner man. This magical wisdom and strength thus sleeps, but a mere suggestion is roused into activity and becomes more living. The more the outer man of flesh and the darkness is repressed, and this, I say, the Kabbalistic art effects, it brings back to the soul that magical yet natural strength which, like a startled sheep, has left it. Both Van Helmont and Paracelsus agree as to the great potency of the will in the state of ecstasy. They say that the spirit is everywhere diffused, and the spirit is the medium of magnetism. That pure primeval magic does not consist in superstitious practices and vain ceremonies, but in the imperial will of man. It is not the spirits of heaven and hell which are the masters over physical nature, but the soul and spirit of man which are concealed in him as the fire is concealed in the flint. The theory of the sidereal influence on man was enunciated by all the medieval philosophers. The stars consist equally of the elements of earthly bodies, says Cornelius Agrippa, and therefore the ideas attract each other. Influences only go forth through the help of the spirit, but this spirit is diffused through the whole universe and is in full accord with the human spirits. The magician who would acquire supernatural powers must possess faith, love, and hope. In all things there is a secret power concealed, and thence come the miraculous powers of magic. The modern theory of General Pleasanton singularly coincides with the views of the fire philosophers. His view of the positive and negative electricities of man and woman, and the mutual attraction and repulsion of everything in nature, seems to be copied from that of Robert Fludd, the Grand Master of the Rosicrucians of England. When the two men approach each other, says the fire philosopher, their magnetism is either passive or active, that is, positive or negative. If the emanations which they send out are broken or throw back, there arises antipathy. But when the emanations pass through each other from both sides, then there is positive magnetism, for the rays proceed from the center to the circumference. In this case, they not only affect sicknesses, but also moral sentiments. This magnetism or sympathy is found not only among animals, but also in plants and in minerals. And now we will notice how, when Mesmer had imported into France his Baquette, and system based entirely on the philosophy and doctrines of the Paracelsites, the great psychological and physiological discovery was treated by the physicians. It will demonstrate how much ignorance, superficiality, and prejudice can be displayed by a scientific body when the subject clashes with their own cherished theories. It is the more important because to the neglect of the Committee of the French Academy of 1784 is probably due to the present materialistic drift of the public mind, and certainly the gaps in the atomic philosophy which we have seen its most devoted teachers confessing to exist. The Committee of 1784 comprised men of such eminence as Bory, Salin, Darcet, and the famous Guillotin, to whom were subsequently added Franklin, Leroy, Bailey, de Bourgh, and Lavoisier. Bory died shortly afterward, and Magall succeeded him. There can be no doubt of two things, viz., that the committee began their work under strong prejudices, and only because peremptorily ordered to do it by the king, and that their manner of observing the delicate facts of mesmerism was injudicious and illiberal. Their report, drawn by Bailey, was intended to be a death blow to the new science. It was spread ostentatiously throughout all the schools and ranks of society, arousing the bitterest feelings among a large portion of the aristocracy and rich commercial class, who had patronized Mesmer and had been eye-witnesses to his cures. Ant L. de Jussot, an academician of the highest rank, who had thoroughly investigated the subject with the eminent court physician Desalon, published a counter-report drawn with minute exactness, in which he advocated the careful observation by the medical faculty of the therapeutic effects of the magnetic fluid, and insisted upon the immediate publication of their discoveries and observations. His demand was met by the appearance of a great number of memoirs, polemical works, and dogmatical books developing new facts, and Thoreau's works entitled Recherches et doutes sur le magnétisme animal, displaying a vast erudition, stimulated research into the records of the past, and the magnetic phenomena of successive nations from the remotest antiquity were laid before the public. The doctrine of Mesmer was simply a restatement of the doctrines of Paracelsus, Van Helmont, Santinelli, and Maxwell, the Scotchman, and he was even guilty of copying texts from the work of Bertrand and enunciating them as his own principles. In Professor Stewart's work, the author regards our universe as composed of atoms with some sort of medium between them as the machine, and the laws of energy as the laws working this machine. Professor Yeomans calls this a modern doctrine, but we find among the 27 propositions laid down by Mesmer in 1775, just 1 century earlier, in his letter to a foreign physician the following. First, there exists a mutual influence between the heavenly bodies, the earth, and living bodies. Second, a fluid, universally diffused and continued so as to admit no vacuum, whose subtlety is beyond all comparison and which, from its nature, is capable of receiving, propagating, and communicating all the impressions of motion, is the medium of this influence. It would appear from this that the theory is not so modern after all. Professor Balfour Stewart says, we may regard the universe in the light of a vast physical machine. And Mesmer, third, this reciprocal action is subject to mechanical laws, unknown up to the present time. Professor Mayer, reaffirming Gilbert's doctrine that the earth is a great magnet, remarks that the mysterious variations in the intensity of its force seem to be in subjection to emanations from the sun, changing with the apparent daily and yearly revolutions of that orb, and pulsating in sympathy with the huge waves of fire which sweep over its surface. He speaks of the constant fluctuation, the ebb and flow of the earth's directive influence, and Mesmer, fourth, from this action result alternate effects which may be considered a flux and reflux. Sixth, it is by this operation, the most universal of those presented to us by nature, that the relations of activity occur between the heavenly bodies, the earth, and its constituent parts. There are 2 more which will be interesting reading to our modern scientists. Seventh, the properties of matter and of organized body depend on this operation. Eighth, the animal body experiences the alternate effects of this agent, and it is by insinuating itself into the substance of the nerves that it immediately affects them. Among other important works which appeared between 1798 and 1824, when the French Academy appointed its second commission to investigate mesmerism, the Annales du magnétisme animal, by the Baron de Henin de Cuvier, Lieutenant General Chevalier of St. Louis, member of the Academy of Sciences, and correspondent of many of the learned societies of Europe, may be consulted with great advantage. In 1820, the Prussian government instructed the Academy of Berlin to offer a prize of 300 ducats in gold for the best thesis on mesmerism. The Royal Scientific Society of Paris, under the presidency of His Royal Highness the Duc d'Angoulême, offered a gold medal for the same purpose. The Marquis de Laplace, peer of France, one of the 40 of the Academy of Sciences, an honorary member of the learned societies of all the principal European governments, issued a work entitled Essai philosophique sur les probabilités, in which this eminent scientist says, of all the instruments that we can employ to know the imperceptible agents of nature, the most sensitive are the nerves, especially when exceptional influences increase their sensibility. The singular phenomena which result from this extreme nervous sensitiveness of certain individuals have given birth to diverse opinions as to the existence of a new agent, which has been named animal magnetism. We are so far from knowing all the agents of nature and their various modes of action that it would be hardly philosophical to deny the phenomena, simply because they are inexplicable in the actual state of our information. It is simply our duty to examine them with an attention as much more scrupulous as it seems difficult to admit them. The experiments of Mesmer were vastly improved upon by the Marquis de Puysegur, who entirely dispensed with apparatus and produced remarkable cures among the tenants of his estate at Bussensee. These being given to the public, many other educated men experimented with like success, and in 1825 M. Foissac proposed to the Academy of Medicine to institute a new inquiry, a special committee consisting of Adelon, Parisi, Marc, Bourdin, Sen, with Hassan as reporter, united in a recommendation that the suggestion should be adopted. They make the manly avowal that in science no decision whatever is absolute and irrevocable, and afford us the means to estimate the value which should be attached to the conclusions of the Franklin Committee of 1784, by saying that the experiments on which this judgment was founded appear to have been conducted without the simultaneous and necessary assembling together of all the commissioners, and also with moral predispositions, which according to the principle of the fact which they were appointed to examine, must cause their complete failure. What they say concerning magnetism, as a secret remedy, has been said many times by the most respected writers upon modern spiritualism, namely, it is the duty of the Academy to study it, to subject it to trials, finally to take away the use and practice of it from persons quite strangers to the art, who abuse this means and make it an object of lucre and speculation. This report provoked long debates, but in May 1826 the Academy appointed a commission which comprised the following illustrious names: Leroux, Bourdois de la Motte, Double, Magendie, Gersant, Hassan, Fallet, Marc, Itard, Fouquet, and Guenau de Mussy. They began their labors immediately and continued them 5 years, communicating, through Monsieur Husson, to the Academy the results of their observations. The report embraces accounts of phenomena classified under 34 different paragraphs. But as this work is not specially devoted to the science of magnetism, we must be content with a few brief extracts. They assert that neither contact of the hands, frictions, nor passes are invariably needed, since on several occasions the will, fixedness of stare have sufficed to produce magnetic phenomena, even without the knowledge of the magnetized. Well-attested and therapeutical phenomena depend on magnetism alone, and are not reproduced without it. The state of somnambulism exists and occasions the development of new faculties, which have received the denominations of clairvoyance, intuition, internal provision. Sleep, the magnetic, has been excited under circumstances where those magnetized could not see, and were entirely ignorant of the means employed to occasion it. The magnetizer, having once controlled his subject, may put him completely into somnambulism, take him out of it without his knowledge, out of his sight, at a certain distance, and through closed doors. The external senses of the sleeper seem to be completely paralyzed, and a duplicate set to be brought into action. Most of the time they are entirely strangers to the external and unexpected noise made in their ears, such as the sound of copper vessels forcibly struck, the fall of any heavy substance, and so forth. One may make them respire hydrochloric acid or ammonia without inconveniencing them by it, or without even a suspicion on their part. The committee could tickle their feet, nostrils, and the angles of the eyes by the approach of a feather, pinch their skin so as to produce ecchymosis, prick it under the nails and pins plunged to a considerable depth, without the evincing of any pain, or by sign of being at all aware of it. In a word, we have seen one person who was insensible to one of the most painful operations of surgery, and whose countenance, pulse, or respiration did not manifest the slightest emotion. So much for the external senses. Now let us see what they have to say about the internal ones, which may fairly be considered as proving a marked difference between man and a mutton protoplasm. Whilst they are in this state of somnambulism, say the committee, the magnetized persons we have observed retain the exercise of the faculties which they have whilst awake. Their memory even appears to be more faithful and more extensive. We have seen two somnambulists distinguish, with their eyes shut, the objects placed before them. They have told, without touching them, the color and value of the cards. They have read words traced with the hand, or some lines of a book opened by mere chance. This phenomena took place even when the opening of eyelids was accurately closed, by means of the fingers. We met in two somnambulists the power of foreseeing acts more or less complicated of the organism. One of them announced several days, nay, several months beforehand, the day, the hour, and the minute when epileptic fits would come on them and return. The other declared the time of the cure. Their previsions were realized with remarkable exactness. The Commission say that it has collected and communicated facts sufficiently important to include it. To think that the Academy should encourage the researches on magnetism is a very curious branch of psychology and natural history. The committee conclude by saying that the facts are so extraordinary that they scarcely imagine that the Academy will concede their reality, but protest that they have been throughout animated by motives of a lofty character, the love of science, and by the necessity of justifying the hopes which the Academy had entertained of our zeal and our devotion. Their fears were fully justified by the conduct of at least one member of their own number, who had absented himself from the experiments, and, as M. Husson tells us, did not deem it right to sign the report. This was Magendie, the physiologist, who, despite the fact stated by the official report that he had not been present at the experiments, did not hesitate to devote 4 pages of his famous work on human physiology to the subject of mesmerism, and after summarizing its alleged phenomena, without endorsing them as unreservedly as the erudition and scientific acquirements of his fellow committeemen, would seem to have exacted, says, self-respect and the dignity of the profession demand circumspection on these points. He, the well-informed physician, will remember how readily mystery glides into charlatanry, and how apt the profession is to become degraded even by its semblance when countenanced by respectable practitioners. No word in the context lets the readers into the secret that has been duly appointed by the Academy to serve on the Commission of 1826, had absented himself from its sittings, had so failed to learn the truth about mesmeric phenomena, and was now pronouncing judgment ex parte. Self-respect and the dignity of the profession probably exacted silence. 30 years later, an English scientist whose specialty is the investigation of physics, and whose reputation is even greater than that of Magendie, stooped to as unfair a course of conduct. When the opportunity offered to investigate the spiritualistic phenomena, and aid in taking it out of the hands of ignorant or dishonest investigators, Professor John Tyndall avoided the subject, but in his Fragments of Science he was guilty of the ungentlemanly expressions with which we have quoted in another place. But we are wrong. He made one attempt, and that sufficed. He tells us in the Fragments that he once got under a table to see how the raps were made, and arose with a despair for humanity such as he never felt before. Israel Putnam, crawling on hand and knee to kill the she-wolf in her den, partially affords a parallel by which to estimate the chemist's courage in groping in the dark after the ugly truth. But Putnam killed his wolf, and Tyndall was devoured by his. Sub mensa desperatio should be the motto on his shield. Speaking of the report of the Committee of 1824, Dr. Alfonso Testi, a distinguished contemporaneous scientist, says that it produced a great impression on the Academy, but few convictions. No one could question the veracity of the commissioners, whose good faith as well as great knowledge were undeniable. But they were suspected of having been dupes. In fact, there are certain unfortunate truths which compromise those who believe in them, and those especially who are so candid as to avow them publicly. How true this is, let the records of history from the earliest times to this very day attest. When Professor Robert Hare announced the preliminary results of his spiritualistic investigations, he, albeit one of the most eminent chemists and physicists in the world, was nevertheless regarded as a dupe. When he proved that he was not, he was charged with having fallen into dotage, the Harvard professors denouncing his inane adherence to the gigantic humbug. When the professor began his investigations in 1853, he announced that he felt called upon, as an act of duty to his fellow creatures, to bring whatever influence he possessed to the attempt to stem the tide of popular madness, which in defiance of reason and science was fast setting in favor of the gross delusions called spiritualism. Though, according to his declaration, he entirely coincided with Faraday's theory of table-turning, he had the true greatness which characterizes the princes of science to make his investigation thorough, and then tell the truth. How he was rewarded by his lifelong associates, let his own words tell. In an address delivered to New York in September 1854, he says that he had been engaged in scientific pursuits for upwards of half a century, and his accuracy and precision had never been questioned until he became a spiritualist, while his integrity as a man had never in his life been assailed, until the Harvard professors fulminated the report against that which he knew to be true, and which they did not know to be false. How much mournful pathos is expressed in these few words. An old man of 76, a scientist of half a century, deserted for telling the truth. And now Mr. A.R. Wallace, who had previously been esteemed among the most illustrious of British scientists, having proclaimed his belief in spiritualism and mesmerism, is spoken of in terms of compassion. Professor Nicholas Wagner of St. Petersburg, whose reputation as a zoologist is one of the most conspicuous, in his turn pays the penalty of his exceptional candor in his outrageous treatment by Russian scientists. There are scientists, and if the occult sciences suffer in this instance of modern spiritualism from the malice of one class, nevertheless, they have had their defenders at all times among men whose names had shed luster upon science itself. In the first rank stands Isaac Newton, the light of science, who was a thorough believer in magnetism as taught by Paracelsus, Van Helmont, and by the fire philosophers in general. No one will presume to deny that the doctrine of universal space and attraction is purely a theory of magnetism. If his own words mean anything at all, they mean that he based all his speculations upon the soul of the world, the great universal magnetic agent which he called the divine sensorium. Here, he says, the question is of a very subtile spirit which penetrates through all, even the hardest bodies, and which is concealed in their substance. Through the strength and activity of this spirit, bodies attract each other and adhere together when brought into contact. Through it, electrical bodies operate at the remotest distance as well as near at hand, attracting and repelling. Through this spirit, the light also flows, and is refracted and reflected, and warms bodies. All senses are excited by this spirit, and through it the animals move their limbs. But these things cannot be explained in a few words, and we have not yet sufficient experience to determine fully the laws by which the universal spirit operates. There are two kinds of magnetization. The first is purely animal, the other transcendent, and depending on the will and knowledge of the mesmerizer, as well as on the degree of spirituality of the subject, and his capacity to receive the impressions of the astral light. But now it is next to ascertain the clairvoyance depends a great deal more on the former than on the latter. To the power of an adept like Dupotet, The most positive subject will have to submit. If his sight is ably directed by the mesmerizer, magician, or spirit, the light must yield up its most secret records to our scrutiny. For if it is a book which is ever closed to those who see and do not perceive, on the other hand, it is ever opened for one who wills to see it opened. It keeps an unmutilated record of all that was, that is, or ever will be. The minutest acts of our lives are imprinted upon it, and even our thoughts rest photographed on its eternal tablets. It is the book which we see opened by the angel in the Revelation, which is the book of life, and out of which the dead are judged according to their works. It is, in short, the memory of God. The oracles assert that the impression of thoughts, characters, men, and other divine visions appear in the ether. In this, the things without figure are figured, says an ancient fragment of the Chaldean oracles of Zoroaster. Thus, ancient as well as modern wisdom, Vaticanation, and science agree in corroborating the claims of the Kabbalists. It is on the indestructible tablets of the astral light that is stamped the impression of every thought we think, and every act we perform, and that future events, effects of long-forgotten causes, are already delineated as a vivid picture for the eye of the seer or prophet to follow. Memory, the despair of the materialist, the enigma of the psychologist, the sphinx of science, is to the student of old philosophies merely a name to express that power which man unconsciously exerts, and shares with many of the inferior animals, to look within inner sight into the astral light, and there behold the images of past sensations and incidents, instead of searching for the cerebral ganglia for micrographs of the living and the dead, of scenes that we have visited, of incidents in which we have borne a part. They went to the vast repository where the records of every man's life as well as every pulsation of the visible cosmos are stored up for all eternity. That flash of memory which is traditionally supposed to show a drowning man every long-forgotten scene of his mortal life, as the landscape is revealed to the traveler by intermittent flashes of lightning, is simply the sudden glimpses which the struggling soul gets into the silent galleries where his history is depicted in imperishable colors. The well-known fact, one corroborated by the personal experience of 9 persons out of 10, that we have often recognized as familiar to us, scenes and landscapes and conversations which we see or hear for the first time, and sometimes in countries never visited before, is a result of the same causes. Believers in reincarnation adduce this as an additional proof of our antecedent existence in other bodies. This recognition of men, countries, and things that we have never seen is attributed by them to flashes of soul memory and anterior experiences. But the men of old, in common with medieval philosophers, firmly held to a contrary opinion. They affirmed that though this psychological phenomena was one of the greatest arguments in favor of immortality and the soul's pre-existence, yet the latter being endowed with an individual memory apart from that of our physical brain, it is no proof of reincarnation. As Eliphas Levi beautifully expresses it, nature shuts the door after everything that passes and pushes life onward in more perfected forms. The chrysalis becomes a butterfly. The latter can never become a grub. In the stillness of the night hours, when our bodily senses are fast locked into the fetters of sleep, and our elementary body rests, the astral form becomes free. It then oozes out of its earthly prison, and as Paracelsus has it, confabulates with the outward world, and travels round the visible as well as the invisible worlds. In sleep, he says, the astral body's soul is in freer motion. Then it soars to its parents, and holds converse with the stars. Dreams, forebodings, prescience, prognostications, and presentiments are impressions left by our astral spirit on our brain, which receives them more or less distinctly according to the proportion of blood within which it is supplied during the hours of sleep. The more the body is exhausted, the freer is the spiritual man, and the more vivid the impressions of our soul's memory. In heavy and robust sleep, dreamless and uninterpreted, upon awakening to outward consciousness, men may sometimes remember nothing. But the impressions of scenes and landscapes which the astral body saw in its peregrinations are still there, though lying latent under the pressure of matter. They may be awakened at any moment, and then during such flashes of man's inner memory, there is an instantaneous interchange of energies between the visible and the invisible universes. Between the micrographs of the cerebral ganglia and the photoscenographic galleries of the astral light, a current is established. And a man who knows that he has never visited in body, nor seen the landscape and person that he recognizes, may well assert that still he has seen and knows them, for the acquaintance was formed while traveling in spirit. To this the physiologist can have but one objection. They will answer that in natural sleep, perfect and deep, half of our nature, which is volitional, is in the condition of inertia, hence unable to travel, the more so as the existence of any such individual astral body or soul is considered by them little else than a poetical myth. Blumenbach assures us that in the state of sleep, all intercourse between mind and body is suspended, an assertion which is denied by Dr. Richardson FRS, who honestly reminds the German scientist that the precise limits and connections of mind and body being unknown, it is more than should be said. This confession, added to those of the French physiologist Fournier, and the still more recent one of Dr. Alchin, an eminent London physician, who frankly avowed, in an address to students, that of all scientific pursuits which practically concern the community, there is none perhaps which rests upon so uncertain and insecure a basis as medicine, gives us a certain right to offset the hypotheses of ancient scientists against those of the modern ones. No man, however gross and material he may be, can avoid leading a double existence, one in the visible universe, the other in the invisible. The life principle which animates his physical frame is chiefly in the astral body. And while the more animal portions of him rest, the more spiritual ones know neither limits nor obstacles. We are perfectly aware that many learned as well as the unlearned will object to such a novel theory of the distribution of the life principle. They would prefer remaining in blissful ignorance and go on confessing that no one knows or can pretend to tell whence and whither this mysterious agent appears and disappears, than to give one's moment's attention to what they consider old and exploded theories. Some might object on the ground taken by theology that dumb brutes have no immortal souls, and hence can have no astral spirits. For theologians as well as laymen labor under the erroneous impression that soul and spirit are one and the same thing. But if we study Plato and other philosophers of old, we may readily perceive that while the irrational soul, by which Plato meant our astral body, or the more ethereal representation of ourselves, can have at best only a more or less prolonged continuity of existence beyond the grave, the divine spirit, wrongly termed soul by the Church, is immortal by its very essence. Any Hebrew scholar will readily appreciate the distinction who comprehends the difference between the two words, ruah and nephesh. If the life principle is something apart from the astral spirit and in no way connected with it, why is it that the intensity of the clairvoyant powers depends so much on the bodily prostration of the subject? The deeper the trance, the less signs of the life the body shows. The clearer becomes the spiritual perceptions, and the more powerful are the soul's visions. The soul, disburdened of the bodily senses, shows activity of power in a far greater degree of intensity than it can in a strong, healthy body. Brière de Boismont gives repeated instances of this fact. The organs of sight, smell, taste, touch, and hearing are proved to become far acuter in a mesmerized subject deprived of the possibility of exercising them bodily than while he uses them in his normal state. Such facts alone, once proved, ought to stand as invincible demonstrations of the continuity of individual life, at least for a certain period after the body has been left by us, either by reason of its being worn out or by accident. But though during its brief sojourn on earth our soul may be assimilated to a light hidden under a bushel, it still shines more or less bright and attracts to itself the influences of kindred spirits. And when a thought of good or evil import is begotten in our brain, it draws to it impulses of like nature as irresistibly as the magnet attracts iron filings. This attraction is also proportionate to the intensity with which this thought impulses makes itself felt in the ether. And so it will be understood how one man may impress himself upon his own epoch so forcibly, that the influence may be carried through the ever-interchanging currents of energy between the two worlds, the visible and the invisible, from one succeeding age to another, until it affects a large portion of mankind. How much the authors of the famous work entitled The Unseen Universe may have allowed themselves to think in this direction, it would be difficult to say. But that they have not told all they might will be inferred from the following language. Regard it as you please, there can be no doubt that the properties of the ether are of a much higher order in the arcana of nature than those of tangible matter. And as even the high priests of science still might find the latter far beyond their comprehension, except in numerous but minute, often isolated particulars, it would not become us to speculate further. It is sufficient for our purpose to know from what the ether certainly does, that it is capable of vastly more than any has yet ventured to say. One of the most interesting discoveries of modern times is that of the faculty which enables a certain class of sensitive persons to receive from any object held in the hand or against the forehead impressions of the character or appearance of the individual, or any other object with which it has previously been in contact. Thus, a manuscript, painting, article of clothing, or jewelry, no matter how ancient, conveys to the sensitive a vivid picture of the writer, painter, or wearer, even though he lived in the days of Ptolemy or Enoch. Nay, more, a fragment of an ancient building will recall its history and even the scenes which transpired within or about it. A bit of ore will carry the soul vision back to the time when it was in process of formation. This faculty is called by its discoverer, Professor J.R. Buchanan of Louisville, Kentucky, psychometry. To him, the world is indebted for this most important addition to psychological sciences. And to him, perhaps, when skepticism is found felled to the ground by such accumulation of facts, posterity will have to elevate a statue. In announcing to the public his great discovery, Professor Buchanan, confining himself to the power of psychometry to delineate human character, says, "The mental and physiological influence imparted to writing appears to be imperishable, as the oldest specimens I've investigated gave their impressions with a distinctness and force little impaired by time. Old manuscripts, requiring an antiquary to decipher their strange old penmanship, were easily interpreted by the psychometric power." The property of retaining the impress of mind is not limited to writing. Drawings, paintings, everything upon which human contact, thought, and volition have been expended may become linked with that thought and life, so as to recall them to the mind of another when in contact. Without perhaps really knowing, at the early time of the grand discovery, the significance of his own prophetic words, the professor adds, "This discovery in its application to the arts and to history will open a mine of interesting knowledge." The existence of this faculty was first experimentally demonstrated in 1841. It has since been verified by 1,000 psychometers in different parts of the world. It proves that every occurrence in nature, no matter how minute or unimportant, leaves its indelible impress upon physical nature. And as there has been no appreciable molecular disturbance, the only inference possible is that these images have been produced by that invisible universal force, ether or astral light. In his charming work entitled The Soul of Things, Professor Denton, the geologist, enters at great length into a discussion of this subject. He gives a multitude of examples of the psychometrical power which Mrs. Denton possesses in a marked degree. A fragment of Cicero's house at Tusculum enabled her to describe without the slightest information as to the nature of the object placed on her forehead, not only the great orator's surroundings, but also of the previous owner of the building, Cornelius Sulla Felix, or, as he is usually called, Sulla the Dictator. A fragment of marble from the ancient Christian church of Smyrna brought before her its congregation and officiating priests. Specimens from Nineveh, China, Jerusalem, Greece, Ararat, and other places all over the world brought up scenes in the life of various personages, whose ashes had been scattered thousands of years ago. In many cases, Professor Denton verified the statements by reference to historical records. More than this, a bit of a skeleton, or a fragment of the tooth of some antediluvian animal, causes the seeress to perceive the creature as it were when it was alive, and even live for a few brief moments in its life, and experience its sensations. Before the eager quest of the psychometer, the most hidden recesses of the domain of nature yield up their secrets, and the events of the most remote epochs revive in vividness of impression the flitting circumstances of yesterday. Says the author in the same work, not a leaf weaves, not an insect crawls, not a ripple moves, but each motion is recorded by 1,000 faithful scribes in infallible and indelible scripture. This is just as true of all past time. From the dawn of light upon this infant globe, when round its cradle the steaming curtains hung, to this moment nature has been busy photographing everything. What a picture gallery is hers! It appears to us the height of impossibility to imagine the scenes in ancient Thebes or in some temple of prehistoric times should be photographed only upon the substance of certain atoms. The images of the events are embedded in that all-permeating, universal, and ever-retaining medium, which the philosophers call the soul of the world, and Mr. Denton the soul of things. The psychometer, by applying the fragment of a substance to his forehead, brings his inner self into relations with the inner soul of the object he handles. It is now admitted that this universal ether pervades all things in nature, even the most solid. It is beginning to be admitted also that it perseveres the images of all things which transpire. When the psychometer examines his specimen, he is brought in contact with the current of the astral light, connected with that specimen, and which retains pictures of the events associated with its history. These, according to Denton, pass before his vision with the swiftness of light, scene after scene crowding upon each other so rapidly that it is only by the supreme exercise of the will that he is able to hold any one in the field of vision long enough to describe it. The psychometer is clairvoyant. That is, he sees with the inner eye, unless his willpower is very strong, unless he has thoroughly trained himself to that particular phenomena, and his knowledge of the capabilities of his sight are profound, his perceptions of places, persons, and events must necessarily be very confused. But in the case of mesmerization, in which the same clairvoyant faculty is developed, the operator, whose will holds that of the subject under control, can force him to concentrate his attention upon a given picture long enough to observe all its minute details. Moreover, under the guidance of an experienced mesmerizer, the seer would excel the natural psychometer in having prevision of future events, more distinct and clear than the latter. And to those who might object to the possibility of perceiving that which yet is not, we may put the question, why is it more impossible to see that which will be than to bring back to sight that which is gone and is no more? According to the Kabbalistic doctrine, the future exists in the astral light in the embryo, as in present existed in embryo in the past. While man is free to act as he pleases, the manner in which he will act was foreknown from all time, not on the ground of fatalism or destiny, but simply on the principle of universal, unchangeable harmony. And as it may be foreknown that when a musical note is struck, its vibrations will not and cannot change into those of another note. Besides, eternity can have neither past nor future, but only the present, as boundless space, in its strictly literal sense, can have neither distance nor proximate places. Our conceptions, limited to the narrow area of our experience, attempt to fit it not an end, at least a beginning of time and space. But neither of these exist in reality, for in such case time would not be eternal, nor space boundless. The past no more exists than the future, as we have said. Only our memories survive, and our memories are but the glimpses that we catch of the reflections of this past in the currents of the astral light, as the psychometer catches them from the astral emanations of the object held by him. Says Professor E. Hitchcock when speaking of the influences of light upon bodies, and of the formation of pictures upon them by means of it. It seems, then, that this photographic influence pervades all nature, nor can we say where it stops. We do not know, but it may imprint upon the world around us our features, as they are modified by various passions, and thus fill nature with daguerreotype impressions of all our actions. It may, too, that there are tests by which nature, more skillful than any photographist, can bring out and fix these portraits. so that acuter senses than ours shall see them as on a great canvas, spread over the material universe. Perhaps, too, they may never fade from that canvas and become specimens in the great picture gallery of eternity. The perhaps of Professor Hitchcock is henceforth changed by the demonstration of psychometry into a triumphant certitude. Those who understand these psychological and clairvoyant faculties will take exception to Professor Hitchcock's idea that acuter senses than ours are needed to see these pictures upon his supposed cosmic canvas, and maintain that he should have confined his limitations to the external senses of the body. The human spirit, being of the divine, immortal spirit, appreciates neither past nor future, but sees all things as in the present. These daguerreotypes, referred to in the above quotation, are imprinted upon the astral light, where, as we said before, and according to the Hermetic teaching, the first portion of which is already accepted and demonstrated by science, is kept the record of all that was, is, or ever will be. Of late, some of our learned men have given a particular attention to a subject hitherto branded with the mark of superstition. They begin speculating on hypothetical and invisible worlds. The authors of the unseen universe were first to boldly take the lead, and already they find a follower in Professor Fiske, whose speculations are given in the unseen world. Evidently, the scientists are probing the insecure ground of materialism, and feeling it trembling under their feet, are preparing for a less dishonorable surrender of arms in case of defeat. Jevons confirms Babbage, and both firmly believe that every thought, displacing the particles of the brain and setting them in motion, scatters them throughout the universe, and think that each particle of the existing matter must be a register of all that has happened. On the other hand, Dr. Thomas Young, in his lectures on natural philosophy, most positively invites us to speculate with freedom on the possibility of independent worlds, some existing in different parts, others pervading each other, unseen and unknown in the same space, and others again to which space may not be a necessary mode of existence. If scientists, proceeding from a strictly scientific point of view, such as the possibility of energy being transferred into the invisible universe, and on the principle of continuity, indulge in such speculations, why should occultists and spiritualists be refused the same privilege? Ganglionic impressions on the surface of polished metal are registered and may be preserved for an indefinite space of time. According to science, and Professor Draper illustrates the fact most poetically. A shadow, says he, never falls upon a wall without leaving thereupon a permanent trace, a trace which might be made visible by resorting to proper processes. The portraits of our friends or landscape views may be hidden on the sensitive surface from the eye, but they are ready to make their appearance as soon as proper developers are resorted to. The spectre is concealed on a silver or glassy surface, until by our necromancy we make it come forth into the visible world. Upon the walls of our most private apartments, where we think the eye of intrusion is altogether shut out, and our retirement can never be profaned, there exist the vestiges of all our acts, silhouettes, of whatever we have done. If an indelible impression may be thus obtained on inorganic matter, and if nothing is lost or passes completely out of the existence in the universe, why such a scientific levy of arms against the authors of the unseen universe? And on what ground can they reject the hypothesis that thought conceived to affect the matter of another universe simultaneously with this may explain a future state? In our opinion, if psychometry is one of the grandest proofs of the indestructibility of matter, retaining eternally the impressions of the outward world, the possession of that faculty by our inner sight is a still greater one in favor of the immortality of man's individual spirit, capable of discerning events which took place hundreds of thousands of years ago. Why would it not apply the same faculty to a future lost in the eternity, in which there can be neither past nor future, but only one boundless present? Notwithstanding the confessions of stupendous ignorance in some things, made by the scientists themselves, they still deny the existence of that mysterious spiritual force, lying beyond the grasp of the ordinary physical laws. They still hope to be able to apply to living beings the same laws which they have found to answer in reference to dead matter. And after having discovered where the Kabbalists term the gross purgations of ether, light, heat, electricity, and motion, they have rejoiced over their good fortune, counted its vibrations in producing the colors of the spectrum, and proud of their achievements refused to see any further. Several men of science have pondered more or less over its protean essence, and unable to measure it with their photometers, called it an hypothetical medium of great elasticity and extreme tenuity, supposed to pervade all space, the interior of solid bodies not excepted, and to be the medium of transmission of light and heat. Dictionary. Others, whom we will name the will-o'-the-wisps of science, her pseudo-sons, examined it also, and even they went to the trouble of scrutinizing it through powerful glasses, they tell us. But perceiving neither spirits nor ghosts in it, and failing equally to discover in its treacherous waves anything of a more scientific character, they turned round and called all believers in immortality in general, and spiritualists in particular, insane fools, and visionary lunatics. The whole in doleful accents, perfectly appropriate to the circumstance of such a sad failure. Say the authors of the unseen universe, we have driven the operation of that mystery called life out of the objective universe. The mistake made lies in imagining that by this process they completely get rid of a thing so driven before them, and that it disappears from the universe altogether. It does no such thing. It only disappears from that small circle of light which we may call the universe of scientific perception. Call it the trinity of mystery, mystery of matter, the mystery of life, and the mystery of God, and these three are one. Taking the ground that the visible universe must certainly in transformable energy, and probably in matter, come to an end, and the principle of continuity, still demanding a continuance of the universe, the authors of this remarkable work find themselves forced to believe that there is something beyond that which is visible, and that the visible system is not the whole universe, but only, it may be, a very small part of it. Furthermore, looking back as well as forward to the origin of this visible universe, the authors urge that if the visible universe is all that exists, then the first abrupt manifestation of it is as truly a break of continuity as its final overthrow. Art 85. Therefore, as such a break is against the accepted law of continuity, the authors come to the following conclusion. Now, it is not natural to imagine that a universe of this nature, which we have reason to think exists, and is connected by bonds of energy with the visible universe, is also capable of receiving energy from it. May we not regard ether, or the medium, as not merely a bridge between one order of things and another, forming as it were a species of cement, in virtue of which the various orders of the universe are welded together and made into one? In fine, what we generally called ether may be not a mere medium, but a medium plus the invisible order of things, so that when the motions of the visible universe are transferred into ether, part of them are conveyed as by a bridge into the invisible universe, and are there made use of and stored up. Nay, is it even necessary to retain the conception of a bridge? May we not at once say that when energy is carried from matter into ether, it is carried from the visible into the invisible, and that when it is carried from ether to matter, it is carried from the invisible into the visible? Art 198, Unseen Universe. Precisely, and were science to take a few more steps in that direction and fathom more seriously the hypothetical medium, who knows but Tyndall's impassable chasm between the physical processes of the brain and consciousness might be, at least intellectually, passed with surprising ease and safety. So far back as 1856, a man considered a savant in his days, Dr. Jobard of Paris, had certainly the same ideas as the authors of the Unseen Universe on ether, when he startled the press and the world of science by the following declaration. I hold a discovery which frightens me. There are two kinds of electricity. One, brute and blind, is produced by the contact of metals and acids, the gross purgation. The other is intelligent and clairvoyant. Electricity has bifurcated itself in the hands of Galvani, Nobili, and Matteucci. The brute force of the current has followed Jacobi, Bonelli, and Moncal, while the intellectual one was following Bois-Robert and Thalaurier and the Chevalier du Planty. The electric ball, or globular electricity, contains a thought which disobeys Newton and Marriott to follow its own freaks. We have, in the annals of the Academy, thousands of proofs of the intelligence of the electric bolt. But I remark that I am permitting myself to become indiscreet. A little more, and I should have disclosed to you the key which is about to discover to us the universal spirit. The foregoing, added to the wonderful confessions of science in what we have just quoted from the unseen universe, throw an additional luster on the wisdom of the long-departed ages. In one of the preceding chapters, we have alluded to a quotation from Corey's translation of ancient fragments, in which it appears that one of the Chaldean oracles expresses this self-same idea about ether, and in the language singularly like that of the authors of the unseen universe. It states that from ether have come all things, and to it all will return, that the images of all things are indelibly impressed upon it, and that it is a storehouse of the germs or of the remains of all visible forms, and even ideas. It appears as if this case strangely corroborates our assertion that whatever discoveries may be made in our days will be found to have been anticipated by many thousands years by our simple-minded ancestors. At the point at which we now arrived, the attitude assumed by the materialists towards psychical phenomena being perfectly defined, we may assert with safety that were this key lying loose on the threshold of the chasm, not one of our Tyndalls would stoop to pick it up. How timid would appear to be some Kabbalists these tentative efforts to solve the great mystery of the universal ether. Although so far in advance, if anything propounded by contemporary philosophers, what the intelligence explorers of the unseen universe speculate upon, was to the masters of Hermetic philosophy familiar science. To them, ether was not merely a bridge connecting the seen and unseen sides of that universe, but across its span their daring feet followed the road that led through the mysterious gates, which modern speculators either will not or cannot unlock. The deeper the research of the modern explorer, the more often he comes face to face with the discoveries of the ancients. Does Elie de Beaumont, the great French geologist, venture a hint upon the terrestrial circulation? In relation to some elements in the Earth's crust, he finds himself anticipated by the old philosophers. Do we demand of distinguished technologists? What are the most recent discoveries in regard to the origin of the metalliferous deposits? We hear one of them, Professor Sterry Hunt, in showing us how water is a universal solvent, enunciating the doctrine held and taught by the old Thales, more than 24 centuries ago, that water was the principle of all things. We listen to the same professor, with de Beaumont as authority, expounding the terrestrial circulation and the chemical and physical phenomena of the material world. While we read with pleasure that he is not prepared to concede that we have in chemical and physical processes the whole secret of organic life, we note with a still greater delight the following honest confession on his part. Still we are in many respects approximating the phenomena of the organic world to those of the mineral kingdom, and we at the same time learn that these so far interest and depend upon each other that we begin to see a certain truth underlying the notion of those old philosophers, who extended to the mineral world the notion of a vital force, which led them to speak of the earth as a great living organism, and to look upon the various changes of its air, its waters, and its rocky depths as processes belonging to the life of our planet. Everything in this world must have a beginning. Things have latterly gone so far with scientists in the matter of prejudice that it is quite a wonder that even so much as this should be conceded to ancient philosophy. The poor, honest, primordial elements have long been exiled, and our ambitious men of science run races to determine who shall add one more to the fledgling brood of the 63 or more elementary substances. Meanwhile, there rages a war in modern chemistry about terms. We are denied the right to call these substances chemical elements, for they are not primordial principles or self-existing essences out of which the universe was fashioned. Such ideas associated with the word element were good enough for the old Greek philosophy, but modern science rejects them, for as Professor Cook says, They are unfortunate terms, and experimental science will have nothing to do with any kind of essences except those which they can see, smell, or taste. It must have those that can be put in the eye, the nose, or the mouth. It leaves others to the metaphysicians. Therefore, when Van Helmont tells us that though a homogeneal part of elementary earth may be artificially converted into water, though he still denies that the same can be done by nature alone, for no natural agent is able to transmute one element into another, offering as a reason that the elements always remain the same. We must believe him, if not quite an ignoramus, at least an unprogressed discipline of the mouldy old Greek philosophy, living and dying in blissful ignorance of the future 63 substances. What could either he or his old master Paracelsus achieve? Nothing, of course, but metaphysical and crazy speculations, clothed in a meaningless jargon common to all medieval and ancient alchemists. Nevertheless, in comparing notes, we find in the latest of all works upon modern chemistry the following. The study of chemistry has revealed a remarkable class of substances, from no one of which a second substance has ever been produced by any chemical process which weighs less than the original substance. By no chemical process whatever can we obtain from iron a substance weighing less than the metal used in its production. In a word, we can extract from iron nothing but iron. Moreover, it appears according to Professor Cook that 75 years ago men did not know there was any difference between elementary and compound substances. For in old times alchemists had never conceived that weight is the measure of material, and that, as thus measured, no material is ever lost, but on the contrary, they imagined that in such experiments as these the substances involved underwent a mysterious transformation. Centuries, in short, were wasted in vain attempts to transform the baser metals into gold. Is Professor Cook, so eminent in modern chemistry, equally proficient in the knowledge of what the alchemist did or did not know? Is he quite sure that he understands the meaning of the alchemical diction? We are not. But let us compare his views as above expressed with but sentences written in plain and good, albeit Old English, from the translations of Van Helmont and Paracelsus. We learn from their own admissions that the alkahest induces the following changes. 1. The alkahest never destroys the seminal virtues of the bodies thereby dissolved. For instance, gold, by its action, is reduced to a salt of gold, antimony to a salt of antimony, etc., of the same seminal virtues or characters with the original concrete. 2. The subject exposed to its operation is converted into 3 principles, salt, sulfur, and mercury, and afterwards into salt alone, which then becomes volatile, and at length is wholly turned into clear water. 3. Whatever it dissolves may be rendered volatile by a sand heat, and if after volatilizing the solvent it be distilled therefrom, the body is left pure, insipid water, but always equal in quantity to its original self. Further, we find Van Helmont, the elder, saying of this salt that it will dissolve the most untractable bodies into substances of the same seminal virtues, equal in weight to the matter dissolved. And he adds, this salt, by being several times cohobated with Paracelsus's sal circulatum, loses all its fixedness, and at length becomes an insipid water, equal in quantity to the salt it was made from. The objection that might be made by Professor Cook on behalf of modern science to the Hermetic expressions would equally apply to the Egyptian hieratic writings. They hide that which was meant to be concealed. If he would profit by the labors of the past, he must employ the cryptographer, and not the satirist. Paracelsus, like the rest, exhausted his ingenuity in transpositions of letters and abbreviations of words and sentences. For example, when he wrote surtratur, he meant tartar, and mutrin meant nitrum, and so on. There was no end to the pretended explanations of the meaning of the alkahest. Some imagined that it was an alkaline of salt of tartar salatilized, others that it meant algist, a German word which means all spirit or spirituous. Paracelsus usually termed salt the center of water wherein metals ought to die. This gave rise to the most absurd suppositions, and some persons, such as Glauber, thought that the alkahest was the spirit of salt. It requires no little hardihood to assert that Paracelsus and his colleagues were ignorant of the natures of elementary and compound substances. They may not be called by the same names as are now in fashion, but that they were known is proved by the results attained. What matters is by what name the gas given off when the iron is dissolved in sulfuric acid was called by Paracelsus, since he is recognized even by our standard authorities as the discoverer of hydrogen. His merit is the same, and though Van Helmont may have concealed under the name seminal virtues his knowledge of the fact that elementary substances have their original properties, which the entering into compounds only temporarily modifies, never destroys, he was nonetheless the greatest chemist of his age, and the peer of modern scientists. He affirmed that the aurum potabile could be obtained with the alkahest, by converting the whole body of gold into salt, retaining its seminal virtues and being soluble in water. When chemists learn what he meant by aurum potabile, alkahest, salt, and seminal virtues, what he really meant, not what he said he meant, nor what was thought he meant, then, and not before, can our chemists safely assume such airs toward the fire philosophers and those ancient masters whose mystic teachings they reverently studied. One thing is clear, at any rate, taken merely in its exoteric form. This language of Van Helmont shows that he understood the solubility of metallic substances in water, which Sterry Hunt makes the basis of his theory of metalliferous deposits. We would like to see what sort of terms would be invented by our scientific contemporaries to conceal and yet half reveal their audacious proposition that man's only God is the cinericious matter of his brain. If in the basement of the new courthouse or the cathedral on Fifth Avenue there were a torture chamber to which judge or cardinal could send them at will. Professor Sterry Hunt says in one of his lectures, "The alchemists sought in vain for a universal solvent. But we now know that water, aided in some cases by heat, pressure, and the presence of a certain widely distributed substances, such as carbonic acid and alkaline carbonates and sulfides, will dissolve the most insoluble bodies, so that it may, after all, be looked upon as the long-sought-for alkahest or universal menstruum." This reads almost like a paraphrase of von Helmont's, or Paracelsus himself. They knew the properties of water as a solvent as well as modern chemists, and what is more, made no concealment of the fact, which shows that this was not their universal solvent. Many commentaries and criticisms of their works are still extant, and one can hardly take up a book on the subject without finding at least one of their speculations on which they never thought of making a mystery. This is what we find in an old work on alchemists, a satire, moreover, of 1820, written at the beginning of our century, when the new theories on the chemical potency of water were hardly in their embryonic state. It may throw some light to observe that Van Helmont, as well as Paracelsus, took water for the universal instrument, agent of chemistry and natural philosophy, and earth for the unchangeable basis of all things, that fire was assigned as the sufficient cause of all things, that seminal impressions were lodged in the mechanism of the earth, that water, by dissolving and fermenting with this earth, as it does by means of fire, brings forth everything, whence originally proceeded animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms. The alchemists understand well this universal potency of water. In the works of Paracelsus, Van Helmont, Philalethes, Pantatam, Tachinius, and even Boyle, the great characteristic of the alkahest, to dissolve and change all sublunary bodies, water alone excepted, is explicitly stated. And is it possible to believe that Van Helmont, whose private character was unimpeachable, and whose great learning was universally recognized, should most solemnly declare himself possessed of the secret, were it but a vain boast? In a recent address at Nashville, Tennessee, Professor Huxley laid down a certain rule with respect to the validity of human testimony as a basis of history and science, which we are quite ready to apply to the present case. It is impossible, he says, that one's practical life should not be more or less influenced by the views which we may hold as to what has been the past history of things. One of them is human testimony in its various shapes. All testimony of eyewitnesses, traditional testimony from the lips of those who have been eyewitnesses, and the testimony of those who have put their impressions into writing and into print. If you read Caesar's commentaries, wherever he gives an account of his battles with the Gauls, you place a certain amount of confidence in his statements. You take his testimony upon this. You feel that Caesar would not have made these statements unless he had believed them to be true. Now, we cannot in logic permit Mr. Huxley's philosophical rule to be applied in a one-sided manner to Caesar. Either that personage was naturally truthful or a natural liar. And since Mr. Huxley had settled to that point to his own satisfaction as regards the facts of military history in his favor, we insist that Caesar is also a competent witness as to augurs and diviners and psychological facts. So with Herodotus and all the other ancient authorities, unless they were by nature men of truth. They should not be believed even about civil or military affairs. Falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. And equally, if they are credible as to physical things, they must be regarded as equally so as to spiritual things. For as Professor Huxley tells us, human nature was of old just as it is now. Men of intellect and conscience did not lie for the pleasure of bewildering or disgusting posterity. The probabilities of falsification by such men having been defined so clearly by a man of science, we feel free from the necessity of discussing the question in connection with the names of Van Helmont and his illustrious but unfortunate master, the much slandered Paracelsus. Deleuze, though finding in the works of the former many mythic illusory ideas, perhaps only because he could not understand them, credits him nevertheless with a vast knowledge, an acute judgment, and at the same time with having given to the world great truths. He was the first, he adds, to give the name of gas to aerial fluids. Without him it is probable that Steele would have given no new impulse to science. By what application of the doctrine of chances could we discover the likelihood that experimentalists, capable of resolving and recombining chemical substances, as they are admitted to have done, were ignorant of the nature of elementary substances, their combining energies, and the solvent or solvents that would disintegrate them when wanted? If they had the reputation only of theorists, the case would stand differently and our argument would lose its force. But the chemical discoveries grudgingly accorded to them by their worst enemies form the basis for much stronger language than we have permitted ourselves, from a fear of being deemed over-partial. And as this work, moreover, is based on the idea that there is a higher nature of man, that his moral and intellectual faculties should be judged psychologically, we do not hesitate to reaffirm that since Van Helmont asserted, most solemnly, that he was possessed of the secret of the alchemist, no modern critic has a right to set him down as either a liar or a visionary, until something more certain is known about the nature of this alleged universal menstruum. Facts are stubborn things, remarks Mr. A.R. Wallace in his preface to Miracles in Modern Spiritualism. Therefore, as facts must be our strongest allies, we will bring as many of these forward as the miracles of antiquity and those of our modern times will furnish us with. The authors of the Unseen Universe have scientifically demonstrated the possibility of certain alleged psychological phenomena through the medium of the universal ether. Mr. Wallace has as scientifically proved that the whole catalogue of assumptions to the contrary, including the sophisms of Hume, are untenable if brought face to face with strict logic. Mr. Crookes has given to the world of skepticism his own experiments, which lasted above 3 years before he was conquered by the most undeniable of evidence, that of his own senses. The whole list can be made up of men of science who have recorded their testimony to that effect. And Camille Flammarion, the well-known French astronomer, and author of many works which, in the eyes of the skeptical, should send him to the ranks of the deluded in company with Wallace, Crookes, and Hare, corroborates our words in the following lines. I do not hesitate to affirm my conviction, based on a personal examination of the subject, that any scientific man who declares the phenomena denominated magnetic, somnambulic, mediumic, and others not yet explained by science, to be impossible, is one who speaks without knowing what he is talking about, and also any man accustomed by his professional avocations to scientific observations, provided that his mind be not biased by preconceived opinions, nor his mental vision blinded by that opposite kind of illusion, unhappily too common in the learned world, which consists in imaging that the laws of nature are already known to us, and that everything which appears to overstep the limit of our present formulas is impossible, may require a radical and absolute certainty of the reality of the facts alluded to. In Mr. Crookes's notes of an inquiry into the phenomena called spiritual, on page 101, this gentleman quotes Mr. Sergeant Cox, who, having named this unknown force psychic, explains it thus. As the organism is itself moved and directed within the structure by a force, which either is or is not controlled by the soul, spirit, or mind, which constitutes the individual being we term the man, it is an equally reasonable conclusion that the force which causes the motions beyond the limits of the body is the same force that produces motion within the limits of the body. And as this external force is often directed by intelligence, it is an equally reasonable conclusion that the directing intelligence of the external force is the same intelligence that directs the force internally. In order to comprehend this theory the better, we may as well divide it into 4 propositions and show that Mr. Sergeant Cox believes, number 1, that the force which produces physical phenomena proceeds from, consequently is generated in, the medium. 2, that the intelligence directing the force for the production of the phenomena, A, may sometimes be other than the intelligence of the medium, but of this the proof is insufficient. Therefore, B, the directing intelligence is probably that of the medium himself. This Mr. Cox calls a reasonable conclusion. 3. He assumes that the force which moves the table is identical with the force which moves the medium's body itself. 4. He strongly disputes the spiritualistic theory, or rather assertion that spirits of the dead are the sole agents in the production of all the phenomena. Before we fairly proceed on our analysis of such views, we must remind the reader that we ourselves place between 2 extreme opposites represented by 2 parties, the believers and unbelievers in the agency of human spirits. Neither seem capable of deciding the point raised by Mr. Cox. For while the spiritualists are so omnivorous in their credulity as to believe every sound and movement in a circle to be produced by disembodied human beings, their antagonists dogmatically deny that anything can be produced by spirits, for there are none. Hence, neither class is in a position to examine the subject without bias. If they consider that force which produces motion within the body, and the one which causes the motion beyond the limits of the body, to be the same essence, they may be right. But the identity of these 2 forces stops here. The life principle which animates Mr. Cox's body is of the same nature as that of his medium. Nevertheless, he is not the medium, nor is the latter Mr. Cox. This force, which, to please Mr. Cox and Mr. Crooks, we may just as well call psychic as anything else, proceeds through and not from the individual medium. In the latter case, this force would be generated in the medium, and we are ready to show that it cannot be so. Neither in the instances of levitation of human bodies, the moving of furniture and other objects without contact, nor in such cases in which the force shows reason and intelligence. It is a well-known fact to both mediums and spiritualists that the more the former is passive, the better the manifestations, and every one of the above-mentioned phenomena requires a conscious, predetermined will. In cases of levitation, we should have to believe that this self-generated force would raise the inert mass off the ground, direct it through the air, and lower it down again, avoiding obstacles and thereby showing intelligence, and still act automatically, the medium remaining all the while passive. If such were the fact, the medium would be a conscious magician, and all pretense for being a passive instrument in the hands of invisible intelligences would become useless. As well, plead that a quantity of steam sufficient to fill without bursting a boiler will raise the boiler, or the Leyden jar full of electricity. Overcome the inertia of the jar as such a mechanical absurdity. All analogy would seem to indicate that the force which operates in the presence of a medium upon external objects comes from a source back of the medium himself. We may rather compare it with the hydrogen which overcomes the inertia of the balloon. The gas, under the control of an intelligence, is accumulated in the receiver in sufficient volume to overcome the attraction of its combined mass. On the same principle, this force moves articles of furniture and performs other manifestations. And though identical in its essence with the astral spirit of the medium, it cannot be his spirit only, for the latter remains all the while in a kind of cataleptic torpor when the mediumship is genuine. Mr. Cox's first point seems therefore not well taken. It is based upon a hypothesis mechanically untenable. Of course, our argument proceeds upon the supposition that levitation is an observed fact. The theory of psychic force, to be perfect, must account for all visible motions in solid substances, and among these is levitation. As to his second point, we deny that the proof is insufficient, that the force which produces the phenomena is sometimes directed by other intelligences than the mind of the psychic. On the contrary, this is such an abundance of testimony to show that the mind of the medium, in a majority of cases, has nothing to do with the phenomena, that we cannot be content to let Mr. Cox's bold assertion go unchallenged. Equally illogical do we conceive to be his third proposition. For if the medium's body be not the generator but simply the channel of the force which produces the phenomena, a question upon which Mr. Cox's research throws no light whatever, then it does not follow that because the medium's soul, spirit, or mind directs the medium's organism, therefore this soul, spirit, or mind lifts a chair or raps at the call of the alphabet. As to the fourth proposition, namely that spirits of the dead are the sole agents in the production of all the phenomena, we need not join issue at the present moment, inasmuch as the nature of the spirits producing mediumistic manifestations is treated at length in other chapters. The philosophers, and especially those who were initiated into the mysteries, held that the astral soul is the impalpable duplicate of the gross external form which we call body. It is the perispirit of the Kardecists and the spirit form of the spiritualists. Above this internal duplicate, and illuminating it as the warm ray of the sun illuminates the earth, fructifying the germ and calling out to spiritual vivification the latent qualities dormant in it, hovers the divine spirit. The astral perispirit is contained and confined within the physical body as ether in a bottle, or magnetism in magnetized iron. It is a center and engine of force, fed from the universal supply of force, and moved by the same general laws which pervade all nature and produce all cosmic phenomena. Its inherent activity causes the incessant physical operations of the animal organisms, and ultimately results in the destruction of the latter by overuse and its own escape. It is the prisoner, not the voluntary tenant, of the body. It has an attraction so powerful to the external universal force that after wearing out its casing, it finally escapes to it. The stronger, grosser, more material its encasing body, the longer is the term of its imprisonment. Some persons are born with organizations so exceptional that the door which shuts other people in from communication with the world of the astral light can be easily unbarred and opened, and their souls can look into or even pass into that world and return again. Those who do this consciously and at will are termed magicians, hierophants, seers, adepts. Those who are made to do it, either through the fluid of the mesmerizer or of spirits, are mediums. The astral soul, when the barriers are once opened, is so powerfully attracted by the universal astral magnet that it sometimes lifts its encasement with it and keeps it suspended in midair until the gravity of matter reasserts its supremacy, and the body redescends again to earth. Every objective manifestation, whether it be the motion of a living limb or the movement of some inorganic body, requires two conditions, will and force, plus matter, or that which makes the object so moved visible to our eye, And these three are all convertible forces, or the force correlation of the scientists. In their turn, they are directed or rather overshadowed by the divine intelligence which these men so studiously leave out of the account, but without which not even the crawling of the smallest earthworm could ever take place. The simplest, as the most common of all natural phenomena, the rustling of the leaves which tremble under the gentle contact of the breeze, requires a constant exercise of these faculties. Scientists may well call them cosmic laws, immutable and unchangeable. Behind these laws we must search for the intelligent cause, which once having created and set these laws in motion, has infused into them the essence of its own consciousness. Whether we call this the first cause, the universal will, or God, it must always bear intelligence. And now we may ask, how can a will manifest itself intelligently and unconsciously at the same time? It is difficult, if not impossible, to conceive of intellection apart from consciousness. By consciousness, we do not necessarily imply physical or corporeal consciousness. Consciousness is a quality of the sentient principle, or in other words, the soul, and the latter often displays activity even while the body is asleep or paralyzed. When we lift our arm mechanically, we may imagine that we do it unconsciously because our superficial senses could not appreciate the interval between the formulation of the purpose and its execution. Latent as it seemed to us, our vigilant will evolved force and set our matter in motion. There's nothing in the nature of the most trivial of mediumistic phenomena to make Mr. Cox's theory plausible. If the intelligence manifested by this force is no proof that it belongs to a disembodied spirit, still less is it evidence that it is unconsciously given out by the medium. Mr. Crooks himself tells us of cases where the intelligence could not have emanated from anyone in the room, as in the instance where the word however, covered by his finger and unknown even to himself, was correctly written by Planchette. No explanation whatever can account for this case. The only hypothesis tenable, if we exclude the agency of a spirit power, is that the clairvoyant faculties were brought into play. But scientists deny clairvoyance, and if to escape the unwelcome alternative of accrediting the phenomena to a spiritual source, they concede to us the fact of clairvoyance, it then devolves upon them to either accept the Kabbalistic explanation of what this faculty is, or achieve the task hitherto impracticable of making a new theory to fit the facts. Again, if for the sake of argument it should be admitted that Mr. Crook's word, however, might have been clairvoyantly read, what shall we say of mediumistic communications having a prophetic character? Does any theory of mediumistic impulse account for the ability to foretell events beyond the possible knowledge of both speaker and listener? Mr. Cox will have to try again. As we have said before, the modern psychic force and the ancient oracular fluids, whether terrestrial or sidereal, are identical in essence, simply a blind force. So is air, and while in dialogue, the sound waves produced by a conversation of the speakers affect the same body of air. That does not imply any doubt of the fact that there are two persons talking with each other. Is it any more reasonable to say that when a common agent is employed by medium and spirit to intercommunicate, there must necessarily be but one intelligence displaying itself? As the air is necessary for the mutual exchange of audible sounds, so are certain currents of astral light, or ether directed by an intelligence, necessary for the production of the phenomena called spiritual. Place two interlocutors in the exhausted receiver of an air pump, and if they could live, their words would remain inarticulate thoughts, for there would be no air to vibrate, and hence no ripple of sound would reach their ears. Place the strongest medium in such isolating atmosphere as a powerful mesmerizer, familiar with the properties of a magical agent, can create around him, and no manifestations will take place until some opposing intelligence, more potential than the willpower of the mesmerizer, overcomes the latter and terminates the astral inertia. The ancients were at no loss to discriminate between a blind force acting spontaneously and the same force when directed by an intelligence. Plutarch, the priest of Apollo, when speaking of the oracular vapors which were but a subterranean gas, imbued with intoxicating magnetic properties, showed its nature to be dual, when he addresses it in these words: "And who art thou? without a God who creates and ripens thee, without a daemon, spirit, who, acting under the orders of God, directs and governs thee. Thou canst do nothing. Thou art nothing but a vain breath. Thus, without the indwelling soul or intelligence, psychic force would be also but a vain breath. Aristotle maintains that this gas, or astral emanation, escaping from inside the earth, is the sole sufficient cause, acting from within outwardly for the vivification of every living being and plant upon the external crust. In answer to the skeptical negators of his century, Cicero, moved by a just wrath, exclaims, "And what can be more divine than the exhalations of the earth, which affect the human soul as so to enable her to predict the future? And could the hand of time evaporate such a virtue? Do you suppose you are talking of some kind of wine or salted meat? Do modern experimentalists claim to be wiser than Cicero, and say that this external force has evaporated and that the springs of prophecy are dry? All the prophets of old, inspired sensitives, were said to be uttering their prophecies under the same conditions, either by the direct outward efflux of the astral emanation, or a sort of damp fluxion rising from the earth. It is this astral matter which serves as a temporary clothing of the souls who form themselves in this light. Cornelius Agrippa expresses the same views as to the nature of these phantoms by describing it as moist or humid. In spirito turbido, humidoque. Prophecies are delivered in two ways, consciously by magicians who are able to look into the astral light, and unconsciously by those who act under what is called inspiration. To the latter class belong the biblical prophets of the modern trance speakers. So familiar with this fact was Plato that of such prophets he says, "No man, when in his senses, attains prophetic truth and inspiration, but only when demented by some distemper or possession, by a daemonian or spirit. Some persons call them prophets. They do not know that they are only repeaters, and are not to be called prophets at all, but only transmitters of vision and prophecy," he adds. In continuation of his argument, Mr. Cox says, "The most ardent spiritualists practically admit the existence of psychic force, under the very inappropriate name of magnetism, to which it has no affinity whatever, for they assert that the spirits of the dead can only do the acts attributed to them by using the magnetism, that is, the psychic force of the mediums. Here again a misunderstanding arises in consequence of different names being applied to what may prove to be one and the same imponderable compound. Because electricity did not become a science till the 18th century, no one will presume to say that this force had not existed since the creation. Moreover, we are prepared to prove that even the ancient Hebrews were acquainted with it. But merely because exact science did not happen before 1819, to stumble over the discovery which showed the intimate connection existing between magnetism and electricity, it does not at all prevent these two agents being identical. If a bar of iron can be endowed with magnetic properties by passing a current of voltaic electricity over some conductor placed in a certain way close to the bar, why not accept as a provisional theory that a medium may also be a conductor, and nothing more, at a séance? Is it unscientific to say that the intelligence of psychic force, drawing currents of electricity from the waves of the ether, and employing the medium as a conductor, develops and calls into action the latent magnetism with which the atmosphere of the séance room is saturated, so as to produce the desired effects? The word magnetism is as appropriate as any other, until science gives us something more than a merely hypothetical agent endowed with conjectural properties. The difference between the advocates of psychic force and the spiritualists consists in this, says Sergeant Cox, that we contend that there is yet insufficient proof of any other directing agent than the intelligence of the medium, and no proof whatever of the agency of the spirits of the dead. We fully agree with Mr. Cox as to the lack of proof that the agency is that of the spirits of the dead. As for the rest, this is a very extraordinary deduction from a wealth of facts. According to the expression of Mr. Crooks, who remarks further, "On going over my notes, I find such a superabundance of evidence, so overwhelming a mass of testimony, that I could fill several numbers of the Quarterly." Now, some of these facts of an overwhelming evidence are as follows. First, the movement of heavy bodies with contact, but without mechanical exertion. 2, the phenomena of percussive and other sounds. 3, the alteration of weight of bodies. 4, movements of heavy substances when at a distance from the medium. 5, the rising of tables and chairs off the ground without contact with any person. 6, the levitation of human beings. 7, luminous apparitions. Says Mr. Crooks, under the strictest conditions I have seen a solid self-luminous body, the size and nearly the shape of a turkey's egg, float noiselessly about the room, at one time higher than anyone could reach on tiptoe, and then gently descend to the floor. It was visible for more than 10 minutes, and before it faded away it struck the table 3 times with a sound like that of a hard, solid body. We must infer that the egg was the same nature as M. Babinet's meteor cat, which is classified with the other natural phenomena in Arago's works. 8, the appearance of hands, either self-luminous or visible by ordinary light. 9, direct writing by these same luminous hands, detached and evidently endowed with intelligence, psychic force. 10, phantom forms and faces. In this instance, the psychic force comes from a corner of the room, as a phantom form takes an accordion in its hand and then glides about the room playing the instrument, the medium being in full view at the time. The whole of the proceeding Mr. Crooks witnessed and tested at his own house, and having assured himself scientifically of the genuineness of the phenomena, reported it to the Royal Society. Was he welcomed as the discoverer of natural phenomena of a new and important character? Let the reader consult his work for his answer. In addition to these freaks played on human credulity by psychic force, Mr. Crooks gives another class of phenomena, which he terms special instances, which seem to point to the agency of an exterior intelligence. I have been, says Mr. Crooks, with Miss Fox when she has been writing a message automatically to one person present, whilst a message to another person on another subject was being given alphabetically by means of raps, and the whole time she was conversing freely with a third person on a subject totally different from either. During a séance with Mr. Home, a small lathe moved across the table to me in the light and delivered a message to me by tapping my hand. By repeating the alphabet and the lathe tapping me at the right letters, being at a distance from Mr. Holmes' hands. The same lathe, upon request of Mr. Crooks, gave him a telegraphic message through the Morse alphabet by taps on my hand, the Morse code being quite unknown to any other person present, and but imperfectly to himself. And adds Mr. Crooks, it convinced me that there was a good Morse operator at the other end of the line, wherever that might be. Would it be undignified in the present case to suggest that Mr. Cox should search for the operator in his private principality, psychic land? But the same lathe does more and better. In full light in Mr. Crooks's room, it asked to give a message. A pencil and some sheets of paper had been lying on the center of the table. Presently the pencil rose on its point, and after advancing by hesitating jerks to the paper, fell down. It then rose and again fell. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, a small wooden lathe, the Morse operator, which was lying near upon the table, slid towards the pencil, and rose a few inches from the table. The pencil rose again, and propping itself up against the lathe, the two together made an effort to mark the paper. It fell, and then a joint effort was made again. After a third trial, the lathe gave up and moved back to its place. The pencil lay as it fell across the paper, and an alphabetic message told us, "We have tried to do as you asked, but our power is exhausted." The word "R," as the joint intelligent efforts of the friendly lathe and pencil, would make us think that there were 2 psychic forces present. In all this, is there any proof that the directing agent was the intelligence of the medium? Is there not, on the contrary, every indication that the movements of the lathe and pencil were directed by spirits of the dead, or at least of those of some other unseen intelligent entities? Most certainly the word magnetism explains in this case as little as the term psychic force. Howbeit, there is more reason to use the former than the latter. if it were but for a simple fact that the transcendent magnetism or mesmerism produces phenomena identical in effects with those of spiritualism. The phenomena of the enchanted circle of Baron Dupotet and Regazzoni is as contrary to the accepted laws of physiology as the rising table without contact is to the laws of natural philosophy. As strong men have often found it impossible to raise a small table weighing a few pounds and broken it into pieces in the effort, so a dozen of experimenters, among them sometimes academicians, were utterly unable to step across a chalk line drawn on the floor by Dupotet. On one occasion, a Russian general, well known for his skepticism, persisted until he fell on the ground in violent convulsions. In this case, the magnetic fluid which opposed such a resistance was Mr. Cox's psychic force, which endows the tables with an extraordinary and supernatural weight. If they produce the same psychological and physiological effects, there is good reason to believe them more or less identical. We do not think the deduction could be very reasonably objected to. Besides, were the fact even denied, there is no reason why it should not be so. Once upon a time, all the academies in Christendom had agreed to deny that there were any mountains in the moon.